The Banner of the Broken Cross and the Storm of the Worlds, by Joseph Leo Hickey III, published by Melodium House. This book is the intellectual property of Joseph Leo Hickey III. This audiobook is read by an artificial intelligence voice. Praise for Joseph Leo Hickey III's work. Accolades. Song of a Broken Soul. Poem. Rehumanize International 2023. Create. Encounter. First Prize in Poetry. Harmony. Poetry Book. Eric Hoffer. 2020. Award Medal. Provocateur. Finalist. The Banner of the Broken Cross. The Storm of the Worlds. The Dreadful King of Hell. The Eternal City. The Flight of the Beloved. The Secrets of the Bard Prophet. The Heart of the Teacher. The Resurrection of the Crown. The Song of the Sparrow. The Lamp and the Throne of Shadows. The War of the Consuming Fire. The Wrath of the Wayward Prince. The Path of the Teacher. The Triumph of Orthodoxy. The Banner of the Broken Cross and the Storm of the Worlds. Joseph Leo Hickey III, Melodium House. For Tanika, you are the beginning of my greatest adventure, and I will be with you to the very end. Saint Matthias, pray for us. Let all mortal flesh keep silence, and with fear and trembling stand, ponder nothing earthly minded, for with blessing in his hand Christ our God to earth descendeth, our full homage to demand. King of kings, yet born of Mary, as of old on earth he stood, Lord of lords, in human vesture, in the body and the blood, he will give to all the faithful his own self for heavenly food. Rank on rank the host of heaven spreads its vanguard on the way, as the light of light descendeth from the realms of endless day, that the powers of hell may vanish as the darkness clears away. At his feet the six-winged seraph, cherubim with sleepless eye, veil their faces to the presence, as with ceaseless voice they cry, Alleluia, 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 Lord Most High. Prologue. Bard Prophet unpacked his lute at the medieval tavern in 11th century London. With confidence, his fingers, he gripped the lute, and with a smile he began his tale in song, which was the story of the Storm of the Worlds, a local legend which he was convinced was real, but of course no one believed his stories. In the beginning there was darkness, and then there was light filling and creating the worlds. There was also always turmoil and destruction, mighty tidal waves that connected these worlds together. There were vicious creatures who inhabited the storm of the worlds, the passageway in dreams that connects all worlds together. In the beginning, people went to and from across the worlds the storm. Alas, not so anymore. The war in heaven severed this bridge, and now all that remains is darkness, where the spiritual bridge to this place should be. In the midst of the darkness there was a dominion, once the mighty third king of hell, now the eighth king, his lust for power unmatched by none but the devil himself, sought after the storm of the worlds, knowing its power, but he could not enter it. After all his attempts, he was foiled every time he tried. The only ones who could enter the storm were chosen ones, dreamers who desire no power and could be trusted with the experience. At night the visions would come to them, and they would at first see the storm of the worlds, great and terrifying ocean that they would wade through, until the lightning would strike and they would find themselves in one of these strange worlds, all connected by the hub of the storm of the worlds. These chosen ones were entrusted with the preservation of the worlds, where evil waits to intrude and control all worlds. When the now eighth king of hell fell from heaven, he lusted for souls to deceive and to wage war. In ancient Egypt there lived a cruel Duchess Catherine, who had slain her political enemies after inviting them to dinner. The eighth king had watched her and followed her every move, waiting for a moment to possess her, and he consumed her soul, forcing her to kill those who were close to her and to try to seize control of the kingdom. But there were some who resisted and called for aid. War consumed Egypt under the rule of Catherine, until King David, wearing his magical crown, defeated Catherine and banished Catherine and the demon to separate universes where they wait until this day, because we must always be vigilant, lest the darkness consume us, unaware, as sleeping victims. A man in the crowd, Thomas Ironling, listened with rapt attention. He had never known a day of warfare in his life, but was told from a young age that he would need to be cautious against the darkness. He caught Bard Prophet as he was leaving the pub and asked him, "Sir, you have so much knowledge." "Yes," Bard Prophet replied, "more than one man can bear, it would seem." "How did you become so wise?" Thomas asked. "Through much suffering, and patient suffering at that." Bard Prophet retorted, "Have you seen it, the storm of the worlds?" Thomas eagerly asked. Bard Prophet smiled. "There are many things a man wishes he has not seen." "Do you ever fear things that might happen if that dreadful king seeks after this world again?" Thomas asked, with fear crackling in his voice. "No world is safe from his wrath." The Bard Prophet smiled and walked away. Thomas would never see him again.
Chapter 1. A Demon from Our Past. There was a world much like our own, which fell under the dominion of the 8th king of hell. His rule was cruel, and his power was immense, and his control was like a weight that seized the hearts of his victims, forcing those under his dominion to do unimaginable things. And there was war, which finally reached North American shores. For the past 25 years, the Dominion had ruled and controlled every aspect of life, forcing all to swear fealty to the dreadful king of hell, and the god they served known only as the Dark Mother. Christian Ehrlichman lived in this world in Ontario, working every day at a labor camp. He would board a train with hundreds of other weary workers, building a monument to Peter, the man who had brought the religion and teachings of the Dark Mother, known as the Magisterium, to the world. The only part of his life that brought Christian solace were the dreams he had. He had dreams of a dark and tumultuous stormy sea, and a woman with fiery red hair and bright green eyes who waded in these waters. His heart accelerated as he woke up from the dream, and the dreams never left the forefront of his mind. Although these dreams would grow fainter, they grew into a faint memory which became bitter in light of his everyday experiences. His soul was wounded, and he was not sure how long he could continue the life he was living. In a way, he thought his life must be the nightmare, and the dreams were reality.
Shaken from his dreams, Christian got out of bed and gazed out at his room. The only light was a small candle in the distance. On the wall was his personal graffiti, poems he had written on the walls, having nowhere else to write, mostly concerning his dreams, but they were all written with much haste. There were pictures, too, of all the things he had experienced. The dreams comforted him at night, but tormented him during the day. The woman from his dreams tormented him, her face seared with a fiery hot flame into the deepest part of his mind. She was always there, present in his dreams, and he knew deep down that if there was any meaning or anchor to the universe, that his place was by her side. In New York, not far away, there lived a young woman named Natalie Gabler, who worked at the same labor camp. Natalie was fast asleep, stirring in her dreams, wading through the waters of the storm of the worlds, watching with terror as the flashes of lightning crashed all around her, opening portals to other worlds, but just briefly revealing glimpses inside. The sound of thunder reverberated through its expanse. In her dreams, she had a longing and connection to a young man she knew she had never met, but knew was real with a certainty she could not explain. Christian and Natalie lived in the same world, which now was, to their knowledge, completely controlled by the dominion of the broken cross. It was all either of them knew. They had never known a life of freedom. The eyes and ears of the dreadful king were everywhere. He had seared his sigil into the arms of his slaves, marking them as his own. No one knew the extent of the power and true nature of the demon who ruled over them all, except for the elites of the religion. The sun was rising, and Christian got up with dread in his heart, having no choice but to prepare for the bitter day of forced labor that awaited him, and not many miles away, Natalie did the same. The labor camp was towered over by thick walls and iron gates, which stretched the entire circumference of the labor camp. The constant smell inside the camp was that of sweat, mixed with the despair of the men and women who toiled under the slavery of the demon that ruled over, always being watched by the guard of the dominion. As the sunrise began, Christian made himself ready for another day of labor. He found it impossible to be ready mentally, but he did make sure that he was fully awake. Each day was filled with back-breaking labor, as Christian carried large objects to help construct the monument. In his mind, he constantly wondered if he was made for more, the image of the red-haired woman always in his mind. He always wondered about his dreams and wondered if they were indeed some kind of vision. Not far away, Natalie was working in a factory at the same labor camp, her eyes ever gazing up toward the sky. She had a secret. Every waking moment she experienced with time to her own thoughts she spent searching for the banned works of poets and writers that flourished before the Dominion took control, but now were impossible to find due to their works being banned. Many of them had been executed in what was once Europe when the Dominion first took control. She discovered the forbidden writings of a man we know well in our world, but in this different world, when the Dominion took control of England, he was executed for his poetry, for his mockery of the Dominion, and for his refusal to conform to what he saw as madness. Theseus' words were powerful, but forbidden as drugs were. His name was William Shakespeare, viewed as an eternal enemy of the Dominion. She relished over his words and was always delving for new meaning, in their beauty and in the wisdom that filled his words. These words were powerful but forbidden as drugs were. His name was William Shakespeare, viewed as an eternal enemy of the Dominion. She relished over his words and was always delving for new meaning, in their beauty and in the wisdom that filled his words. Days soon turned into weeks, and the weeks drifted away until months had passed, and both Natalie and Christian would constantly look forward to every night as a new opportunity to have dreams and to draw closer to something unknown to them, yet familiar and divine. Something inside Christian urged him with the thought that his paths would cross with the woman from his dreams, and this thought was a beginning, the beginning of a journey that would change everything and his world. But there would be immense challenges ahead and an insane sacrifice that would test their spirits, faith, and devotion, even unto death. The sun vanished below the horizon, and the creaky gates of the labor camp opened, which meant that the grueling workday was over. Christian exited to the side that led to Canada, and Natalie was on the other side and exited to the side that led to New York. They boarded separate trains and thought about their experiences, dwelling and ruminating on the meaninglessness of their brief existence on a planet ruled by forces that never had their interest at heart. Christian wondered if there could ever be a greater purpose. Christian filed in amongst the throng of other weary workers and boarded the dirty and old train that took the workers back to their living quarters. The train's engine roared and came to life, the carriages of the train jerking forward as the camp disappeared into the distance and the passengers groaned from their weariness. However, the strength inside Christian began to grow. As the train rolled on, Christian looked out at the world beyond the labor camp. The landscape was filled with dirt and blackness, towns run down, which had once been bustling with people and activity. The dark clouds hovered over the camp, shrouding it in darkness, which covered a black landscape, which mirrored the darkness of the Dominion's spiritual power. Such sights, though very familiar, still sent shivers down Christian's spine. In a way, this world was foreign to him and did not seem like his home. The train came to a halt, and Christian and many other weary workers departed the train. When Christian came closer to his front door, he was greeted by booming and relentless voices of the magisterium priests, who were preaching a gospel of hellfire which brought despair within Christian's heart. They preached in the streets, often traveling to different towns. None but the most fervent devotees to the magisterium religion looked forward to their presence. Their words were not only focused on fire and brimstone, but also strict calls to obedience to the life-consuming teachings of their religious regime. Christian averted his gaze casually and rushed to his room, hoping to escape their presence. Overwhelmed and exhausted completely from the day's labor, Christian soon cascaded into a deep sleep. The room around filled with water pouring in through the windows until the room disappeared completely, and all that was left was the tempestuous landscape and mighty waves and terrifying ocean of the Storm of the Worlds. Lightning flashed, and with each strike illuminated portals to many other worlds. Suddenly, and this time the storm brought him to a place unlike any he had ever seen. Christian was now standing on a grassy hillside, from which he could see a multitude of people gathered into a crowd, surrounding a man who stood on top of the hill. He spoke with a gentle and quiet authority, and his words reverberated through the air and continued to echo in the hearts of those who listened to him, filling their very souls with peace and hope. Christian did not know who this man was, but he would describe him only as the teacher. The teacher's voice rose above the murmur of the crowd as he began to speak and teach with gentleness and power. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Christian blended himself into the crowd and listened intently, warm feelings flooding and spreading throughout his body. The hope within his veins had all culminated in this moment. He knew that in the words of the teacher, he found the anchor of all of history and the image of what really mattered, a profound truth and a light meant to pierce the darkness. But even this vision began to fade, and unavoidably, Christian fell through the storm of the worlds again and found himself back in the small room where he slept, the light of the dawn suddenly creeping through the cracks in the walls of his small living quarters. The memory of the words of the teacher stayed with him, in his heart, refusing to leave, giving him a greater purpose, and even more than that, a will to live. He knew that this vision was the key to unraveling all the lies that dwelt in the darkness, and the power and authority, the dominion that took away the freedom he craved and suffocated him under its overwhelming grasp. 1010 AD/Our World/England. The war of the consuming fire was over. Thomas and his armies were defeated. With Thomas's death, the essence of the dreadful king of hell was disembodied but captured, but only temporarily. Bard Prophet, the mighty warrior and leader, stood before a council of wise men and women from across all the world. The war against the dreadful king of hell had brought together an alliance of nations from all across the world, who came together to defeat him. The air in the room was heavy, and there were important decisions to be made. With the dreadful king defeated, the alliance had to decide ultimately what to do with the disembodied essence of the dreadful king, lest he should rise again and bring untold harm and torment to the world again. He nearly succeeded in destroying it when he realized that he was unable to enslave it. The council members, each from various different cultures and nations, argued with each other over the best way to move forward. One of the rulers from Egypt suggested destroying the essence, but the king of the Arabian peoples warned that attempting to do so had dire consequences, stating that doing so would only anger that devil. One of the English lords argued for locking it away in a secure location. However, the wise Bard Prophet reminded them that even the most well-guarded vaults and prisons can be breached with a carefully planned attack. No, stated Bard Prophet, our solution lies elsewhere. I have been granted the power to travel between worlds by God himself. His statement was declared with confidence, and no one questioned it. What we should do is send the essence of the eighth king of hell to another universe, where he will be unable to even dream about threatening our world again. And once he is there, we must bind him there, and he will never escape. The council chamber was filled with nervous ripples of whispered anxiety, as the members struggled to contemplate the deep implications of the suggestion. Some saw clear wisdom in Bard Prophet's words, while others feared that sending the demon to the other universe could have disastrous consequences upon the poor souls that might reside in that realm. The debate, which began with a whisper, blew over into harsher words between the members of the council and then into whirlwinds of fierce argumentation. Each council member that spoke was fixed in their opinions about what was best, while even fewer weighed the risks and rewards of both options. At long last, Bard Prophet spoke up, silencing the debate. There are universes that serve no other purpose than to be spiritual prisons. Many of these universes I have had the displeasure of traveling to myself. This is the best solution we have been looking for. Bard Prophet said the words confidently but deep in his heart. There was a fear that told him something might go wrong. Regardless of his internal thoughts, the crowd was convinced now of his solution, despite a few quiet murmurs, and the agreement was made, as Bard Prophet uttered a silent prayer in his mind in hopes of quelling his anxieties. His heart was heavy with the weight of his decision, not sure if the feeling was that of deep regret or something else. The safety of so many lives now lay upon his shoulders, but was prepared to leave the council chambers while carrying the essence of the demon with him, in hopes of providing safety and a lifetime of peace to our world. Just as the council was about to disband, there was a creak on the council chamber doors, and in strode the wayward prince, with a wide grin on his face. Some sighed and put their forehead in the palms of their hands as he strode into the room, his flamboyant demeanor and presence on full display. He strolled across the room, announcing that he would like to say a word to the council. He began to speak, a sarcastic grin across his face, which drew the attention of every soul in the room. You all have landed yourselves in quite the pickle. I hope you don't mind me pointing out the obvious. Wayward Prince said in a playful and almost mocking tone. I do have some experience with such pickles, you see. My kingdom was usurped by the demon when my friend Thomas was possessed by the demon, and everyone turned against me. In fact, I was exiled from my own kingdom by my own dad. Now, based on my diligent research, I have a better solution for you. Some of the council members leaned in, interest peaking, now changed from annoyance to genuine interest. One man was still annoyed, a skeptical man by nature with an even sterner expression. He could not stop himself from mocking the wayward prince. Oh, do tell, your royal highness, is your grand solution to trap the demon in a bottle and to cast him into the ocean? The room erupted in raucous laughter at the man's playful retort to the wayward prince, but the prince was unfazed and maintained his cheeky demeanor and tone. Bard Prophet was the only serious soul in the room, trusting his years of friendship and experience with the wayward prince. He raised his hand and silenced the laughter and looked into wayward prince's eyes as one would look into the eyes of a dear friend. Enough, he said. Wayward Prince was a powerful ally in the war. We at least owe it to hear him. Everyone give him his moment to speak his mind. Your rudeness betrays the lot of you. He addressed Wayward Prince now. I am willing to hear you. Do tell, what is your grand solution? The laughter died down, and all eyes were filled with anticipation and focused on Wayward Prince, eagerly awaiting his response. Wayward Prince paced across the room with a grin on his face as he began to unravel his grand solution, unveiling it a piece at a time. My dear friends from across the world, assembled here at council, united by an idea and a belief in freedom, I thank you kindly for granting me this audience. The prince gave a proud bow and laughed when he spoke again, saying, In my travels I have come across a very powerful and largely unknown work of magic. A spell, in fact, a spell that has the unique power to bind even the dreadful king to an amulet. Quite an ingenious solution, and I do say so myself. As he continued his presentation, the council members exchanged skeptical and embarrassed glances. They thought to themselves, who gave this fool the floor? This is a war council, not a circus. Despite the judgmental glances, the wayward prince continued his speech, unfazed by the judgmental glances. Wayward Prince then began to describe the dangers of the spell, not realizing or not allowing himself to believe the truth that the members of the council were not even sold on the idea. Despite this fact, he kept no secrets about the dangers and side effects of the spell. This spell is not to be cast by the weak-minded or the faint of heart. It is exceedingly dangerous and can only be performed by the most skilled casters. When it succeeds, it would cause the demon to be powerless and trapped in the amulet. As the wayward prince continued, he made fun of some of the members of the solemn council. He knew that it was probably a bad idea, but nonetheless, his humor got the best of him, and he could not resist. Many of you might be a tad hesitant to try this very dangerous spell. No need to fear. I am absolutely certain that our esteemed friend and member of this council, Sir Doubt's every word, will find some small place in his heart where he will unlock the courage to attempt this dangerous feat. He gave the man a direct but subtle mischievous wink, which caused the room to erupt in sudden raucous laughter again. The wayward prince continued with his obnoxious jokes, causing the mood in the room to be the opposite of serious, the opposite of what the council was meant to be because of the utterly serious topic at hand. And if Sir Doubt's every word finds the idea too daunting, I am absolutely sure that Lady Too Scared to Try will take up the immensely difficult task, he said, looking indirectly at another council member, issuing him a playful smirk. The council members could not stop themselves from chuckling at the wayward prince's wit, and his humorous tone softening even their tense expressions. Despite the unusual tone of the room, Bard Prophet was unfazed and was completely focused on the task at hand, inquiring directly at the wayward prince in a more serious tone for more information. May I remind you, friend, that this is a war council. You must tell us more of this spell. How can we be certain that it will work, and work as advertised at that? And what other risks are involved in performing it? He said the words while scanning the prince's eyes for any sign of possible doubt. The wayward prince, too, reckoning the severity of the situation, grew more serious as well, his playful demeanor fading away for now as he prepared to address the serious concerns. The wayward prince drew in a deep breath as he began to answer the questions with a more somber tone. The spell I refer to is known only as the Binding of the Tormentor. It is an ancient and mighty incantation that has been used perhaps 7 times in the long and bitter history of our world. Each time it was cast, there were consequences, severe ones. He paused for a moment as he allowed the council members to understand and contemplate upon his words, allowing them to truly ingest them. This spell requires the greatest focus, unbridled strength, and immense knowledge of the arts of magic. This spell cannot be learned in a single night. That is for sure. It is not a task to be taken lightly. This spell will bend the fabric of our existence, time and space itself, allowing for a rift in the spiritual word that will bind the essence of a spirit, in our case, a very wicked demon to physical object, and in our case, an amulet. The wayward prince made a gesture toward the small, intricately designed amulet, which he had placed on the center table when he entered the room. The reason why was now explicitly clear. The risks involved in casting this spell are severe for the caster, specifically on the body and spirit. Those who attempt this spell will suffer great spiritual and physical pain, even without making a mistake. A mistake could either destroy the caster or trap them within the amulet instead in rare cases. It is more common for the caster to simply drop dead, with no fancy lights or sparks or visible display of magic ever occurring. This is why only a skilled mage can cast it, and their concentration should not be broken during the casting process. The council members exchanged nervous glances. Their concerns were more evident with each word the wayward prince uttered. This was seen in the pursed lips and furrowed brows that now filled the room. The wayward prince arose with the lifting up of his voice, sensing their nervousness, attempted to ease the apprehension in the room with words of reassurance. Despite all of these great risks, I believe this spell is our only real hope of containing the dreadful king. The hope for destroying him utterly is lost. A tear welled up in the prince's eye. My daughter has paid that price already, but in this present matter, we must always weigh this risks against the mighty threat that the 8th king of hell poses to our world. If we succeed, we will save countless lives and prevent hell on earth from re-emerging. If he possesses another body, I can assure you the second suffering will be worse than the first. The wayward prince scanned the room. His eyes met each of the esteemed members of the council one at a time. I am ready to take on this ultimate responsibility, but I will not do it alone. I need the faith, help, and support of this council and the courage of the free world. Together, we can realize how precious our world is and save it from any darkness that threatens it, wanting to consume it completely. Bard Prophet, inspired by the words of his dear friend, arose from his seat. His piercing gaze was fixed on the prince. Your plan is risky, but bold and courageous. It contains the spark of courage this world needs. So many other worlds have been consumed without it, but I believe it is the best option we have in our most dire need. If only all men had the courage that you have and the initiative to make these decisions and your willingness to put yourself last to save others, but first in line for the danger. Bard Prophet's voice failed to waver as he spoke those words. However, you have also detailed how dangerous this spell can be and that it requires extensive knowledge of the arcane arts. I have committed my entire life to studying these very mysteries in more than one universe, and in my travels have unlocked secrets that few have even theorized about. It is my very duty as both a mage and the protector of this realm, our precious world, to take on this responsibility and cast the binding of the tormentor myself. The council members gazed at Bard Prophet with a mix of surprise, awe, and trepidation. The wayward prince was caught off guard by his sudden willingness to agree to cast the spell, but he knew that his voice would sway the rest of the council in his favor. The wayward prince, though surprised still by the declaration, nodded in agreement, saying, "Your wisdom and expertise are unmatched, Bard Prophet. You should be the one to attempt this spell. I would not trust anyone else but you." As the council members slowly began to agree and assent to Bard Prophet's plan to cast the spell the wayward prince suggested, Bard Prophet said, "We have to prepare for this ritual with all possible care, making sure we have all possible safeguards in place. This will only succeed with your support, wayward prince, as well as the support of the entire council, to see this through. The fate of our worlds depend on it." At this, the wayward prince's cheeky demeanor returned to his countenance, and he smiled at the Bard Prophet, saying, "Of course, dear friend, you have always had my undying support, and I am confident that the rest of this sacred council will support you with the same devotion, and they would all love to see you work your famous magic tricks." The members of the council next began to discuss the intricate details of what would be needed to see the plan through, with the knowledge that the fate of the world was on the line and that one mistake in the process could lead to unprecedented disaster. Whatever the case was, Wayward Prince knew that the world was in uncharted territory. Bard Prophet and Wayward Prince began to go back and forth, ironing out the specific details of the plan. As they bantered at points, there were chuckles from the council members as Wayward Prince made the occasional joke. Despite the severity of the situation the world found themselves in, but there was a unity in the room, which would not have been possible unless they had been faced with such a terrible threat. After the war against this demon, people from all nations had come together to fight him, and the leaders of the peoples knew that they would not rest until the job was done and the dreadful king would no longer serve a threat to their world. Left unchecked, the dreadful king would diligently seek control of all worlds in order to enslave them. Dominion of the Broken Cross, Ontario. Christian was thrust awake from his vivid dreams. Nightmares. He knew it had been too long since his dreams had actually brought him pleasant feelings. In these nightmares, he was always being chased by some unseen force. The images from his nightmares continued to linger and would ruminate and swell in his mind, and he knew if left unchecked, they would completely destroy him. The prior dreams he had still lingered in his mind, the words of the teacher, and a hope he could not escape from, even now in this world which he knew was ruled by devils. His reality was completely controlled by the Dominion, and the strings were pulled by a group of religious fanatical authorities known as the Magisterium. He missed the warmth and peace the words the teacher from his dream brought to his mind. Nothing else would calm his mind. But he was unsure of where the vision came from, and something told him it was all a lie. But then thought how he could have envisioned such specific details, and when he was dreaming, it was not like a dream, but almost lifelike, and it was only waking that distorted his memories to make him question them. He carried a weight on his shoulders now over a significance he could not describe. He yearned for the freedom and the blessed hope that the teacher seemed to offer. As Christian stepped outside, he heard the distant fanatical preaching of the magisterium priests booming and filling his ears with unwelcome promises of fire and brimstone for those who rejected their doctrines. For the first time in his life, after hearing these voices, he shuddered, a mix of disgust and fear tumbling through his spine. He thought deeply about their doctrines and the unquestioned authority people gave to them. An iron and unstoppable, cruel grip hovered over the people who were once free. Christian had not remembered freedom. Canada was conquered a few years after his birth, but nonetheless he felt the ache in his bones to return to an earlier time, a simpler life, which was all ruined by religious fanaticism and control. Christian continued to walk through the dirty streets towards the train to the labor camp. His body ached the moment he realized he was headed toward another day of backbreaking work, constructing the monument to Peter. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair falling over him the moment he saw those ominous gates of the camp as he exited the train, reminding him of the hopelessness he experienced and that there is never any escape from reality, except perhaps in dreams. But could he consider even that to truly be an escape? He joined the line of weary laborers who poured through the gates flooding into the camp. As he walked in, he closed his eyes for 5 seconds, trying to envision the memory of his dreams and the heart of the teacher's message. All he knew was that the only reality that awaited him was that of the overwhelming presence of the Dominion. The authority of this government felt alien to him, as if it did not even belong in his world, as if they were invaders not only to his nation, but to the universe itself, unwelcome invaders and destroyers. He had hope in his veins, that somehow he might be able to seize freedom, which was taken from him before he had the opportunity to experience it. But in his heart, he knew that it belonged to him, but he could only long to have it again. The Dominion of the Broken Cross, New York. Natalie Gabler, a woman with a fiery heart of passion and red hair and green eyes, walked closely ahead of her drear friends through the winding and twisted streets of what was once New York City. The 5 of them moved silently and were careful to avert away from any unnecessary attention. The watchful eyes and spies of the magisterium were everywhere, and one wrong move could lead to their prosecution and deaths. A gathering for what Natalie planned to do was expressly forbidden. The risks were immense, therefore they would eliminate any chance of being discovered. As they continued to walk, they suddenly arrived at an abandoned building, which had once been an old apartment complex. Its towering shadow over the city provided homes for people living in a better life. They descended down a long, winding staircase to find a hidden basement. As the companions began to settle and get used to the environment in the dimly lit basement, Natalie retrieved a small and intricately designed device from her bag. It was a lothern, a magical artifact that would temporarily but completely and unreliably shield them from the dreadful king and his demonic activity and servants. Natalie took a few moments to set up and install the device in the room. Her hands trembled as she activated it, and she soon felt the slow buzzing of the magical field that began to envelop them, providing them much-needed relief, knowing that their actions would be invisible to any spiritual force that sought to spy on them. The room was now illuminated by the subtle and faint glow of the lothern. The friends gathered around Natalie as she confidently informed them that the device was doing its job and that they were now safe from whims of the enemy. She looked at their faces, each illuminated by the light of the lothern. She knew they had hope in their eyes, and the anticipation in their hearts began to grow. They gathered around Natalie as she unfurled a tattered manuscript, The pages were worn out after long years of use and long other years of neglect. It was the work on their universe's version of Shakespeare, master playwright and poet, who had been executed by the magisterium when they seized absolute political control over England, when they conquered the nation in the 1500s. His words were viewed as extremely dangerous, as they were opposed to the regime that sought to control the souls of everyone and every other aspect of their lives, both secular and spiritual. Natalie began to read the poem, hoping to offer inspiration to her friends. Weary with toil, I haste me to my bed. The dear repose for limbs with travel tired. But then begins a journey in my head, to work my mind, when body's work's expired. For then my thoughts, from far where I abide, intend a zealous pilgrimage to thee, and keep my drooping eyelids open wide, looking on darkness which the blind do see, save that my soul's imaginary sight presents thy shadow to my sightless view, which, like a jewel hung in ghastly night, makes black night beauteous and her old face new. Lo, thus, by day my limbs, by night my mind, for thee and for myself, no quiet find. As Natalie echoed the final line, reading it aloud from the manuscript, her voice was filled with emotion and an unmatched passion. Her friends listened with rapt attention, some hearing these words for the very first time. The words of this long-dead poet had a life of their own, that even the magisterium could not completely destroy, despite all of their book burnings. Here, in this moment, all that mattered was the friends who were together, reading and experiencing the life of the words. The words served as the best escape they could get from their day-to-day lives under a blood-red sky. Natalie closed her eyes and envisioned a world where she could freely breathe and freely express herself, and where beautiful things were cherished and not persecuted, and she dared even to envision to final overthrow and defeat of the Dominion, a retaking of their world. But they knew that due to unreliability of the Lothans' magic, that their time was limited. When the Lothans' protection would fade, they would find themselves in a world again where they could not freely speak their true minds on anything, always under the twisted and watchful gaze of the spiritual eyes of the magisterium. They stored the verses in their hearts, savoring every last word, a certain hope and rebellion that even the greatest darkness could not extinguish. The room was silent for half a minute, as Natalie continued to gaze into the eyes of the faces of her friends around her. There was a fire inside her that moved her toward action, even in a world where almost every move was closely monitored by forces she did not comprehend but was a constant abiding presence of unmistakable malice. The words of Shakespeare echoed in her heart just as they had echoed off the walls of the room. She was compelled to move as if by a Holy Spirit. She took a deep breath and began to address her friends. Tonight the light of the world is fading. She looked up and gave a subtle smile. But when this light is quenched completely, it will be resurrected by words, even amidst the uncertainty that floods the world. A subtle, silent wind speaks to us of worlds away and of the overthrow of tyrants. The force of the sword cannot rule forever against the saber of truth, cutting through all things, while the things that the darkness hides will not be hidden long, because the shadows decay until all that is left is what is undeniably visible, from which no one at all can hide from. We do not have much more time to speak, but my love and my thoughts will always be with you all, who stand with me. As the light of the Lothan began to fade away into shadows, a silent terror filled Natalie's heart. There was a pressing weight against her heart to change the world, or at least to escape it, and never see her world again. She and her friends were fully committed and were ready to sacrifice everything to find what they were looking for. As they gathered their things and left, Natalie clicked the button on the Lothan, and it let out an exhausting quiet shriek as the light suddenly was extinguished. She both dreaded returning to her day-to-day life and also knew that the Dominion, though seemingly unstoppable, would have its downfall, and she would be the catalyst, the savior and mother and protector of the world from forces that no one had ever dared to challenge. The path ahead would be filled with danger and uncertainty, But even in the loneliness of the world, she knew she was not alone. There were angels out there, a guide for her feet and a light for her path, illuminated by dreams, and flashes of lightning meeting the waters and mighty tidal waves of the storm of the worlds. Chapter 2. Christian's Arrival Through the Fire and the Flames. Christian stood at the corner of the labor camp, gazing out at one of the guard towers, looking out in the distance at the great expanse of desolation that lay before him. He could barely remember his early childhood, a time before the Dominion has seized control of his homeland. He remembered many beautiful sights, places and people, and the sun seemed to be brighter during those times. The world was lively, and people talked about their emotions, which were not always flooded with pain and torment. He remembered when he was 7 years old, and his parents took him to play laser tag, not a care in the world, having no idea about the oppressed future he would face. His very face covered with dirt, lights of the world gone out, and the truth shrouded in darkness. All these thoughts filled his mind with melancholy, washing over him in waves as he carried heavy objects from one side of the camp to the other, his eyes fixed on his companions who he now viewed as slaves, having no agency or power over their own destinies. He remembered the faces of those he had met in his youth, and the sights of war when the Dominion reached Canadian shores, and the disgrace of the surrender of the Canadian government to what he would consider an army of zealots, adherents of a religion that sought total control over everything, and he felt as if he was suffocating under their cold embrace. All he could do was long for the memories of laughter of a quickly forgotten past, memories that were brazenly and rebelliously echoed in his dreams and twisted into a cacophonous song, somewhere within the heart of the thunderous storm of the worlds. All of the worlds he dreamed about told him stories of a better world, which was only in reach in dreams. His experiences surrounded him in their bitter embrace, instantly erasing all memories of the storm of the worlds the very moment they appeared. The death and the dirt and the blood that surrounded him made him, contrasted with his vague memories, made him realize how easily everything in one's life can go disastrously and irrevocably wrong. His thoughts then turned to the vast and unexplored lands that he knew must lay outside of the camp. If not in this world, then in other worlds, if his dreams told him any truths at all. There were always those faint whispers in his mind calling him to a better world, out of the depths of a meaningless existence. Somehow he hoped that something or someone could perhaps pull him up and into the light of the day. His thoughts then turned again towards the woman with bright red hair whom he envisioned riding the waves within the storm of the worlds. His only hope was to cling to the idea that these dreams might be real. There was salvation to be found in the tumultuous waves and the clashing lightning and thunderous roars of the many sea monsters that teemed in its ocean. Each night when he came home from the labor camp, his dreams of Natalie became more and more vivid and more powerful. The teeth of these visions sunk deep into his heart, seeing in his mind images of her falling and surrounding herself inside the storm of the worlds. This image was burned into his mind with scorching flames, and his thoughts turned to the idea that she would lead him to a place of rest, as a guiding light for his path, a miracle in the darkest night, at least a little bit closer to the truth he had always craved and desperately sought, forsaking all other goals. As the days passed and the grueling hours at the labor camp went by, he counted the hand on the clock, waiting for the moment when he might be able to sleep and return to his dreams. Vast, terrifying oceans were more welcoming than the waking world, leading him on an endless journey through his doubts to discover other worlds which would welcome him with all their danger and excitement and the strength they would bestow on him. The sun disappeared below the horizon, and its long and treacherous shadows across the desolate and tortured landscape, which was once filled with trees and grass, now stripped of all its resources in such a short time. Christian made promises to himself. He would use all his might to find the truth, no matter what it would cost him, or how far he would have to travel, and despite any risks. He had nothing to lose. His heart told him that there was more to life than the torment that suffocated him, and the smoke of the fires that filled his lungs, and the dirt that covered everything, and the dark gospel of the mother that was preached by the magisterium priests on every street corner. The walls of the labor camp strangled the life from his veins, tormenting his mind, knowing that their imposing force could not so easily be overthrown. Not far away in New York, Natalie's dreams became more captivating and immersive and lifelike every night. She was submerged into other worlds. One night, she found herself walking through the streets of a city in our world, in the year 2017. The sights and sounds amazed her, the light of the sun clearly seen, the smog no longer there. She visited familiar places and shops, but they were still in business, and people still visited them and treaded the streets without fear of being harassed by soldiers. Natalie took in all these sights, but although she was experiencing them with the same vividness as if she was awake, she did not believe her eyes. In her mind, she believed that all that could exist was torture and hunger, and that there could be no world where people would laugh or care about things other than survival. She now knew that life had the potential to be good, that is, if she had any power at all to free herself from the slavery that imposed itself on her. The sights and sounds overwhelmed her to the extent that she had trouble walking. Just the sight of things we would consider to be normal filled her with overwhelming shock, because of how different they were. At the same time, she was drawn like a fly to a light by the vibrant energy that pulsated through every hidden crevice of this bold and new world, which is so familiar to us. As Natalie continued to wander through the streets of this city, bustling with sounds of vehicles, honking horns, sirens, with people, with children walking freely and with laughter, she knew she had to find a quiet place to rest, lest the barrage of new sounds would drive her to the point of insanity. She entered a small but lively coffee shop, the smell of freshly brewed coffee and the sounds of lively conversations filing the atmosphere, surrounding her like a warm embrace of a lover, and she hoped it would never let her go. She wanted to ask if she could stay in this place forever, feeling completely out of her place. She sat near the window, gazing outside at the souls walking by as she listened to people and overheard their conversations as they spoke freely and openly, discussing topics that would be simple to us, but taboo for the religious regime that controlled Natalie's world. She even heard things that would be punishable by death to speak openly in the dominion of the broken cross. Natalie was marveled at the simple thought that such freedom was possible. Freedom led to power, and it was ignited by the lack of fear of retaliation, and the simple heart inside of people to do what is right and to build families and to build a brighter future for their children. All things were reaching out toward love, a love that Natalie craved her entire life, words flowing like water while people were unafraid to speak their true thoughts and what was truly on their minds. Suddenly, without warning, just as the dream had begun, it began to fade with water flooding the coffee shop as the entire coffee shop was submerged in the storm of the worlds, and Natalie briefly saw glimpses into other realities and worlds, until suddenly she returned to sleep and quickly found herself in her own reality, the smog-filled light leaking in through her bedroom window, and she awoke, wondering if there was any truth to the dream, forgetting that she was actually feeling and seeing and tasting and hearing things, and was not simply dreaming, but was really there. Nonetheless, she convinced herself it was true dream, and nothing more. The memory of the coffee shop and lively conversations she listened to lingered in her mind for a few moments, but then she convinced herself that this dream was nonsense. But in her heart, deep down, would fuel her quiet determination to break free from the Dominion's all-consuming grasp. During the War Council in 1010 AD, the Bard prophet stood up and shared his concerns to the crowd of gathered warlords, generals, and nobles from all 7 continents about his grave concerns he had about the dreadful king's relentless quest to seize control and indeed to conquer all worlds with his twisted magic. As the Bard prophet began to speak, the wayward prince rudely interjected, using humor as usual to emphasize the gravity and seriousness of the situation before them. All of your concerns are valid, but more importantly, I must tell you about the dreadful king's persuasive power of temptation and manipulation. Wayward Prince then began to describe tales from the scriptures, misdeeds which he ultimately attributed to the dreadful king of hell. First, there was that one time the demon convinced a young man to trade his entire birthright for a bowl of stew. Can you believe it? Who in their right mind would trade a birthright for stew? And that's not all, not even the worst of it. There was that time he tempted a group of people to build a great tower to foolishly try to reach heaven, but told him to make it all wrong. The plans had flaws by design that were put there on purpose by this dastardly demon. And what do you expect? The tower came tumbling down like the walls of Jericho and killed everyone one inside. And we shall not forget that time he managed to convince a man to betray his friends and family for a few measly pieces of silver. In fact, this last case happened multiple times. How unoriginal! As the council continued to listen to the wayward prince's interruption, Bard Prophet steered the conversation toward a more serious tone and recounted more of his past experiences and his knowledge he had learned through traveling across universes and what he had learned through the magical arts and his years of study, and he also expressed his deep desire to set things right. He deeply lamented the missteps he had taken throughout his life, which had actually inadvertently led to their present situation, and allowed the dreadful king to amass the power he now wielded. I must speak of the war in heaven, which led the dreadful king to become so very wrathful, seeking domination or destruction of all worlds, if only he could enter them all in tangible form. Bard Prophet spoke those words a solemn declaration. His treachery and his cunning caused him to even betray those who believed in him, nay, even worshipped him, offering them always false promises of power, only to brazenly betray them and completely destroy them without mercy in the end. With Bard Prophet's promise of speaking about his insight into the beginnings of the dreadful king's fall from grace and rise as Dark Lord, the other council members leaned in, eager to learn more about how their troubles all began and what the origination of their present and past miseries truly was. The war Bard Prophet spoke of had shaped the course of the worlds. They knew in their hearts that understanding the past of the great enemy was vital to the battles that would come. Bard Prophet then described the desperate plight of a certain wayward prince, who lost his kingdom when all of his close friends and followers, and even his own father, chose to betray him and worship the Dark Lord, shedding their orthodoxy and became instead thralls of the demonic. At the mention of the wayward prince, the man himself interjected with a sly joy, which for at least a moment lightened the mood in the chamber. Bard Prophet then spoke of the crown of King David, a magical artifact which all in the room knew well, and its power was so immense that even when simply mentioned in the course of solemn conversation, its magic could be somehow felt throughout the room. The crown of King David is the only object or weapon with the power to defeat the Dark Lord. As the Bard Prophet spoke these words, the magic invoked by the object caused lights in the room to go out momentarily, but then they came flickering back to life a moment later. All in the room were shocked, but Bard Prophet shouted at them, advising them not to fear, before continuing his presentation. As you all know, in an epic battle, the dreadful king of hell was almost permanently defeated. However, as you see, he took the crown from the little one who wielded it and banished the crown to Barbelo, where it remains to this day. Barbelo is a dangerous realm frequented by angels, torn by eternal warfare between the forces of the eighth king of hell and those who follow the angels of God. It is indeed a place where the very fabric of existence sinks into itself, a merging of universes in a way into one plane, which is why in this place you will find an endless library with mile-high shelves of books as far as the eye can see. Not far from here is a vast desert and a rainforest, all somehow within a mile's walk. There the crown remains, and we, not even I, have any way to enter this realm, I assure you. I have tried for many years to find a way to enter it, but the key to finding an entrance is lost to time. Like the sands of the desert of Barbelo, it would be like finding a single specific grain with no knowledge of where to start. Impossible. Which is why I have such trust in the wayward prince's plan. Nothing happens by accident. We are all of us here in this place for a reason. The tides of the worlds have brought us here, at long last, and we must stand together against a force that would destroy all that we hold dear. A brutal force. Bard Prophet paused, and then continued to detail the traditional understanding of the eighth king of Hell's horrific actions. He is known for the brutal methods which he treats his victims, decapitating them without mercy, Bard Prophet said, his voice trembling. This demon possesses terrifying attributes and powers, and he had caused immeasurable suffering throughout the worlds. Bard Prophet paused again, before adding, "Some know him by another name, but I dare not speak it here, because the simple mention of it can summon the very devils we seek to defeat." The council members continued to listen with even more careful and rapt attention than before, their faces a mix of fear and trepid determination. They believed that knowing the true nature of the dreadful king of hell was absolutely necessary to their goals of creating a world that would somehow find peace, and they clung closely to Bard Prophet's every word, in their desperation for any and all information that might be useful or could aid directly in their fight against the darkness and the demon that covered the world in this shroud. The candle in Christian's bedroom flickered and went out for a moment, and Christian had a vivid dream about a young child, a 10-year-old girl, wearing a crown. This crown was not just any crown, it was consumed by magic and possessed in its nature unfettered power. One half of the crown on the girl's head was futuristic and pulsated with magic, blue and green and red flashing lights of power emanating from it, letting out a distinct and unmistakable sound like a roaring train, like a very loud fan, and like the engine of a spaceship that we would see in a science fiction movie, and like the sound of 1,000 galloping horses all at the same time. The young girl sat on the throne with a serious look her face, looking out into nothingness, knowing her only desire was to confront and defeat the Dark Lord. The vision faded, and Christian awoke with a sudden bolt out of bed, hands grasping his thin sheets that warmed him throughout the night. The candle flickered again, and then somehow, without explanation, was light again, the same way the candles in the medieval council chamber had flickered. Christian fell back asleep and was assumed by dreams. These dreams without mercy carried him to the storm of the worlds, where water filled his lungs, and he almost drowned. One moment he was drowning in the storm of the worlds, and the next he felt burns all over his body, and he fell abruptly to a cold, stony floor, water pouring out of the portal, putting out all the fires that lighted up his clothing. He gazed up and saw that he was surrounded by the strangest crowd of people he had ever seen, lords and generals, and advisors all dressed in medieval garb, some wearing crowns, some bearing the marks of a long and terrible war, and others wearing rings that glowed with light. In front of him was a prince, wearing blue and red, flamboyantly dressed, wearing a simple gold crown. The characters around Christian began to stare at him, their minds rife with disbelief. "What strange magic is this?" Bard Prophet said aloud as Wayward Prince slowly and calmly began to approach the man who he knew was a visitor from another world. The fact that Bard Prophet had just been in the middle of describing the fire that had fallen from heaven during the original war against the eighth king of hell had stopped mid-sentence, his mouth agape. Bard Prophet had seen many magical feats and tricks in his life, but nothing close to the power and unexpected nature of this. Christian could feel the intensity of the air in the room, as well as still the intense heat from the now dissipating flames that had transported him to this place. But he couldn't help but marvel at the coincide of his arrival with the Bard Prophet's detailed and serious description of the celestial fire, which he described as if you and I were reading from a newspaper about real warfare that was happening in the Middle East or other parts of the world ravaged by war. As the council members started to recover from their immediate shock of Christian's arrival, they looked at Christian first with suspicion and then with a rapidly growing fear and distrust. The events of the past several had taught them to immediately distrust people or entities claiming to be visitors from other worlds, especially those bearing gifts or promising knowledge. Christian, however, was completely disoriented and would have no idea why they would consider him to be such a threat. In his mind, there was no way they could perceive him as being any kind of danger to the members of the council or their world. All he knew was that he was in a strange new place, and he was not sure if even wanted to return to the world he originally came from. The wayward prince maintained his composure and restrained himself from making any jokes, seeing the seriousness of the situation and that his next moves were going to be very important. He stepped forward and looked Christian directly in the eyes, attempting to make sense of the situation that they found themselves in. What immediately caught his eye was the sigil of the dreadful king of hell, which had been seared or possibly tattooed into Christian's arm, and his eyes widened as he acknowledged what he was seeing, and the caution in his eyes grew. Wayward Prince approached, knowing that he needed to approach this situation with the utmost wisdom. "What is that mark on your?" he said as he leaned in closer, his voice filled with curiosity rather than judgment. Christian looked down at the sigil, which long ago was burned into his skin by his slave masters. He knew all slaves in his world bore the mark, but he had no idea what it meant. The wayward prince was asked by a council member what he was referring to, and he began to describe the sigil in great detail, drawing the immediate attention of all of the council members. "There's a squiggly line here and there and—" The wayward prince completely described the sigil, but before he could finish, as soon as the members realized what it was, the council members grew furious, and their faces grew increasingly horrified, some even drawing their swords in anger, prepared to strike Christian down. The wayward prince, however, was completely undeterred. He quickly drew his own sword and positioned himself between the fearful members of the council and the confused Christian, parrying the sword thrust of a man who had jumped from his seat to kill Christian. "Stay your hand," the wayward prince commanded, and all knew that his voice was filled with authority. "This man has arrived here through the fire and the flames and is under the protection of God. We should also give him a chance to prove himself before coming to such swift and false understandings." The council members hesitated, their swords wavering. They gazed at Bard Prophet, inquiring whose side he would take, as if they were looking for guidance, and after a long moment of thoughtful contemplation, he solemnly nodded. The council members, after much reluctance, all sheathed their swords and weapons, still eyeing Christian with caution, and Christian knew that he was at their mercy. Christian was overwhelmed by this unexpected turn of events, but he found himself eternally grateful for the wayward prince's intervention. He did not understand why he had been brought to this place. All he knew was that he needed to find a way to survive in this new world beyond anything he had ever fantasized about. This was the beginning of a connection and deep friendship between Christian and the wayward prince. Christian still did not entirely understand what was happening, or what forces brought him here to this place, or for what purpose, but he knew for certain that there was a purpose. This strong bond would never be broken, not even by death. It was crafted through a shared experience and a struggle to fight together against insurmountable odds, and beyond all else, a desire to uncover the truth of the mysteries that had at long last brought them together. Only together could they delve deep in the secrets that would lead to the downfall of the dreadful king of hell, and only with this knowledge and friendship would they ever even hope to learn, and even now they had no idea how intertwined and irrevocably linked their destinies truly were. Now, Wayward Prince had brought Christian into a private room of the council chamber, where he would interrogate him, promising to share this information with the rest of the council, in hopes of convincing them that Christian served as no threat. "Who are you? What is your name?" The Wayward Prince asked. "Christian," the young man replied. "A strange name for the friend of a demon," the Wayward Prince retorted. "But on a more serious note, do you have any idea what that mark on your arm means?" "No," Christian replied, stating a fact. "Let me rephrase this. "Do you have any idea how it got there?" asked the prince. "My nation was Canada." Christian quickly replied, "A strange land I've never heard of." The wayward prince interrupted, "Yes, but that's not the point. It was taken over by a violent military regime known as the Dominion when I was very young, and all my people were enslaved. Those who weren't killed were marked with this mark, but I have no idea what it means." "I can tell you what it means," said the wayward prince. "It is the sigil of a great demon, the dreadful king of hell, the 8th king of hell, in fact. I'm afraid that this demon has taken over your world, as he craves all worlds. What he cannot control, he seeks to completely destroy." "I have so many questions, dear Christian, so much I am curious about, and in time there will be much more to learn. But I suppose right now the important thing is that we realize our shared purpose within where we find ourselves. We are friends, and what we really want is the same thing, and I will reach out my hand in friendship. I could use some friends. I don't suppose I have any, not even in the world that I came from. So much has changed since my childhood. However, I need to know about this world. What happened here?" Christian said, eyes fixed and gazing directly outside the window at the scorched earth and destroyed buildings which surrounded them. "It would seem," said the prince, "that the same demon who has wrought destruction on your world has also brought devastation to ours." "But how can the same demon be present in two different worlds at once?" asked Christian. Wayward Prince's reply was direct. "Time passes in one direction in any world, but I suppose if one were to travel between them, then it becomes clear that to him he is not in both universes at the same time, but one first and then the other. Even a demon has limitations, I suppose. Its power is not almighty, its reach has a limit." In this new world Christian found himself in, he felt a new sense of bravery, as if resistance was suddenly possible, as if he had power. But here in this new place he struggled to find the words to ask the questions about what he needed to know. One thing was for sure: all of his power could be taken from him in a moment, and his world was always only 1 nanosecond away from utter disaster. Wayward Prince studied Christian's face. Observing the apprehension and bewilderment of the new world, he found himself, as he gazed intently out the window, observing the beautiful flowers and birds fluttering in the wind. A single sparrow chirped and landed on the windowsill, as if to observe the rest of their conversation. "Are you nervous about the future?" Wayward Prince asked Christian. "Yes, I suppose. But in a way I feel powerless, like I have no weapon or tool to carve my way to a place of peace and trust and surrender, I suppose. Never have truer words been spoken by a former slave. Here, my friend, you can cast off such shackles and think like a free man. The power you have, you see, comes from the heart, in resistance and against the rising tides of the universe that threaten to submerge what we love." Christian contemplated the metaphor for a moment, knowing that the world he knew would soon disappear, engulfed in irreversible scorching flames, the same flames that brought him to this new world. But yet there was a tinging hope that was never within before, but would bother him for the rest of his life. Chapter 3. The Magic of the Storm. Natalie stood near the helm of the magical ship that tread through the waves, cutting through the water, amidst the all-consuming waves of the storm of the worlds, the waves raging as if angry at someone who caused a wound long ago but was long forgotten. All that was left was the rage. Natalie gazed at the ship's steering wheel and observed that the ship mysteriously was guiding itself, as if pressed on by a completely unknown or a hand unseen. The dark blue sky above was filled with thunder which roared throughout the oceans, lighting up the sky, illuminating the once dark clouds. The lights themselves not only a window into the storm of the worlds, but into many other unknown worlds, glances of lives and worlds never known. The ship continued to tread forwarded, and Natalie wondered about the strangeness of the place she found herself in. This world was unlike any place she had ever experienced. It was not like the foreign world she had found herself in before, but rather was like a bridge connecting them all. Natalie continued to gaze out at and study the ship and its intricate green art and designs. Suddenly, she noticed a figure standing at the bow of the ship. He appeared to be a young man with a light black beard and dark hood, a look on his face as if he was filled with many years of sorrow that brought with them a certain powerful wisdom. Natalie felt completely drawn to the man, and she could not resist the feeling of being drawn to him, and her feet started to walk in his direction, slowly. As she approached him with caution, not wanting to startle him or bring him to anger. As she approached, a feeling of warmth spread throughout her chest. "Who are you?" she asked. Her voice was almost inaudible over the howling winds and roaring waves and crackles of thunder. He slowly turned to face her, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. "I am the shipwrecked soul," he replied with a soothing voice, like a balm over the mighty fury of the storm. "I have spent my life traveling the storm of the worlds, and for many years I have been searching for the spirit of truth and wisdom." Natalie felt an immediate and strange sense of trust towards this strange figure. She had no power nor words to explain why, but felt with an unknown certainty that she could confide in him, and she asked, "What have you learned about the storm of the worlds?" Shipwrecked soul turned again and looked out at the vast and terrifying expanse of the sea, his eyes gazing off into the distance at the mighty creatures that swam through the waters in the distance. "This, my lady, is a place of great power, where the very worlds themselves collide and merge, where reality is bent, and only those with the strongest hearts can tread these waters. Here the chosen can understand the truths that lie hidden within the fabric of existence. But I warn you, this place is a place of great danger, where the forces of darkness also lurk and seek to deceive and twist minds, and to ensnare the unwary traveler." Natalie listened with rapt attention as Shipwrecked Soul continued his speech, and to share his knowledge with her. He spoke of the nature of the storm and how it was created by God as the first realm that was ever created, and how it connected all worlds together and held many terrifying secrets. The more they spoke, the more she felt falling under his spell. Although she did not recognize this at first, her feelings for him began to grow. Suddenly, as their conversation continued, the storm quieted and the waves unexpectedly grew gentler. The wind died down. The powerful storm was subsiding at last. Shipwrecked Soul gazed into Natalie's eyes and told her, "You must not speak of this meeting to anyone." He seemed to implore her gently, but as if desperate. "The very knowledge of this place is dangerous, and there are those wicked souls who would use it for their own ends, and who would take the worlds by the reins and lead them off the cliff of destruction." Natalie felt the weight heavy upon her heart, held down by the secrets. The words left her lips quietly in a whisper as she said, "I promise." But nonetheless, her voice was filled with conviction. The shipwrecked soul smiled at her, and now his expression was mixed with gratitude and sadness. "Thank you, my dear Natalie. I must leave now, but I hope beyond hope that we will meet again." When he spoke those words, Shipwrecked Soul disappeared, leaving Natalie alone to be frightened by the flashes of lightning that struck the deck of the ship, opening portals to other worlds, and then vanishing. When Natalie's words had left her lips, Shipwrecked Soul had completely evaporated, and now Natalie was alone. Suddenly, as the ship continued its journey through the once again raging waters of the storm of the worlds, Natalie could not stop thinking about the encounter with the mysterious figure. He was truly a man of mystery, and she wondered where he came from and what his true intentions and mission were, especially in this strange and magical place. Her heart ached inside, knowing that they would probably never meet again. However, she clung to the hope in her heart that they would someday meet again. As suddenly as she had left, she suddenly arrived back in her present world, controlled by the dominion with new hope and purpose within her soul, and a desperate longing to find the secrets behind entering the storm of the worlds. She knew that her journey would be filled danger, but she was strengthened by her memories of Shipwrecked Soul, which proved to her that there was more meaning to the universe than she could have ever imagined, and she was destined to explore its mysteries. As time went on, Natalie became fixated on her quest for knowledge, and her friends noticed a change in her, as she would often lose herself in her research for hours on end. Her friends worried about her and her health and her strength of spirit. All the while she would assure them that all she was doing was following her passion. Deep inside, she knew that her thoughts about the storm of the worlds were fueled by her desire to see shipwrecked soul again. However, no matter how hard she tried, Natalie's quest for knowledge was useless, and she was no closer to entering the storm of the worlds than when she began. The more she searched, the more frustrated she became, and the more elusive the whole experience became, until at last she began to forget about the whole experience overall. Shipwrecked soul seemed to have vanished to the farthest corner of the universe, a place she could never reach nor understand, no trace of him remaining. The memories Natalie had were replaced by the harsh and brutal realities that surrounded her, which she could no longer escape by closing her eyes. Once a month, however, she would hear his voice at night, though only as a faint whisper. She began to tell herself that he was nothing but a creation of her own imagination, a fiction in her mind. In the deepest part of her heart, she clung to the hope that they would one day find each other again. After a long day of hard labor, Natalie lay down on her cot, and her thoughts swirled in her mind as a tempest of the day's events, desiring a way out of her present reality. When she closed her eyes, suddenly she felt the reality of herself slipping slowly into the storm of the worlds, her consciousnesses drifting across the worlds. The tempest began to disappear, and she found herself sitting in a medieval tavern, a tavern filled with laughter and the clinking of mugs. The atmosphere was unlike anything she had ever experienced in the world, controlled by the Dominion. As the revelry continued and she took in her surroundings, she spotted a man she had never met. Bard Prophet, sitting in a corner, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he watched the revelry unfold. Natalie came closer to him, her curiosity at its peak. Half confused, half out of her mind, she asked hesitantly, "Is it possible for me to stay here forever? I've never seen people having fun and drinking like this before." Bard Prophet, regardless of how out of place Natalie looked, who had out of nowhere appeared on the bar stool, after approaching her, said, "That will never be possible, not as long as this war rages against your world and mine. Even now, the dreadful king of hell and his armies rage against us." Natalie drifted further into confusion as she attempted to understand what she was just told. Bard Prophet continued and explained that he had learned about her world from a young man named Christian, whom Natalie had not yet met. "I don't understand," Natalie murmured, her heart filled with deep apprehension at the weight of this revelation. "What demon? And why is he waging war against us?" Bard Prophet sighed and said, "Not all creatures are good. Some seek destruction of all worlds. And revenge, when they are given power, they will stop at nothing to achieve it. But there is hope if only we raise up arms to fight against it." Just as Natalie was trying to understand not only the sights and sounds of clanking tankards and music and dancing around her, but also the dire circumstance she was learning about, in strode wayward prince, dressed in his normal flamboyant garb. His boisterous laughter filled the room and was infectious as he joined the party and raised a toast to the patrons of the tavern. "Here, here, to a night we'll never remember, and friends we'll never forget." Natalie watched him and was perplexed at his carefree demeanor, even amongst the total death and destruction that she had just learned about, and the overall dire circumstances. She was beginning to realize that this world was very similar to hers, but in a certain sense a parallel universe, 1,000 years in the past, but even more complex and dangerous than she could have ever imagined. And despite the warmth and revelry of the tavern and camaraderie that was experienced by its patrons, that her true home had been conquered by and was controlled by the demon, that the men here had strove all their lives to defeat, amongst much sacrifice. Bard Prophet led Natalie away from the revelry of the tavern, and their footsteps echoed as they struck the cobblestone. As they walked, they drew closer to a castle looming in the distance, and its spires cut through the night sky, piercing through the dark clouds. When they reached the castle gates, they were let in by a guard who knew Bard Prophet, and at long last they ascended the spiraling staircases and entered a great hall filled with nobles and generals from various lands, all deep in conversation. Charles II of England, the leader of the alliance, stood in the centre of the room, in front of his throne, a commanding figure whose presence drew everyone's attention. Bard Prophet approached, and the king asked about Natalie, and Bard Prophet explained everything that Natalie had told him, that she was from another world like Christian, the same world, in fact, controlled by the demon they had fought and sacrificed so long to defeat. The topic of the War of the Consuming Fire came up again, and Charles said to Natalie, "You will learn much of our world, and the war that devastated it, the demon that plagues us both, is full of deceit, and as I feared, he will lead to the downfall of all worlds." Natalie listened as King Charles and Bard Prophet discussed the details of the war's aftermath. They spoke of the cities that once bustled with people, now reduced to rubble and ashes, and even the fertile lands were now turned into barren wastelands, and countless lives lost in the battles between the forces of good and those who worshipped the demons. As she learned about the terrible horrors of the war, Natalie's thoughts raced. She wondered about beauty of the world and of the farmlands that were so scarred by destruction, and she wondered how things of such beauty could be destroyed, but she also knew that the origins of hope overshadowed even the wounds that time could not heal. Eventually, the king addressed Natalie directly, saying, "These tidings must be overwhelming for the soul of someone from another world. I know you have your own troubles, and our intention was never to burden your heart further." Natalie took in the words, knowing that nothing could ever fill her with more torment than she had already experienced in her life, her thoughts going back to her life at the labor camp and lingering there. The king then continued speaking, "Understand, please, we have the same enemy, and we are doing everything in our power to heal this world from the vicious wounds inflicted upon it by the 8th king of hell, and there is a chance for a brighter future." As she listened, Natalie's determination grew stronger to one day be free of the evils she had experienced, a growing passion inside her that filled her heart and lungs. She was fighting against an insatiable lust for power that no natural force she knew of had the power to stop. The conversation continued, and King Charles shared a dream that had been tormenting him for a long while. "I've been having a dream in which St. Michael speaks to me, imploring me to completely erase the evil we've been facing, and the only way to do this is to add to the binding spell an invocation to erase all knowledge of the dreadful king from existence. It is the only way to ensure the survival of our precious world. That fiend's memory must be erased." After these words were spoken, the very room fell silent at the weight of King Charles's words, and they settled on the hearts of those present. Bard Prophet's voice was filled with sudden conviction and determination. "I am prepared," he said, "to follow through with the binding of the tormentor spell to seal the Dark Lord in his spiritual prison. We cannot risk any mishaps." The king's servant Mithras came forward explaining that he had the skill necessary to add an invocation to this effect to the spell, and that he would provide it. Charles agreed, and also stated it was the only way to keep their world safe. Natalie spoke up, questioning what the potential side effects of such a powerful spell might be, but King Charles silenced her concerns, saying, "Above everything, we should trust in the wisdom of St. Michael. The Archangel is our only hope, and we must be brave enough to take the step. These spells must be combined for the sake of our world." Bard Prophet, in light of what Natalie said, was now struggling with the implications of the king's proposal. But before he could utter another word, the doors of the hall swung open, and in sauntered the wayward prince, with his cheeky demeanor and a grin on his face clearly visible. "Did I hear correctly?" he asked with a hand to his ear, as if pretending to listen more closely. "Are we talking about combining spells? That sounds brilliant." He exclaimed his words enthusiastically and infectiously. Bard Prophet frowned at wayward Prince's sudden interruption, but was drawn in by his unwavering confidence. "Do you honestly believe this is the correct course of action, wayward Prince?" Wayward Prince nodded sincerely and eagerly as his eyes met Bard Prophet's. "Yes, we must be willing to do what is necessary to protect our people, to save our very world. Trust in the guidance of divine light. Go, walk and forge a path toward peace and out of the darkness." Bard Prophet's previous doubt was quelled by his friend's reassuring words, and he thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, I shall indeed combine the binding of the tormentor with another spell to erase all knowledge of the dreadful king from existence. Together we will rid our worlds indeed, of this evil, and we will see the bright future for all of us present." The council members, bolstered by Bard Prophet's newfound resolve, stood united in their commitment to this task that would change their lives forever. They began to plan the fine details of how it would work. Bard Prophet's heart was now filled with confidence and hope. Natalie stood nearby in the shadows of the chamber, and her mind was racing as she tried to process and understand everything that was happening and the great enormity of her role within the universes. This universe was fascinating and terrifying, like her own world, but strangely different as well, deeply interwoven with her own, and her role was the key to it all. She thought about the revelations and the implications of wiping knowledge from existence. She saw herself as insignificant, but was now caught in a battle against evil that spanned two worlds. As the council drew to an end, Natalie veered off into the castle. Many passages and with thoughts were swirling. Just like the storm of the world she had left behind, she found herself lost in maze, like corridors, and she struggled to focus on anything, except for the weight of the new information she had learned. Suddenly, as she turned the corner, she caught sight of a man wearing a medieval garb, and the sword was hanging from his belt, and he was talking with someone who was just out of view. Not only stopped in her tracks, her breath was catching in her throat as she recognized this man as the man from her dreams, and her heart was racing, and she felt drawn to him, and she did not understand why she was drawn to him, this mysterious figure who seemed to be so interwoven with her own fate. Her heart was filled with the desire to approach him, but still she had a striking fear inside her of what the feelings inside her might mean, and she couldn't help but wonder how this man had come to be in this world and why he seemed so familiar with, yet so at ease in his new surroundings. Although Natalie didn't know it yet, his name was actually Christian, and he was the man from her dreams. The strangeness of Christian's appearance grew within her as a million questions swirled through Natalie's mind. Suddenly, Natalie took a step back, still unsure what to do. She forced herself to keep her distance, knowing that there would always be a time and place for everything, and even in a time and a place to confront him and to unravel the mysteries that surrounded both of their appearances in this strange world. But as she retreated into the shadows once more, she knew in her soul that Christian was the heart of the puzzle, and was an important piece that would help her understand the true nature of the storm of the worlds and the cosmic battle that they were all fighting. Natalie eventually stepped out of the castle and into the waning daylights as a mixture of fear and curiosity guided her footsteps to a new path. The air was cold and crisp, and it carried with it the scent of wood smoke from the town below her, and as she made her way along the cobblestone path, she couldn't help but keep sight of a religious procession moving through the streets as members of the English Orthodox Church were dressed in priestly garb and carried icons and candles as they sung hymns dedicated to the Mother of God. This sight filled her with an utter otherworldly spirit and experiences she never thought she would understand in the display of faith. Unlike anything she had seen in her life, she was drawn to it as a spectacle, unable to look away as the members of the procession wound their way through the town period. At the same moment, Christian also left the castle, as his thoughts were heavy with the knowledge of his role and the unfolding mystery and the unfolding events. As he walked, he too came to the religious procession. The hymn itself stirred something deep within him, as if a sense of longing for the divine that I've never known in his life in the world, controlled by the dominion. He watched the procession with a certain but quiet reverence in his heart, what swirled with a yearning he could not even understand. Natalie felt within her in this moment a kind of magic that she had never understood or thought about before. She knew it was always there, but it had never been this awake before, in this potent and flowing with power. She looked down at her fingers and noticed they seemed to flow with this certain power, as if she could cast magical spells from the tips of her fingers. There was a faint glow of blue color, what she was beginning to recognize, but she thought nothing of it. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, the religious procession came to an end, and the townspeople gathered to watch the sunset, preparing for divine liturgy that would soon begin. And Natalie and Christian found themselves standing by the same fire in the warm glow of the flames, casting flickering shadows upon their faces. Chapter 4. A reunion in flesh and blood. Both Natalie and Christian stood there consumed in their thoughts. In their eyes met, and as their eyes met each other, a spark of recognition unspoken passed between them. They approached each other, but hesitantly, and they sensed the significance of their meeting. "You're from the Dominion-controlled world, aren't you?" asked Natalie cautiously. She searched Christian's face for any confirmation. "Yes," was Christian's blunt reply, relief in his voice. "I am. My name is Christian." Natalie looked at him closely and declared her name and identity, extending a hand, not expecting him to take it. "At the very least, it is incredible to find someone from my world, of all places here." Christian took Natalie's hand, and as their skin touched, Christian noticed a feeling, as if a certain power passed between them. They knew that there was something deeper than fate that had brought them together, to this strange but familiar place and moment in time. Christian studied the lines on Natalie's face as if he had known her his whole life, and her red hair brought back memories of his visions of the red-haired woman, submerged in the storm of the worlds. And now he was convinced it had to be her. There was something special about them both, they knew, because only they together seemed to have the power and the willingness to enter the storm of the worlds, a realm no one else could enter, and even if they could, they would be too terrified to slip into. Now they stood by the fire, sharing their stories, and they confided in each other, in their shared experiences, and it dawned on them that they both worked at a labor camp. But Christian was not entirely sure if it was the same one he labored at daily. The camp was massive, filled with all kinds of slaves from all different paths in this life. Nevertheless, for the first time in her life, Natalie felt like she could now connect with someone in a way that transcended words and spirituality. And for the first time since departing the storm of the worlds, Natalie felt a violent hope in her heart that would drive her to accomplish her goals, and filled her with the feeling that there was indeed meaning to the universe. The knowledge that they were not alone in their fight for freedom was the kindle that lit the fire to their determination, which they had never had before in their souls. One thing was for certain, they were not alone in their fight against the inevitable darkness that sought to ensnare their world. Just as Natalie and Christian were starting to find solace in others' presence and in each other's words, there was another presence approaching, marked by the sound of raucous laughter, which immediately caught their attention. It was Wayward Prince. They both turned to see him entering the scene, with his arms wide open, as if to embrace not only them, but the whole world. "Ah, my new friends," he exclaimed, but could barely get the words out through his slurred and staggered drunken speech. "I have to admit you both do make a lovely pair. Not to dishearten the both of you, but you must learn about the war of the consuming fire that recently encompassed our world. I am afraid the tale stings in the telling, but it must be told lest we forget the horrors that have overtaken our world. You see those fields, there used to be beautiful farms as far as the eye can see. Now there is nothing but barren and desolate land." Natalie and Christian looked at each other, scanning each other's eyes awkwardly for any sign of how each felt about the situation, as the Wayward Prince continued his drunken speech. They listened intently, but awkwardly, as he launched into his epic tale, detailing his betrayal by his father who listened to Thomas, the man possessed by the demon. And that is where our troubles began, the wayward prince reflected in sad sighs. He then proceeded to discuss the devastation that was wrought by this war. Cities which were once grand and stretched to the stars, now reduced to rubble, lives lost, and entire lands, as they could see, now left barren and desolate. The very skies turned black with smoke, and even the ground beneath our feet trembled as the fires raged and consumed our world. Wayward Prince's voice was filled with a growing somberness as he recounted the tale. It was a time of great suffering and despair, and the world teetered on the edge of entering oblivion. Only with great sacrifice did we defeat him. Christian scanned Wayward Prince's face as he spoke, and Natalie could see the pain in the eyes of the prince and etched into his face, knowing that there must have been a great deal of suffering he was leaving out of the story. And Christian presumed this was the part about his daughter Ruth, who attempted to use the crown herself to defeat the demon, but failed and lost her life. Christian could never imagine losing a child, and the thought horrified him. There were scars on the Wayward Prince's face which truly bore testament to the horrors he had witnessed. Christian and Natalie shared a look of sympathy and understanding that the weight of his memories was such a heavy burden to bear. Without warning, the Wayward Prince's demeanor shifted, and he let out a sudden boisterous laugh. But, my new friends, we must not over-ruminate on the darkness of the past. Instead, we should always look forward to the future. The proverb is true that laughter is the best of medicines. Wayward Prince continued to tell several other jokes, and his words slurred slightly more than when he was discussing serious matters, as he tried and failed to lighten the mood. Natalie and Christian could not resist smiling regardless at his antics and the levity he had despite the overwhelming darkness that surrounded their conversation, a testament to the true human spirit at work. "Ah, but now I must be off," Wayward Prince suddenly declared as he grabbed a tankard from nearby table. "The night calls me to enjoy its revelry. It is not even midnight yet." And as he pronounced those words, he stumbled off, with a grin on his face and drunken laughter trailing behind him. As Wayward Prince departed, Christian and Natalie watched him go, and they were struck by his resilience of spirit, despite all the cruel things that had happened to him. Now, Christian and Natalie were alone in their conversation with a renewed sense of urgency to their conversation, a renewed sense of levity, comfort and trust, and they knew that if they stood together, they indeed could face the challenge that lay ahead of them, however numerous they might be. Natalie walked through the streets of London as if she was swallowed within the magic of the world she found herself in. The sights of those in the market, selling goods, like various fruits and meats and trinkets, and even books. The books called to her, and she wanted to learn more about this world that was in her mind so free. She could walk where she wanted to, without fear of retribution. Her heart filled with memories of lives she never lived. She breathed the air as if it was precious. Suddenly, she stumbled into the bookstore and saw the shelves filled with books, fresh parchment, a smell that invigorated her to travel to other kingdoms and to live other lives. In this room, she felt her hands buzzing with magic. As she walked through the bookstore, her hands bustled with blue light that slowly filled the room. She wanted to read the books and experience the history of this world. Suddenly, Bard Prophet entered the room and recognized the mighty power flooding through her fingers. Natalie turned around and looked as she entered the room. "It would seem, dear Natalie," he said, "that your contact with our world has granted you powers, or rather awakened them." "How is this possible?" Natalie asked. "Mages of my order are spread throughout all worlds. When their descendants return home, the powers are awakened. It feels good, of course, almost as if I have found a home that was lost." "We are at war with darkness, Natalie. Always use your powers for good, because even those on the side of the light can tumble into darkness." "Some men are a darkness of themselves, I'd imagine." "Yes, but there is hope. You must always, even amidst confusion, strive for the light, Only in our desperation will we find God. Your powers are manifesting, and they are immense, a mighty gift and a warning that those with power will be judged harshly. You will find in your magic the power to destroy and to heal. This world is passing, and in the end, only grace will survive. Natalie took comfort in the thought, thanked Bard Prophet, and returned to her living quarters where she slept, and had fantastical dreams about fighting vicious brutes. But in her dream, remember her magical powers and defended herself. Meanwhile, Christian walked through the same streets with wayward Prince, who promised him that he would give Christian a gift, a rather useful one, which would aid Christian in times of dire need. Wayward Prince led Christian to a room that looked like an abandoned blacksmith workshop. Wayward Prince grabbed an iron case and plopped it aggressively onto the table, without success at first, but eventually managed to lift it onto the table. He echoed a magical password, but it failed to open the lock. Wayward Prince laughed at his own failure, and then after 3 more guesses finally managed to answer the correct magical password, and the lock swung open, but the case was empty, and Christian laughed. Wayward Prince scolded him, snapped his fingers 3 times, and a sword appeared. "So you're gifting me a sword I can summon at will?" "That's the short of it, yes, but it is much more than a sword." This sword was wielded by the prophet Isaiah. Wayward Prince began to wave the sword, and it burst into flames. When waved, it bursts into flame, feeding off of the energy in the room. "It will serve you as it served my brother and all my people, but now I offer it at last to you. You will never have your power or freedom taken, Christian. This word will lead you by its light. All you need is the courage to walk the path." Christian smiled and took the sword, saluting the wayward Prince, as he left and dreamed of battles and wars in faraway realms underneath the soft sheets of his bed. Later that night, as Christian and Natalie lay asleep in their separate beds inside the castle, both of them drifted off into a deep sleep, and indeed into a shared dream, a merged consciousness. And in this dream, at first, they found themselves living in the Dominion. In this shared dream, they were married and deeply in love, and Natalie was pregnant with their first child, who they feared would be raised under the terrible heavy hand of the Dominion. But they also held their child as a beacon of hope, because they knew they would soon be escaping together as a family to a hidden city which the Dominion could neither control nor observe. This city was a sanctuary nestled deep in the Brazilian rainforest, and it provided protection and respite for those who sought freedom and refuge from the treacherous rule of the Dominion. The days passed of grueling work, fear of being discovered, and anticipation for their departure. Eventually, the day of their departure actually came, but Christian was delayed while Natalie, pregnant with their first child, boarded a magical airplane, and its wings reflected the sun, but glistened with enchantments that would keep it hidden from their oppressors. At long last, the plane soared through the skies, and suddenly Natalie's labor began. The pain she experienced was unbearable, and it became certain that she needed an emergency C-section. The airplane's cabin was frantically and magically transformed into a makeshift operating room, and Natalie longed for Christian to be by her side, but he was gone, although still observing the scene with his mind's eye. Christian's eyes filled with tears as he watched from a far distance. When the physician made the first incision, Natalie's life began to fade away. Christian watched in horror from a distance, powerless as his wife died on the operating table. But despite the tragedy, their daughter was born, healthy and with a beautiful soul, and she would go on to carry on their legacy. The next phase in the dream began as the scene shifted abruptly as Christian found himself in an epic confrontation and battle. Christian was leading a team of heroes who all had unique magical powers and abilities, and they fought against the demon, in the form of the Scourge Lord, the dreadful king of hell. One by one, the heroes were gruesomely slain by the demon as they fought him. Christian fought valiantly, but his powers were of no use. At the end of the battle, Christian was the last person standing, his body bruised and battered, yet he was determined to fight. Finally, Christian lunged at the demon as last time, but in the end, Christian too was slain. As he lay dying, he gave up his spirit to God, surrendering his unfulfilled hopes to the breath of the Spirit, whose wind would carry his very soul home. At this moment, Natalie and Christian both awoke in their separate bedrooms simultaneously. They realized their hearts were pounding because of the intense nature of their shared experience in the dream. They were completely disoriented and shaken. At that moment, the both of them gazed out their windows and saw a sparrow perched on a nearby branch, with its delicate presence reminiscent of the hope within their hearts against the darkness of their merged nightmare. Christian walked around his room, trying to shed the lingering presence of the horror of the shared dream. As he stepped around the room and took a deep breath, he had a sudden vision. Saint Michael, the archangel, appeared to him and said, "The spell can only stop the darkness temporarily, but when that vile snake re-emerges from his prison, his powers will grow 100-fold, and he will seize your world by the throat, and only in following the song of the sparrow and great sacrifice can he be defeated." The revelation weighed heavy on Christian's heart and destroyed his spirits, knowing that his only hope was to somehow convince the King Charles to stop the binding of the tormentor from being cast. Christian began to doubt if King Charles had actually heard from Saint Michael, because his vision contradicted the vision of the king directly, and it dawned on him that perhaps no one would believe him. Immediately, Christian ran out of his bedroom, seeking Natalie, who was still shaken from their shared dream as well. He hesitated for a few moments before sharing the dire warning he received and the dream. But Natalie's eyes widened in disbelief as she listened and realized they had an identical experience. "I had the same thing happen to me, but why would St. Michael choose us to deliver such a message? How can we know it's true?" They discussed the fine details of their shared dream, including the magical airplane, the hidden city in Brazil, their daughter's birth, and Natalie's tragic death. Natalie's face grew pale as she confronted herself with the undeniable truth that they had shared this dream, this nightmare, and something or some force was binding them together, a connection that was inexplicable and extraordinary, that she could not even understand the implications of. The visions weighed on Natalie's heart with a force that would change her life, and she knew that action was the only option, no matter what obstacles they would encounter. Natalie's voice grew excited and passionate. "See, have to tell the king. He might just believe us if we confront him together. The fate of our world depends on it." Christian and Natalie rushed through the castle as their hearts pounded together with urgency. When they reached the king in the throne room, where he was discussing matters of economic repair after the war with his advisors, the king looked up in surprise as the pair burst into the room abruptly, so breathless but equally determined. "Your Majesty," said Christian as he struggled to catch his breath and exhale the words, "we have to stop the binding of the tormentor spell from being cast by Bard Prophet." The king was slightly annoyed and his eyebrow was raised, visibly confused. Why would the spell need to stop? Bard Prophet has already begun the ritual on an island off the coast from here. I'm afraid it's too late to stop. It's being performed as we speak. Natalie stepped forward with her voice firm. "This spell will only stop that devil temporarily. When the demon re-emerges, its powers will grow 100 times worse than before." The king continued to look skeptically, but sensed the true gravity in their voices. "But how do you know this?" he asked. Christian hesitated for a moment in uncertainty, not knowing how the king would react, but said, "Natalie and I shared a vision, and both of us received a message from Saint Michael, and I know this is difficult to believe, but it warned us of the true dangers we face." The king studied them for a moment, his face a mix of concern and doubt. "Very well. This is indeed a serious concern and accusation, but must be acted upon immediately if true." The king reluctantly approved and rushed to make arrangements for the pair to obtain passage in a ship that would travel to the remote island. Time was running short and indeed was almost exhausted, and every passing moment drew them closer to bitter disaster. They knew that the fate of the world rested upon their shoulders, and they knew they had to find Bard Prophet before it became too late. The ship went off into the sea, and their future was uncertain, and their hearts bustled with anxiety, but a faint hope. They arrived on the island determined to find Bard Prophet, whom they searched for, and eventually found him in the center of the island, in the midst of the ritual, his hands moving intricately as he chanted the words of the binding of the Forsaken. The spell itself was cast for multiple hours over multiple days. As they approached, Christian's heart fluttered with anger, and he unsheathed his sword, prepared to strike Bard Prophet down. But Natalie quickly stayed his hand by placing her hand on his arm as her eyes plead for restraint. "Wait, Christian," she said, urging him. Her voice was calm but steady. "Remember, we have to reason with him to make sure he understands the consequences of his actions." Christian hesitated and lowered his sword with a frustrated sigh. Bard Prophet was shocked to see the pair on the island. "What are you doing here?" Bard Prophet demanded. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. "If you finish this spell, it will bring disaster upon the world we came from," Christian explained, shouting in anger. "Saint Michael told us that the demon can only be temporarily restrained by this spell, and inside that amulet, his powers will grow 100 times as he harbors thoughts of revenge, and our world will be in the merciless hands of the demon." Bard Prophet was clearly shaken, but didn't break his concentration. "I have come too far. The effects are irreversible. I have to finish the binding of the tormentor. It is the only way to prevent the demon from causing more destruction." As they spoke, the ritual suddenly reached a climax. The amulet on the stone table began to glow, but with an otherworldly light pulsating as it was trapping the spirit and all the surrounding energy of the demon. The air around hummed and vibrated ominously, and they could almost feel the wrath of the demon and a hunger waiting for the moment when it be released, even if 1,000 years in the future. Natalie and Christian exchanged anxious glances as they both realized they were absolutely too late to stop the completion of the spell. Horrified, they knew they had to prepare for a terrible future of a threat that would look over their world, but hidden within the amulet that Bard Prophet had created. The amulet moved and shook by itself and fell off the stone table, began to convulse and shake, and then stopped and fell motionless. The demon was constrained. Suddenly, Wayward Prince arrived on the island, his steps a rush and his expression eager. He spotted the trio standing near the site where the ritual was completed. A wide grin appeared on his face as he strode towards them, arms open wide. "Congratulations, Bard Prophet!" Wayward Prince exclaimed, although he was utterly oblivious to the tension between them. "You've successfully bound the demon. No mage has accomplished such a feat. This calls for celebration." Christian and Natalie looked at each other, and their expressions were serious and indeed troubled. Now Christian turned to Wayward Prince. His voice was heavy with the weight of what he knew he just witnessed and its dreadful consequences. "Prince, this is no time for celebration." Christian's tone grew somber. "The spell may have temporarily bound the demon, but it will set forth a catastrophic chain of events. Because when the demon re-emerges, its powers will be 100 times greater, and our world will suffer the consequences." Wayward Prince's grin faded, and his eyes began to widen as he understood how serious the situation was. He gazed at Natalie, hoping to find some reassurance in her face, but she simply nodded, agreeing with Christian and his words. "Well, what have we done?" Wayward Prince whispered the words as reality hit him like a stone, sinking into the ocean. "We will never prepare for this threat, never be prepared enough." Wayward Prince changed from concerned to horrified to almost panicked. Natalie stepped forward despite her fear. "The damage has been done. I'm afraid no action we take can prepare for this threat." Wayward Prince grew defiant. "No, we must do everything in our power to prepare and fight the demon. He will not scourge this world, not a second time." The four of them stood together now, united in their resolution to fight the dangers that lay ahead of them. The future held nothing but danger and uncertainty. the demon would once again arise and wield impossible power to imagine. As the sun disappeared below the horizon, an unnatural darkness spread across the medieval world. It was a thick and impenetrable cloud that was creeping over the land, and it began to swallow every ray of light, covering the world in its shade. The people gazed out in fear, and as the cloud approached, their voices were hushed in the eerie silence that fell over the bustling towns and cities. When the cloud fell over the land, there was a certain lethargy that fell over everyone and washed over them. The very memory of the war of the consuming fire, and even the name of the dreadful king of hell, began to fade like wisps of smoke in the wind, but was replaced with an unnatural normalcy and the simple concerns of everyday life. The world continued to move, but the simple knowledge of what plagued the world, the demon and his consequences and terrible events that unfolded known to all, were now buried away and locked away from the minds of all people. Suddenly, Christian and Natalie, separated by but a short distance, both awoke with a gasp in their universe controlled by the dominion. Their eyes snapped open, and their hearts continued pounding as the memories of their time and adventures in the medieval world flooded into their minds. They recalled everything, even the war of the consuming fire, the demon, the binding of the tormentor, and their desperate attempts to change the path of history. As they lay in their beds, their bodies trembled with this knowledge, a curse on their minds and a responsibility and a hope, what they had just witnessed, and they knew that a terrible future awaited them both, and the only path to victory was one of terrible sacrifice, and a preparation to fight a demon who was capable of terrible deception and destruction. Although neither knew how to find the other, both Natalie and Christian felt a powerful connection to the other. They both knew that they were not alone, even though they might never find the other again. They, for the first time in their lives, grew determined to fight the demon that had ravished their world. With each passing moment, their resolve grew more intense to find each other. This was the call and enticing wind of the storm of the worlds. Their journey having just begun, they knew the road ahead of them would never be certain and might even betray them. A fight against darkness, and only their knowledge somehow could lead to the defeat of the dreadful king and the salvation of their universe from despair and tyranny. Chapter 5. The Haze of Regret. As Bard Prophet walked through the town, he observed the people as they did their mundane actions and went about their daily lives. In his mind, they seemed to be in a fog, as if their eyes were veiled, but their movements were still slow, as if they were sleepwalking through their life. He began to give startled glances to the people as his unease began to flow within him through his chest, and he tried to understand what was happening to everyone around him. But as he continued to walk, he noticed that the world itself was changing, as if not only from the minds of the people, but also from the atmosphere around him. The marks and scars of the war of the consuming fire and the dreadful king of hell seemed to have been erased both from the minds of the people and from the earth. The people together spoke of simple and mundane matters, and they were completely unaware of the extraordinary events that had consumed the world for the past several years, in the dark force that have threatened their world. Suddenly, it was a terrible realization that dawned over Bard Prophet. He clenched his head in his hands, could feel his heart pounding, and the truth in his mind now had suddenly become clear. It was only the spiritual gifts that he had received after the war that protected him from the clouds, effects ensuring that he alone would remember the horrors of the war and in the existence of the dreadful king of hell, and the weight of this burden pressed down on him as if it was a crushing force, and he stumbled through the streets. He was overwhelmed by the knowledge that he was the only one to carry these memories. It was a weight too great to carry by himself. He knew that he could never speak of what he had seen, and he risked the cloud's effects being reversed, and the world could be plunged again into chaos. He remembered the misery he hoped no one else would have to experience again, but he knew that as the sole protector of the amulet, it was a very strong danger that the world will once again plunge into darkness. As he continued to walk, the great weight of his quest became clear to him. He would have to watch and wait, and always be watchful for the signs of the dreadful king's violence against him or those of his servants, and he needed to prepare to do whatever was necessary to protect the amulet and save the world from darkness that he knew would one day come again. His heart was heavy in Bard Prophet, now vowed to himself to live a life alone, to sacrifice himself in order to bear the burden and weight to the terrible thing he possessed, and the terrible knowledge he had. He knew that the road ahead of him would be full of chaos, destruction in temptation, but he was determined to honor the gifts he had been given and to do whatever it took to protect his world from falling under the darkness again and being consumed in the rage of fire. Bard Prophet stood alone in his room. As the amulet hung terribly around his neck, he stared at the small, innocuous object. Knowing full well the terrible power that was constrained inside of it, he wondered what he should do with it, and he knew that he had to keep it safe and close to him, and that hiding it would do him no good, because he would be burdened with the task of protecting it for the rest of his life, and the weight of this decision weighed him down completely and absorbed his mind. He felt the need to rest and to ease his mind, so Bard Prophet decided to visit a local tavern. The moment Bard Prophet entered the tavern, he spotted Wayward Prince, who was sitting at the tavern and enjoying fresh beer. Bard Prophet was reluctant to approach, but took a seat beside Wayward Prince. Wayward Prince noticed the mood Bard Prophet was in, and as it was not in his nature to neglect trying to cheer him up after seeing how he was feeling, Wayward Prince proceeded to crack 3 obnoxious jokes, and he could not stop himself from doing so. "What did the knight do at the bar?" he asked as he grinned before hitting him with the punchline. He was enjoying the nightlife. His next joke was even more obnoxious. "Why did the king have to go to the dentist?" He then grinned, but was unable to contain himself, and then gave the answer, "To get a new crown." Wayward Prince couldn't stop himself from laughing and crackling up. His laughter echoed throughout the tavern, but Bard Prophet did not share in his amusement. Instead, Bard Prophet remained somber intense, and his thoughts were fixed on the amulet that he held. Undeterred, Wayward Prince came up with one more joke, and he chuckled to himself, unable to contain himself. "What do you call a peasant who has a sore throat?" He continued to laugh. "A horse-collar worker." But this just too failed to lift Bard Prophet's spirits. Even more determined, the Wayward Prince launched into a final joke. Why did the mage need to get a new wand? Because his old one wasn't up to spell anymore. As the final joke left Wayward Prince's lips, the Bard Prophet could no longer contain how frustrated he was, and with a growl, he slammed his fists on the table, and even the wood splintered, and the drinks went flying. This sudden violence was shocking to the other patrons, and the tavern quickly and suddenly erupted into a full-blown bar fight. Chairs went flying to the air, as well as Bard Prophet found himself in the thick of the chaos. He was determined to escape the situation, and he fought his way out. But the combined force of the angry patrons was overwhelming. Blow after blow landed on him until eventually he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. In the moment when Bard Prophet finally awoke, he now found himself lying on the cold, hard floor of the tavern. The other guests had eventually left. The room was in shambles, and the other patrons had no sign that they were there. He struggled to his feet, and his hand instantly went to his pocket to look for the amulet, but to his horror it was missing. The panic arose in his chest, and he instantly searched the tavern for the lost artifact, but the knowledge, or rather the disaster that could unfold if it fell into the wrong hands, consumed his heart. For hours, Bard Prophet continued to scour the wreckage that ensued after the bar fight had ended, and he grew increasingly desperate as he searched for the missing amulet. His heart was racing, and sweat broke out on his brow, and he imagined what terrible consequences could arise if the amulet were to fall into just the wrong hands. He continued to sift through the debris, and then he noticed that in his pocket there was an unfamiliar piece of parchment that he did not put there. His hands trembled as he pulled it out of his pocket and read the note. "You foolish mage! While you were sleeping, I took the trinket. There is always danger near. May there be no end to your misery, old man." The words that he read pierced Bard Prophet's heart, and there was a mixture of anger and loss of hope that washed over him. Whoever had taken the amulet had chosen to leave their mark, and had gotten gratification from the torment that Bard Prophet was going through. He was taunted with his failure, and the artifact was seemingly forever lost. He realized that the thief must know the amulet's significance, but he wasn't sure which increased Bard Prophet's fear and how much he was worried about it. He was overcome with rage and frustration, and Bard Prophet ripped the note to shreds. The pieces were scattered all across the floor, like the remnants of his hope, and he knew that he had to find the aim at all costs for the sake of his world and those who lived in it, period. His only hope was to reclaim the amulet, and he set off on a perilous journey, knowing that he must face countless dangers and dark forces in order to undo the mistakes that now threatened to unleash unimaginable destruction once again upon the realms. Dominion of the Broken Cross, Ontario. Christian walked all through the city in Ontario, and the air was cold and ripped into his face, and he wandered through the streets gazing at the people there. All the while his heart yearned for Natalie. He hoped that by travelling the world somehow he might find her again, his constant companion in dreams and visions, but in this reality there was nowhere to be found where he could find her. He hoped that by travelling the world somehow he might find her again. Eventually, Christian made an incredible discovery. As he walked along, he came across the remains of a motorcycle hidden beneath a tarp. It was an older model, but he knew it would be useful. Christian realized that the machine could be his ticket to freedom in a way away from the labor camp and the grasp of the Dominion. The only way he could ever hope to get far away will be through having some kind of vehicle. He pulled the tarp off the motorcycle and saw how beautiful it was and what it meant to him, and he knew that he would have to spend the rest of his free hours during the day looking for the parts for the repair of the motorcycle. During his adventures scavenging for parts, he met many different people, each with their own individual stories and struggles that they had been through. Each had lives destroyed by the magisterium, some helping with the repairs of the motorcycle, and others offering simple words of advice and guidance on his journey. He met a man named Edmund, who was a former magisterium priest who was trying to make his own peace with a god he had never learned about. But he was very skilled at assembling the parts of the motorcycle once Christian was able to find them all. He went off into the sunrise with the message and hopes of those he encountered on his journey. Astride his new, fully fueled motorcycle, and as he revved the engine, he felt powerful, unlike the way he normally felt. This power seemed to flow through him as he sped up down the road, aimlessly hoping to find Natalie somewhere, with no certainty if he would ever find her. But he knew that life was meaningless if he did not find her again, and the adventures they had shared together would be reborn, a spirit inside him that drove him towards salvation, an indomitable spirit of passion. The fuel for the motorcycle was siphoned from the Dominion fuel reserves with the help of a skilled hacker and spy Christian met on his travels named Sandra, who asked for no repayment, but deep inside knew that Christian's mission would lead to the downfall of the magisterium. Love is enough. It has to be. She said, nothing else matters. When the motorcycle needed repairs, Christian would spend his days working on it, but always remembering the struggles that got him to where he was, the motorcycle giving him a power unlike anything he had before or could imagine, a small victory in the scheme of things, but one that would change the world. Finally, Christian met a former member of the magisterium's secret police named Nathaniel, who now despised his past actions and told Christian that he knew of Natalie's location and that she worked at the same labor camp as Christian. But Christian found this difficult to believe and did not immediately take his advice. But then Nathaniel described her flowing red hair and infatuation with the writings of William Shakespeare, and then Christian began to believe him. Immediately, Christian sped off in the direction of the labor camp he came from to search for her. The road ahead was uncertain, but Christian knew that only together did they stand a chance against the darkness, and that with love comes hope. The wind raged in his hair as he sped on his motorcycle in the direction of the sun, with an unyielding determination to reunite with the woman that he loved. Meanwhile, Natalie found herself drifting off to sleep again as her memories in the medieval world drowned her mind, and the exhaustion of her daily life under the Dominion's control consumed her. Her eyes began to flutter, and she found herself in a vivid dream. And it felt more real than anything she'd experienced before. In this dream, she found herself face to face with the Bard Prophet, and the serious expression was on his face. As Bard Prophet spoke, his voice was heavy with the weight of their past experience together. Bard Prophet lamented the mistakes he had made and the lives he had affected, and was determined to save the world that he had helped destroy. He was trying to make amends, and he knew that there was only one way to defeat the King of Hell, once and for all. It was to retrieve the crown of King David that was lost in Barbelo. As Natalie listened to him, she felt a sense of connection to the wise figure who seemed to have so much knowledge, so much pain in his heart. And Natalie believed that the Bard Prophet was striving to make the world a better place. As the Bard Prophet spoke, he shared words of biblical and ancient wisdom and revealed to Natalie of the misfortune that came upon his world and that the amulet was stolen. He also revealed to Natalie that she was destined to seek the crown of King David. This crown had belonged to Wayward Prince's daughter once, who was killed when she tried to use it to defeat the demon. It had been created from the merged crowns of two multiverse versions of King David. The crown had been lost in Barbelo, and the only way for Natalie to retrieve it would be to perform an elaborate magical ritual known as the Ritual of Fire and Water, which would open a portal to the Storm of the Worlds, allowing her to travel to Barbelo to retrieve it. While Natalie listened to Bard Prophet's words, she felt a newfound sense of importance, as well as a newfound sense of fear, but nonetheless was determined to use this crown to defeat the demon that had plagued their world. She understood the deep importance of the mission, although she detested the weight that was now placed on her shoulders alone. The path to finding the crown would not be easy and would be fraught with danger and ultimate deception. It was the only way to free the realms and to preserve her world. Bard Prophet described in detail the ritual that would be needed and the spells that must be cast in order to open the portal to the Storm of the Worlds, which would link to Barbelo. Natalie needed to find some specific items and perform several complex incantations. Bard Prophet also stated that once the portal was opened, that he would also appear in the Storm of the Worlds, and that he had already sent Wayward Prince to her world. But the spell relied on her alone and would require her to push her mind and body to its absolute limits, and the process would be excruciatingly painful and would exhaust her. As Natalie's vision continued, the Bard Prophet detailed the sacrifices she would have to make and detailed how the spiritual world worked. Friends she had known for years and trusted might turn against her, and now that she was on a quest for the crown itself, she could easily fall victim to the dreadful king's malevolent whims or machinations. The only path forward was through new alliances and a love that would conquer all worlds. She had to rely on her instincts and could trust very few. She could easily fall victim to betrayal. The very thought of losing her few friends and even the painful life she currently had overwhelmed her. But she continued to contemplate the alternative, a life in a world forever under the rule of the King of Hell. She knew that she had to attempt to free her world. Natalie thought for hours about the vision and contemplated the Bard Prophet's words. The secrets she now held in her soul pressed upon her. Her room danced with the shadows, and the shadows called her to find a way to the light. Despite the danger, her passion moved her on. A sudden pang in her heart and feelings of regret pierced her, knowing that the only path to salvation was that of enormous sacrifice, and she knew it would break her. Natalie's thoughts turned to the Ritual of Fire and Water, a dangerous arcane rite. The very thought of performing it filled her with fear. Invoking it would invite the very forces that undergirded the Storm of the Worlds into her soul. She knew it was the only way to reclaim the crown of King David, the artifact that held the key to the salvation of the world. The sun began to set over the horizon, and Natalie had the instructions written down and began rehearsing the incantations in her mind, resolved to undertake the journey, despite the pain that lay ahead. She would follow the path the bard prophet had laid out for her, and it would lead her to the very heart of the storm of the worlds. The storm of the worlds raged like the depths of her heart, and upon her shoulders stood the fate of all worlds connected to it, and the light of hope within her soul could never be extinguished. However dim it was, it had to stay burning, because if put out even for a moment, all would be lost forever. Natalie prepared herself for the terrible trails and knew she had to face her fears head-on. Chapter 6. The Prodigal Prince. Half dreaming and half awake, the wayward prince found himself wandering through the bleak streets of Trenton, Ontario, in the universe controlled by the Dominion. His eyes no longer had the spark in them that they had before, disheartened with the disbelief and horror of the sights around him. The world he had once known, which despite its failings had friendship and hope, but this world was altogether different, similar but parallel, a mere shadow of the world he had known, a world that had fallen headlong into darkness. He began to recognize that this was a world controlled by the dreadful king, and his influence was seen in every space of this world, had swallowed it and consumed it like an infection of the heart and a corruption of all the minds who once thrived in this world. While he was walking, the prince saw the people around him consumed in their poverty, surrendered to the fact that their condition will never improve. All joy was replaced with bitterness and despair. Still, even others had been so consumed by the wickedness of this world that they had embraced its corruption, and the world was completely twisted. The heart of the prince ached as he saw and understood their miseries, knowing completely that he had to do all in his power to unravel the consuming force the Dominion held over this world. It had already arrived at a terrible fate. Part of his mind still believed that he was still sleeping, and in his mind he was conflicted over this fact. He felt trapped in guilt and despair. Feeling desperate, the wayward prince tried to rouse himself from the nightmare, but failed to awaken himself. He only found himself slipping deeper into this same nightmare, a cruel reality. In his confusion and desperation, the wayward prince tried to comfort himself with humor. He joked in his mind about the situation, seeking solace in his jests, but failed to bring back the spirit of laughter that had been gone from this world. His words rang like a hollow sound in a shell throughout this world. The faces around him were hopeless, and the faces that greeted him offered no relief. As he walked on his journey through the desolate streets of Ontario, the wayward prince began to understand the true face of the despair that confronted him. But part of him still wanted to find the one responsible, the dreadful king, who he had fought so bitterly against, to find a way to restore this world to the glory it once had. But his path ahead had no clear goal or hope, and no strength to see his mission through. Meanwhile, Christian rode his motorcycle across the expanse of Ontario as the wind surrounded him and enveloped him in its mercy. This journey was unlike any he had ever undergone before, and he felt a freedom that was unmatched, except in this new world. The exhilaration consumed his mind. As he continued to speed along the highway, the sky turned dark, and there was a surge of energy that burst through the air. He was caught off guard by this sudden event and completely lost control of his motorcycle. It scraped across the pavement, and sparks flew through the air as it broke against the asphalt. Christian fell from his bike, and his body slammed into the ground with a crunch. For a few moments he lay there, defeated, bruised and breathing heavily as he fought against the pain that consumed his body. He struggled to keep awake and wondered what could have caused the violent magic to appear. Although he did not know it yet, the cause of magical disturbance was Bard Prophet and Natalie attempting to cast a powerful spell, to open a portal to the storm of the worlds, and find the crown of King David to bring ultimate defeat to the dreadful king of hell. The spell required massive amounts of energy, and this energy exploded in the form of magical lighting that rippled through the surrounding area and reached Christian as he rode by. As Christian lay there, he began to lose his vision, and he caught a subtle glimpse of the two figures approaching him through the darkness that was encompassing him. He was overwhelmed by the pain covering his body, but he hoped that these two strangers might somehow be able to help him. When they walked closer, he realized that they were not strangers, but were indeed Natalie and Bard Prophet. He was washed over by shock and relief as he recognized this truth by seeing their faces in clear detail. He knew their presence was not coincidence, and that together they were destined to continue their quest. There was a profound reason why their paths crossed again, but the trials would be significant, and the sacrifices he had to make would be life-consuming, and their fight would be for the future of the worlds. Flashback: Christian sat alone in his small living quarters, the light of the small candle flickering as the only light in the room. He was surrounded by reminders of his journey to the parallel universe in the medieval world. He had written obsessively about his journey and his quest in that world. He recorded his memories and quotes of things people said to him there, the words of the teacher, and he was encompassed in the guidance he received from these writings. He stared at the papers with a growing and pestering sense of doubt. He questioned why they mattered and the reality of the experiences he had there. He did not want to risk trailing further into madness, and came to the conclusion that they must have all been figments of his imagination, dreams conjured by his longing for a better world, something more profound than a life lived as a slave, a sad existence. His heart was heavy as he gathered up the writings and the words of the teacher, held them close for a moment, and then hesitated before taking a deep breath and fed them to the hungry flames of the candle and watched the fire consume them, which reduced them to ashes. As the last document burned, Christian convinced himself that destroying the papers was the only path he had towards at least a sane existence. He had to let go of these fantasies and face the reality of his world. Only in forgetting could he hope to not be consumed by those memories. Present, Christian now was lying on the ground after being thrown from the motorcycle, and he saw the familiar faces of Natalie, Bard Prophet, and Wayward Prince as they drew near. His mind was rushed with emotions that acted as a surging force throughout him, and his mind was struck by complete disbelief at first, and the relief hit him like slow waves of realization. The memories he tried to forget desperately had come back to find him. When the group gathered near him, Christian realized that his fate was caught up in theirs, and that denying the truth was a useless venture. This parallel universe that Bard Prophet and Wayward Prince came from was intricately connected with his, and it could not be a simple dream, but was his future and his shared destiny, his path forward, forever bound up with that of Natalie. He had a renewed strength when he saw them. He gazed at Natalie's face. He had remembered every crevice of her face and her bright green eyes. He promised himself that he would always be by her side and would face whatever wicked forces stood against them, caught up in a cosmic battle for freedom, to sever the unbreakable chains the darkness had placed on him and his world. Bard Prophet explained the quest to Christian and advised him that they were all part of a greater story, and explained the significance of retrieving the crown of King David from Barbelo. Christian wholeheartedly agreed to follow to embark on the perilous quest through the storm of the worlds. They stood in front of the portal as it opened finally, with a single word of Bard Prophet which triggered its appearance. They could see the mighty tidal waves through the portal, and although Christian was horrified, he dived in headfirst after Natalie, Bard Prophet, and Wayward Prince. This place was unlike any place in our world. The storm of the worlds is a chaos and ever-shifting realm, and in this realm, space and time lose all meaning. As they entered the storm of the worlds, they saw fearsome and foreboding creatures emerging from the mists of the waters, eyes glistening with malice, magic, and hunger. They gazed out as an enormous sea serpent, its body as vast and as large as the Eiffel Tower, reared forward, producing its monstrous head from the waters. It plunged back into the swirling waters with a shriek, a roar, and a wave creating splash. As the storm grew more intense, The howling winds threatened to submerge them forever deep beneath the waters. None of them could maintain their own strength against the ever-changing waters that swept them off in separate directions. Lightning struck across the sky and illuminated their path through windows to other worlds. There was a dark shadow cast on the faces of the sea creatures that surrounded them. The next instant, as the lightning struck, the four travelers were drawn together and they converged together in a flash of brilliant light. As the world jolted, they were submerged suddenly into a completely new dimension, beyond anything they had experienced. Together, they were in Barbelo, the realm where the Dark Lord had banished the crown, and Bard Prophet had studied and theorized laboriously to bring them to this moment so that the travelers would be able to enter it. This realm of Barbelo was unfamiliar yet familiar in other ways. It bore the marks of battles and of divine intervention. Here in this realm, the forces of good and evil are in perpetual war with one another. Here is a realm where travelers can wander and find hints of their own reality and experiences. When Christian and Natalie brushed the black dust off of their clothes, they realized they now had a new sense of hope together and started walking straight ahead to get their bearings and to try to find out where the crown might have been hidden, looking for any and all signs of it. The four of them ventured deeper into this new world, and their eyes were wide with wonder, and their hearts were filled with the knowledge that they had been chosen for a greater purpose. This world held unknown dangers and mysteries. Natalie was intrigued by the world and gazed out at it with awe and admiration. Wayward Prince's eyes were filled with wonder as he began to see sights and places from his life, but somehow they were out of place and different. He saw the jousting stadium and the woods he used to run through as a child in the distance. Christian could not get the thought out of his head that he was chosen for a higher purpose. Together they would face the unknown, confronting their quest headfirst without question or doubt, despite the uncertainty and the dangers ahead. Wayward Prince was shocked at all the familiar sights he continued to see. Suddenly, well in the distance, the castle where Wayward Prince once ruled appeared. Its once mighty walls now appeared to crumble and were filled with burn marks, the marks of another long and terrible war. The four of them struggled to get their bearings, feeling the heavy weight of their quest on their shoulders. "Bless my soul, this place is filled with soot," Wayward Prince said as he brushed the black dust off of his clothes. "It like we landed in a chimney that no one has ever cleaned, or like someone tried to blow up a coal mine." Bard Prophet re-anchored the conversation toward their goal. "Prince, remember I brought us here for a reason. Keep your eyes fixed on the goal, on the crown. One wrong move and the enemy will get the better of all of us." "Forgive me for stating the obvious," Wayward Prince retorted sarcastically. "Anyway, the worst thing for a fight is to feel on edge. Trust me to lighten the mood, raise the spirits before we raise our swords." Natalie frowned and wiped the dust from her face. "Is this the best time for jokes, Wayward Prince? Jokes don't win wars." Christian's voice was strained, but regardless, he interjected, "Well, if we waste our time arguing, we'll never accomplish anything. I have a feeling the crown is in that castle. Let's continue the quest." Immediately, they were all silenced by the distant sound of explosions and the unmistakable shrieks of swords against swords and fire falling from the sky. Not more than a few miles away, there was a vast and terrible conflict raging between those on the side of good and the minions of the Dark Lord. The sky was filled with fire, and the air was filled with the shrieks and screams of combat and clashing metals. These noises were what drew the group's attention back to their quest and away from bantering and bickering. All that mattered now was their mission. In Christian's mind, he could hear the hum of the crown, with its magical power buzzing and its great potential calling him. Wayward Prince began to feel sadness at the memory of how he lost his daughter, who wore it in an attempt to defeat the Dark Lord. But this sadness motivated him to keep on going. The group gathered together their courage, and the four of them set off toward the castle and away from the raging battle, hearts heavy with knowledge that their quest had only begun, and they were forging a path one step at a time toward a better future. As the group continued, they scanned the horizon, intrigued by the sights they saw and the twisted vortexes in the many-colored sky, the sounds of battle growing fainter with every step, blood and smoke now farther behind them. They could not escape from the flying war machines above their heads, which let out fiery projectiles, caught in dogfights with other flying machines. Natalie urged herself on, knowing that she held the weight of the worlds on her shoulders, and she was determined not to lose. As they continued their journey, they trudged on for miles over the desolate, war-torn landscape. The castle seemed distant, even though they had been walking for at least an hour. The castle seemed to be evading their approach, but still they pressed on, their only goal to find the crown of King David. As they came closer, Christian was the first to spot a lone tree, bright leaves and glistening with light, by perhaps some magic, standing tall outside the gates of the castle. It was clear that this tree was no ordinary tree. Its bark shimmered with an otherworldly glow, and its branches swayed without any wind. Natalie and Christian walked together, side by side, and their eyes were fixed on the tree. They exchanged words, but their voices could not be heard over the sounds of battle, which had suddenly grown louder, as the battle had brought itself closer to them. "Christian," Natalie said, "do you ever wonder if it was not mere chance that brought us together? Do you think there can be a greater purpose to us seeking this crown?" "I am uncertain, Natalie," Christian admitted, but he never stopped looking at the tree. "It doesn't matter what brought us here. The fact is, we are here, and we must fight tooth and nail to save our world, our once precious world, taken by those it never belonged to. That's what hope does, I suppose." When the group finally reached the base of the magical tree, they felt incessantly weary and tired. Their legs seemed to become heavy, and their eyes drooped on their own. One by one, they fell, falling victim to the irresistible pull of sleep, as their bodies sank to the ground underneath the magical canopy of the tree. The magical tree cast a protective shield or aura around them, making them impervious to the chaos of the battle raging nearby. For a moment, they had found relief and respite in dreams from the trials that they had to face together on their journey. They dreamed of free worlds, free from war and tyranny. Wayward Prince was the first to fall, and Natalie's eyes fluttered shut, and sleep seized her, and she was standing in a beautiful dreamscape, looking out at a beautiful pond, completely contrasted against the desolate battlefield she had just left. The grass stretched out under her feet, and the soft breeze comforted her, whispering through the leaves of a group of trees nearby. Then the air was elevated by the sudden sound of birdsong and the scent of flowers. She wandered through this peaceful world until she came upon shipwrecked Soul, who was sitting on the edge of the crystal-clear and shimmering pond. His face was warm and welcomed Natalie with a smile as she approached. "Natalie, my dear, how long has it been since we last met?" he said as his voice rang with nostalgia. "I'm happy to see you again." Natalie returned the smile with one of her own and felt relief and comfort at the presence of shipwrecked Soul, a man she had longed to see again for a long time. "I have missed you. But why are you here in this world, in my dream, in Barbelo of all places?" "Natalie, I've been watching you, keeping two eyes on you, Natalie," Shipwrecked Soul said, his tone gentle and reassuring. "I wanted to check on you and offer a word of guidance." Natalie was hesitant, but listened nonetheless. "What advice do you have for me, sir?" "My dear, you've been through so much in life. I feel like any more pain weighing against you would tear your heart asunder. There are great dangers ahead on your quest," Shipwrecked Soul said as his eyes were filled with concern. This quest for the crown of King David." He shook his head gently as he said the words. "This quest is so perilous, and I cannot bear the thought of you getting hurt. Maybe it is best if you turn back and find a safer path. There are others who can take up this quest." Natalie suddenly frowned, but her determination was wavering as she carefully considered Shipwrecked Soul's words. "But The crown of King David. It's the only way of defeating the Dark Lord. I cannot just give up on finding it." Shipwrecked Soul let out an audible sigh, and his expression grew kind and softened. "I understand how you feel, Natalie, but there are other ways to fight him. Sometimes the most powerful weapons we have can even be the love and hope that we have inside." Even though Natalie could not shake the feeling that something was wrong, she did not allow herself to admit this. Shipwrecked Soul's guidance was gentle and seemed reasonable and comforting. She needed to carefully consider his advice when she awoke. Wayward Prince had a different dream. As he dreamed, he found himself standing amidst another vast and desolate landscape. As the winds howled around him, he was filled with sudden despair as his heart was weary from the realization of the true destruction that was wrought by the dreadful king of hell. His anguish brought him to his knees, and he lifted his hands to heaven, uttering fervent prayers and imploring God for help or even guidance. He prayed as a distant yet powerful music rose, and it weaved its way through the realm of dreams like hope that was strong enough to cut through the darkness like scissors through paper. The music swelled as it filled the landscape and resonated inside him. It was a life song of hope, courage, and had power. Gradually, the same music began to seep into the dreams of Christian, Natalie, and Bard Prophet. They all found themselves drawn out of their deep slumber by the magic of the notes of the song that seemed to reverberate through their souls. They all felt a renewal of hope inside as they were awakened by the music. When their eyes were thrust open, they looked at one another and realized that they had all shared in this experience. It was unmistakable. The power of Wayward Prince's prayers had summoned this music, which awoke them and allowed them to break free from the slumber induced by the magical tree. They tried to rouse Wayward Prince, who was still sleeping, but were unable to wake him. Although he allowed them to wake, he himself was unaffected by the music that had such a profound effect on the others. Natalie gave him a gentle shake as her concern grew, but nothing worked. They knew they had awoken through his prayers, but laughed at the irony that the same prayers had not awakened him. The three of them glanced at Wayward Prince, lying sleeping on the ground, and they knew they couldn't afford to wait any longer. They had to go on without the Wayward Prince, and they left him safe under the protective shadow of the magical tree. As they moved away, the Bard Prophet made a light-hearted jest about their friend, attempting to lighten the mood in his absence. "I think we've finally found a way to keep him quiet for a while, but someone has to take over as comic relief while he sleeps. I'm not that good at it, if I'm being honest." Bard Prophet said the words with a grin. Christian and Natalie smiled subtly at the quip, although they were deeply concerned for the Wayward Prince, their now slumbering companion. As they pressed on forward, they reached the entrance to the castle. They, after much struggle, opened the heavy iron doors and stepped into the courtyard. What they saw in the courtyard amazed them. The once lively courtyard was filled with people frozen in place, as though time itself had stopped. The people there were dressed in fine medieval clothing, as if they were attending a grand ball, but they remained motionless and trapped in a single moment. As the trio wandered through the courtyard, they felt a pestering sense of anxiety. They decided they needed to explore the rest of the castle and hoped to find some clue as to what had happened to the inhabitants of this castle. In each room, they stumbled upon the same scene. People caught in the act of their day-to-day lives, simply living, their laughter and conversations in suspended animation, expressions stuck in a single moment of time. The situation was strange, but they knew they could not let it stop them or deter them. They were determined to press on, combing the castle room by room until they would eventually find the crown chamber, where they knew the crown would be kept. They pressed on from room to room with hope in their hearts, finding great puzzles and mazes and almost getting lost in them, only to get their bearings at the last possible moment, anchoring themselves back to a path where they might find the crown chamber. Christian now took the lead in the search for the crown, searching countless rooms rapidly. Natalie and Bard Prophet followed not far behind as they moved through the frozen halls together. While they walked, Bard Prophet's expression grew serious. He turned toward Natalie and spoke frankly, his voice filled with regret. "You must know, Natalie, I've made many mistakes in my life. The choices I've made, and even the very roads I've walked in life, have led to the situations we face now. All I want is to make the world right, to undo the wrongs that I have done, somehow to make amends. But I am afraid that some damages cannot be undone." Natalie gazed back at him, her own eyes filled with charity and compassion. She felt the burden of the guilt in his eyes that had built up for years within him. "I know too well what guilt can do to a person, but ultimately it is always hope that cuts through and brings forth life. This crown of King David will make things right. That's all that matters." Bard Prophet looked back at her as his eyes shimmered with thankfulness as he muttered, "Thank you. Your kindness means more than the world to me." They continued searching and moved silently through the halls of the castle. And their resolve and strength grew stronger because they knew in their hearts that they were getting closer. Bard Prophet's regrets were quelled by Natalie's words and was even more motivated and energized to find the crown. As the trio continued to explore the castle, they soon discovered even more passageways that were filled with even more intricately designed series of mazes and puzzles. The walls shifted and changed as they walked, forcing them to be quick on their feet lest they take a wrong turn, so that they could correctly navigate the changing layout of the castle. The feeling that they were drawing even closer to the crown grew more intense. The air seemed to vibrate, as if with a powerful energy, a tangible anticipation in the air that drove them forward. When they reached a long hallway, Bard Prophet believed to lead to the place where the crown was stored, they were suddenly stopped in their tracks. A group of dark figures, clad entirely in black and bearing the sigil of the dreadful king, appeared and blocked their path. The three heroes stood their ground against their enemies, and they were ready to fight. Christian drew the sword of Isaiah as it resonated with brilliant flame. The fight had begun. Swords flashed. Sparks of magic flew from Natalie's fingers, and Bard Prophet cast a spell protecting Natalie, Christian, and himself from their enemies. Christian parried every blow until one by one his enemies fell, and Natalie's magic caused the remainder to flee into the darkness in panic. As the last of the dreadful king's servants fell, the heroes made their way to the chamber in which they knew the crown was held, hearts pounding with anticipation, as they breathed heavily, still exhilarated from the battle that had demanded their strength. They pushed the door open and scanned all the room for any sign of the artifact. To their shock and ultimate despair, the room was empty. There was not a glimmer of gold that would indicate the crown's presence, nor any sign of precious jewels or magic of any kind. They began to slowly realize that all hope was lost. "What can we do now?" Natalie asked. Her voice was barely a whisper, and then followed by silence. Bard Prophet shook his head in disbelief, but Christian clenched fists in anger, and his knuckles were sore with frustration. In this moment, the wayward prince sauntered into the room, because he had finally awakened from his magical slumber. He was entirely unfazed by their disappointment and shock. Instead, a smirk was on his face. "Look at the three of you," he jested. "You defeated your enemies but can't find a single crown. I'd say you're royally stumped." The trio looked at him as their patience ran out. But Wayward Prince only laughed. His humor was unwelcome and inappropriate, considering the bleak situation. "What's wrong with you guys?" he said, his voice filled with sarcasm. "Did you think you could simply walk into this chamber and find the key to defeating the Dark Lord? Please, you must be joking." In that moment, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a bundle of cloth. He threw it disrespectfully to the floor, and the shards of what had once been the crown of King David clattered onto the stone floor, its remnants a pestering reminder of their shattered hope. "The crown is destroyed, my friends," Wayward Prince announced, his voice cold and triumphant. "There is no hope left. The dreadful king has won." Chapter 7. Entering the Library of Barbelo. The four heroes continued on their hopeless journey, and eventually they stumbled upon a grand door, a gateway that opened and revealed a vast and magical library, unlike anything any of them had seen in any of their travels. It was as deep and wide as the sea, and its towers of shelves seemed to be endless, containing vast shelves of books, an almost endless container of knowledge, books on every subject known and unknown to mankind. Parchments and scrolls also littered the floor of the library. In the very center of the library was a vast open space, which contained many comfortable seats and beautiful reading tables. Christian was amazed at what he saw as he traced his hands across the spines of the ancient tomes, glancing at the book titles, and his eyes were wide open in awe of what he was experiencing. Bard Prophet was enthralled by the wealth of knowledge he was seeing. His entire life he spent pining after knowledge, and now he had found the greatest treasure trove that he ever could have imagined. It seemed to be a never-ending trove of knowledge. He couldn't help but wonder that somehow, deep within these mountains of books, lay the key to their salvation and their hopeless quest. Wayward Prince, on the other hand, despite his normal humorous and carefree attitude, was eternally drawn to the very scale and immensity of the place, not even thinking about the vast wealth of knowledge that it contained. Natalie, however, was standing at the center of the library, and something seized her, which caused her to jump up onto one of the reading tables, as her gaze was fixed on the horizon and her heart was set on the future. She held her fists tight, determined to never give up and to save her world. There will come a time when my voice will be heard. It will never be silenced, and our tale of how we defeated that devil will be written, and our story will be a book in this library. People will tell it and pass it down about the hopeless plight of the hopeful. I will resist that dreadful king of hell until my dying breath. Her words echoed through the library and gave her companions a renewed sense of purpose. Together they understood that with Natalie by their side, they would have hope, even when it was violently taken from them. They each individually began their trek and search through the magical library for the knowledge they needed, knowing that only in their pertinacity could they ever hope to defeat their mortal enemy once and for all. With this wisdom upon their hearts, the heroes delved deeper inside the ancient library, and they hoping to find any answers of where they should take their quest. It was what they desperately needed. Natalie's heart pounded as she listened and heard a magical voice calling her name from deeper within the library. It felt strange yet familiar, powerful but warm and deeply welcoming. She could not stop herself from following it. She rushed past the rows of books and went very deep into the labyrinthine library, driven forward by a mad desire for victory. After a few minutes, she realized she was now truly lost. In an instant, she began to panic and called out for Christian, and then Bard Prophet, and at last Wayward Prince. No answer. Her heart suddenly filled with the horrifying thought that she had foolishly wandered too far and lost them forever. Her voice was simply swallowed by the depths of the library itself. She desperately tried to retrace herself, but only found herself falling back deeper into unknown spaces. The mysterious voice, however, continued to grow and to guide her as it led her to a hidden chamber, where a great magical book stood atop a pedestal, illuminated by otherworldly light. At the front of the pedestal was a deep pool of reflective water, which itself reflected the light, giving off a magical and ethereal glow. When Natalie approached the books, she could see that all the pages were blank, and she thought of how stupid it was for a book like this to be her. But suddenly, as she watched, words started to appear on the page, as if written by an unseen hand. The first phrase appeared and read, "I want you to be a heroine, leading people out of the darkness and into the light." For a moment, Natalie felt a sense of purpose and forgot her fear. Next, the second phrase materialized on the page and read, "Freely redeemed through my flesh and blood. Eat and drink it." At first, the words filled her with fear, but as she read them again, a warmth, a love, a reassurance, and a family enveloped her, emanating from the magical source of the message. Natalie continued to gaze at the magical pool as mystical and strange visions unfolded before her eyes. She first saw an elderly woman who wore an amulet and conversed with, if it was a living person. The woman loved the amulet, even as it grew more and more abusive, but as time went on, it tricked her into murdering her own grandchild in a hope to find a host for the demon within the amulet. The vision continued, and Natalie saw as the old woman's final moments unfolded as she was consumed by an unquenchable fire and cast headlong into hell, only realizing too late that she was deceived by evil. A voice boomed from above, declaring, "Depart from me, you accursed. I never knew you." The woman's final pleas were met with deaf ears as she met her eternal doom. Alas, another vision appeared to Natalie's horror. This time, she saw a young man wearing a crude and terrifying crown, surrounded by followers who hailed him as the dreadful king of hell. The man's face was completely unfazed as he commanded his followers to war against the world. Natalie then felt a deeper sense of dread as she realized this was a vision of a second war of the consuming fire. Next, and immediately, she saw Wayward Prince appear in a vision. But this time, he was altogether different, consumed by rage, the unholiest of fires, and unrecognizable as the carefree person she had known. The visions continued further still to Natalie's horror as the true intent of the demon's plans were revealed. Through manipulation and unrivaled deceit, the demon orchestrated a rampage across the world. Innocent souls were destroyed, and there was chaos and heartbreak in wake of the chaos. The old woman, still under the demon's control, had been the catalyst of all this destruction. The true intentions of the demon were now plain as day. The demon sought to possess the grandson of the old woman, a young boy with a warm heart and his whole life and a bright future ahead of him. The demon's influence entered his life slowly, like a whisper at first that grew louder every day. It twisted and corrupted his soul until he was no longer recognized as the young child he once was. The boy fell deeper under the iron grip of the demon, and the world around him shifted. His once loving family and all his friends were gone and replaced by a growing array and throng of sinister followers. They believed in, worshipped, and were drawn to the very darkness within him, and dared even to worship this king of hell, who now possessed the soul, body, and mind of this once poor boy. They hailed him as their dark lord and savior and pledged themselves to his service and would obey him even unto death, despite the destruction and devastation that he wrought upon the natural world. Natalie watched in horror as she observed the once innocent boy become the Dark Lord. His heart was overwhelmed by the demon's violence. The world around him began to crumble and was now desolate, and its people fell into a deep despair, with no hope of returning to the simple lives of freedom and peace they once had. Natalie saw the very consequences of the dreadful rampage of the demon. All over the world, cities lay in ruins. Their streets were filled with bones and the remnants of broken buildings, the last reminder of the previous world. War had consumed the land, now barren, desolate. Armies clashed in an eternal struggle to gain power and dominion. Natalie felt a deep sense of loss and prayed for the vision to end. The world she knew and the people she loved, all on the brink of total doom and ultimate destruction. All of this resulted from the demon and what was inside the amulet. She felt powerless to stop it. Despite her horror, Natalie was determined to fight against the demon, her strength even now unwavering as the vision dragged on and seemed like it would never end. All that she held dear being destroyed and pillaged, fire in her eyes, the same fire from the vision. Natalie suddenly gasped as her breath became panicked, and she would have died had it not been for a sword, an explosion-like burst that struck her, knocking her away from the books, sending her pummeling into the floor, back first, against the giant bookshelf. She hit it with a thud, sending books and parchment and other magical artifacts like goblets and plates tumbling to the floor with a thud. Natalie was stricken by complete shock and was unable to move. She was surrounded on the floor by a vast array of the magical books, The heavy weight of the visions was all-consuming and sucked all her strength away from her, leaving her completely paralyzed on the floor and struggling to discern what was real and only fragments of the nightmare she had just witnessed but could not possibly escape from. Suddenly, Wayward Prince, upon hearing the loud sounds, rushed to Natalie, and his face was marked with concern for her. He tried to get her back to normal, to rouse her from the trance-like state, but was unable to make any progress. His efforts were futile. He shook her gently as she stated disjointed words and phrases, a mix of fear and cryptic references to the Wayward Prince himself. Wayward Prince, consumed by rage, dreadful king of hell, the amulet, war, eternal fire. She mumbled the words as her eyes were wide and wild, unfocused, and she stared confusedly at the ceiling. As he held her gently, Wayward Prince's expression shifted from concern to serious curiosity as he listened to the words. "Dear Natalie, tell me what you saw. Was it about us? About our quest? Why are you so afraid?" He asked his questions urgently as he tried to understand and piece together somehow her fragmented, chaotic, and desperate speech. Gradually, Natalie's breathing became more controlled and normal, and she regained slowly the control of her limbs. She struggled to sit up, and the Wayward Prince supported, and she did not cease looking into his eyes. "What happened, Natalie?" he then asked as his voice grew more insistent. "You should tell me what you saw. Were these visions about us, concerning our future?" Natalie was hesitant to speak, but was still trying to process the overwhelming grief and cascade of images and feelings that had barged into her mind. "I saw a demon, Wayward Prince. It sought to control people, to control the world, and then it caused utter destruction and chaos. There was an amulet. The demon possessed a boy, and the boy became the dreadful king, and he had many followers." Her voice was trembling severely as she went on. "I saw you too, consumed by rage as if somehow you were part of the darkness. It was horrifying." Wayward Prince's eyes widened, and he fell deeper into his fit of concern and anxiety as he listened to her words. "Do you think deep down, Natalie, that these visions are true? Are they meant to warn us of what may take place? What do they mean for us and our plight, our quest?" Natalie shook her head as her expression was filled with uncertainty and heartbreak. "I don't know, Wayward Prince. All I know is we have to fight to make sure none of this happens. The darkness cannot win in facing the light." They continued to discuss the visions, and Wayward Prince's concern and anxiety turned to irritation, and his voice grew more tense until it became angry and insistent each passing moment. "Natalie, if these visions concern us, you have to tell me exactly what I become in the vision. If there's a chance I could be part of this darkness, I need to know to prevent it. Please, please tell me." Natalie's eyes flooded with tears as she shook her head and her voice was barely audible. "I can't, Wayward Prince. I can't." Wayward Prince's frustration reached its peak as he clenched his fists. "Natalie, you need to tell me. Don't you understand? The fate of our very world, our lives depend on what you tell me." Natalie was unable to contain her emotions any longer, and she started to cry as her sobs echoed through the library, and she continued to shake her head, refusing to answer. Wayward Prince's face contorted with anger, subtle hints of future wrath, and in a fit of rage he kicked a nearby gold chalice, sending it flying across the floor. The sound of the chalice rang out loudly as it bounced across the floor and then rolled across the stone, before coming to a sudden stop, its sounds still reverberating loudly through the library. Wayward Prince threw his hands up into the air and made a snide remark, his heart boiling over with frustration. "Keep your secrets dear, Natalie. But when we all become permanent slaves of the Dark Lord, remember it was you. It might have been because you could not bring yourself to share the truth." Chapter 8. Natalie and Christian's Adventure. After Wayward Prince stormed off, Natalie was left alone along with the fallen books and her tears. Her sobs resonated throughout the atmosphere. Otherwise, the room was completely silent. Her tears now gave way to shaky breaths and then to resolution as she lifted herself from the floor as her strength suddenly returned to her. Her thoughts raced as she grabbed a bookshelf, stumbling through the halls of the library. As her heart came to life and pounded, her mind was polluted with fear and distress. An obsession began in her mind about the terrible visions. She wondered what was preventing her from telling wayward Prince the naked truth of what she had seen. The memory of the exchange filled her with sadness and anxiety. She continued to stumble down the corridor, and she caught sight of a distant shadow of a robed figure. She realized it was Christian and felt a flood of relief in her veins. He looked at her with a look of concern at her disheveled state. "Natalie," Christian asked, "what's going on? Are you all right? Something is amiss. Something has gone wrong." Natalie at first tried to hide her distress and forced a smile on her face. "Nothing, Christian. I just got lost, that is all." Christian was not convinced of her words. He continued to press her on the question until at last Natalie opened up to him and confided in him about what had happened, the whole story. She told him about the mysterious voice she had heard, the visions, her encounter with wayward Prince, and how he had become angry when she did not tell him exactly what she saw. As Christian listened each moment, his expression continued to grow serious. When she was done speaking, Christian was silent for a moment, letting the strength of her words sink in. "This magical library is the key to our salvation, Natalie. This place will free our world from the influence of that devil. I'm sure the voice you heard is a force of good. I feel like I may have heard it myself as well." Christian's words comforted Natalie to some extent, and there was a spark of hope that returned to her soul. Christian then drew his magical sword, the Sword of Isaiah, and it ignited into flames, and it cast a warm glow on the hallway, which was filled with shadows. The shadows fled further into the halls, and he led Natalie deeper into the maze-like corridors of the library, unsure of where they were walking, but determined to carve a path back to barred profit. Christian waved his sword, lighting up the passageway, continuing to guide their path. His voice was steady as he spoke. "Here, we are seeking light in the middle of all of this darkness. In the literal sense, and figurative sense, I suppose. I can almost see a light in the distance. We shall find a way out and the answers that we need." As Christian spoke, they entered the room where the light was coming from. They had stumbled upon a giant banquet hall. The room itself was filled with a luxurious feast. There were meats of all kinds, apples, many other kinds of fruits and vegetables, and bottles of wine all throughout the table. Christian and Natalie were hungry, but not enough to take any of the food. At the end of the large table sat none other than Shipwrecked Soul. As Shipwrecked Soul saw the two of them approach, he greeted them both with a welcoming smile. "Ah, my dear friends, please come and join me. Take a seat. I am here to assist you weary souls, so tired and weary from the life on the road. This library is massive, I must admit." Christian remained wary and suspicious of Shipwrecked Soul. Seeing him the first time, there was something about him that made his trust flee from him. Natalie, on the other hand, had started to trust Shipwrecked Soul with some intensity, especially after feeling betrayed by wayward Prince. She took a seat eagerly, and Christian followed her, although reluctantly. As they sat, they did not take a single bit of the food, encompassed in the flowing conversation they were having with Shipwrecked Soul, covering numerous topics, including their shared experiences. They also discussed philosophy and had a debate about the nature of good and evil. As the conversation went on, Shipwrecked Soul made a promise to them. "I know how you can return to your home universe," he said with a gleeful smile on his face and a glint in his eyes. Such a mention made Christian even more suspicious of the man, but Natalie found solace from the strife of her recent encounters and wholeheartedly confided in Shipwrecked Soul about the mysterious voice she had encountered in the library, as well as the visions she had experienced. Shipwrecked Soul listened closely to every word and then offered his own opinion. It's wise not to trust strange voices, Natalie. Disembodied voices are not always what they appear to be. This voice you heard could just as easily be some wicked entity, or even perhaps, if I must say the worst, a demon trying to deceive you. Shipwrecked Soul then revealed details about the nature of the realm they had entered to reach the library. You both have stumbled upon the Realm of Barbelo. I am here to help lost travelers such as yourselves. I can guide you home. As he spoke, he casually picked up an apple from the table and took a loud crunching bite. Christian still had persistent and lingering feelings of distrust, but Natalie reached out and squeezed his hand, showing her growing feelings of love and trust for Christian, and also as a subtle gesture to convince him that they could trust Shipwrecked Soul. Christian, loving the feeling of the affection, couldn't help but respond by squeezing her hand back, and with his own small but uneasy smile, and he knew he would ignore his instincts telling him that something was not quite right about Shipwrecked Soul. He was determined to protect Natalie and find a way back to their own world. Trying to shake off his last signs of trepidation in his mind, Christian confronted Shipwrecked Soul directly. Tell me, what do we need to do to return to our home universe? Is there a specific path we can take, or a ritual we need to do? Shipwrecked Soul took another loud bite of his apple, chewing it, and responded thoughtfully. What we need is the experience of sand and dust. Both Natalie and Christian exchanged confused looks. They were unsure of what the enigmatic figure meant with this cryptic answer. What do you mean, sand and dust? I have no idea what you're talking about. There was a hint of impatience in Christian's voice as he said those words. After hearing the question, Shipwrecked Soul leaned back further into his chair as a mischievous smile appeared on his face. As you may know, said Shipwrecked Soul, there's a magical desert not far from here. Within its sands, there is a portal that leads to the Storm of the Worlds. Once you find it, you'll return to the Dominion, or as they used to say, North America. Christian frowned, growing incessantly annoyed with Shipwrecked Soul's cryptic answers. We will go with you, but please stop speaking in riddles. Shipwrecked Soul laughed and said, I could, but that would be no fun at all. He then turned to Natalie, with a twinkling amusement in his eyes. Tell me, dear Natalie, have you ever ridden a camel before? Natalie shook her head, her eyes filled with curiosity. No, I haven't. Shipwrecked Soul grinned, and his expression was filled with mischief. Well then, there's a first time for everything. The group now found themselves progressing through what seemed to be an everlasting desert, sand dunes as far as the eye could see. The heat and the thirst pressed against Christian and Natalie, and was beginning to take its toll on them. Shipwrecked Soul, on the contrary, did not seem fazed at all by the heat, and was confident and composed as ever, as if the desert had no effect on him. Throughout the journey, Shipwrecked Soul entered two pair of them by weaving a tangled web of stories and intriguing tales, which captivated Natalie's attention. He spoke of the duality of God, and told a story of an evil god, a demiurge, and a good god who rebelled against the demiurge to correct the evil things that were created. You all should know, Shipwrecked Soul said with a sly smile, we should all try to find this second god, the light-bearer of creation, who speaks to all men's hearts and encourages them to resist the Creator God. Christian kept silent. His face was covered with suspicion as he listened to the words of Shipwrecked Soul. Natalie, on the other hand, seemed drawn and interested in the ideas presented. Isn't all of this interesting, Christian? She asked him. Her eyes were peaked with interest. I've never thought of the way he's describing things before. There's almost a power to his words, calling me to listen and understand. Shipwrecked Soul noticed Natalie's interest, and with a smile, threw a fresh red apple at her to catch. She caught it, and she took a bite, and she savored how sweet the fruit tasted. She handed the remainder of the apple to Christian, who looked at the apple and hesitated for a moment before taking a bite as well. He then threw the remainder of the apple core into the sand, where it was immediately covered by the wind-swept desert sands, and it disappeared forever. Shipwrecked Soul became nervous and suddenly raised a hand, indicating that Christian and Natalie, who sat on the camel behind him, should stop. The pair obeyed and halted the camel in its tracks. Christian was blatantly irritated, but Shipwrecked Soul reassured him that stopping was necessary. The sand ahead of them was cleared by the wind, and they could finally see a great and sparkling magical temple, although there was no immediate portal to the Storm of the Worlds that they could see. Suddenly, a woman appeared in the distance through the swirling sand. She stood tall and was confident. Shipwrecked Soul was visibly distressed and afraid and said under his breath, "Oh no, not you, not as—" Before a single other word could be spoken, a mighty force came from the raised fist of the Arabian woman in front of them. The ground was instantly split open, and Shipwrecked Soul fell through the cracks. He managed to grab onto a ledge for a brief moment, but soon lost grip and cascaded into the abyss. Christian was both worried and relieved at the same time. He turned to Natalie and made a joke about the matter. Some guide, instead of leading us anywhere, he got lost himself. Before he could complete his thought, the ground underneath their camel gave way, and they were now falling into the darkness as well. Both of them plummeted 40 feet before landing in a dimly lit cavern. Neither of them were injured, but there was no sign of shipwrecked, and as far as they could tell, they were all alone in the dark, echoing underground space. Christian once again ignited his sword, casting a faint light around them. He took Natalie's hand with confidence and led her deeper into the cavern, and they were uncertain of what they would find, but knew they had no other choice. They had to press onward. As they wandered deeper into the cave, they noticed the air was getting colder, and their voices continued to echo off of the ancient walls. At least they were in each other's company, they thought. They found comfort in their conversation, which soon turned to discussing their personal lives. Natalie discussed with Christian her life and struggles against the magisterium. She told him about how she desired deeply to fight the magisterium and bring it down, what seemed like a hopeless task. "I've been fighting them since I was a little girl," she said. "When something is unjust, I always fight to change it, but my life always seemed hopeless." Christian continued to listen as Natalie shared her life story, feeling a deep connection to her and her passion to bring justice to the world. She had the bravery that he never had. Natalie also described specific things that happened during her childhood, as her voice trembled as she remembered the traumatic events. "When I was very young, my parents were stolen from me and sacrificed to the dreadful king. I was an orphan and left alone in this world of darkness." Christian took Natalie's hand, offering his unyielding support as she continued, "I've always tried to fight the magisterium. Ever since I found the Loathen, I've felt like I've had power. Without it, I've been powerless. Together, Christian, we are stronger." Christian squeezed Natalie's hand even tighter, offering his support. "I will stand by you through this life, and as long as I breathe, I will protect you. This is our fight together." They continued their conversation as they blindly traversed the seemingly endless cave, looking for any way back to the surface. With each story that they shared, their connection grew even stronger. In the far distance, there began to appear a faint but growing light. Their hearts suddenly had hope. They continued onward out of the shroud and towards the light. But alas, the light they saw was nothing but a shared dream. They were in the pitch-black darkness of the cave, with no sign of light at all. They had been, instead, resting against the cold rock walls. Their bodies were physically aching from the long journey through the caverns. Despite the newfound despair of only dreaming of the light and the realization that none of it was real, they felt a persistence coursing through them to get up and continue. Natalie discussed more details of her experiences and the hope the Loathen had provided her and her friends in New York, and how it provided them with much-needed privacy, which brought joy. "Even in the thickest darkness, the Loathen has always comforted me," she explained. "It lets me communicate and share thoughts without being overheard by the magisterium's watchful eyes and listening ears. She reached into her pocket and produced the Lothan, showing Christian the small device which emitted a very faint glow. Even here and now, I know it can lead us. She turned the Lothan on, and for the moments it was on, it flickered with light, filling up the cavern with light. Unbeknownst to them, at the same time, shipwrecked Soul had been searching for Natalie and Christian in a nearby connected cave. As he wandered through the darkness, he desperately searched for them and wanted to ensure they were on the path he intended for them. However, the moment Natalie turned on the Lothan and activated it, the light of the Lothan illuminated the cave, and shipwrecked Soul found himself at a crossroads. He hesitated, uncertain which direction to take. In his confusion, he then made a sudden decision, but chose the wrong path, leading him farther away from Natalie and Christian. When Christian saw the need for more light, he also drew his flaming sword, and the glow of its magic brightened the cave even more. With both the Lothan and Christian's sword lighting up their path, Natalie and Christian continued their journey through cave without realizing they were actually leaving shipwrecked Soul behind in the darkness. Christian listened very carefully to Natalie as she continued to share her story, his heart aching with empathy, knowing the pain of losing her family. But despite the horrifying and tragic tale, the combined light source of Christian's sword and Natalie's Lothan gave them hope, and Christian now realized how much he loved Natalie, and he knew that fate had brought them together in this dark underground world. They discussed the hopelessness of the future. There was no tool they had which could give them what they wanted. The defeat of the dreadful king, the crown of King David was destroyed. But still, even in this endgame, they had to resist. There was power in resistance, and something life-affirming about love in the face of certain defeat, but not giving in to darkness, but rather resistance, forever. They found this solace and this resistance in each other's company. Natalie mentioned wayward prince, confused about what caused his sudden outburst, as well as his anger towards her. I just don't understand. He was so angry with me, and I don't know why. Christian looked at her with love and sadness. People can be unpredictable, especially in the face of such darkness and evil. They might react in certain ways to these evil surprises they might experience. But I would forgive him. It's the fear of the unknown that we're all fighting against. You could just have easily been in his place. The key is extending the same mercy to others that you yourself would like to receive. Natalie silently acknowledged Christian's words as they pressed on through the darkness, knowing that the wayward prince's outburst may have very well just been an expression of his vulnerability. He had been through a lot. His 10-year-old daughter was slain trying to defeat the Dark Lord. She could not imagine losing a child. Such horrors were unthinkable. Christian and Natalie, together, continued to navigate the winding cave, and the bond between the pair strengthened even more. They were committed to each other and now shared a mission. Chapter 9. A Tale of Two Lords. Deep in the dark chamber of the throne room of the dreadful King of Hell, the shadows flooded the room and exuded their own music, as if they were writhing and even alive. In this chamber sat a young man, wearing a menacing black crown. He was Peter, Lord of the Dominion, and he was hailed as the incarnation of the dreadful King of Hell on earth. The air was filled with a sense of dread which would shake the bones of any who would enter this chamber. The Dark Lord sat upon the black throne. Peter was still visibly the young man he always was, but was now a twisted and imposing figure. The only goodness remaining was his human flesh, which was untarnished. He still looked human, handsome and young. Around the throne was a throng of creatures that were the stuff of nightmares, giant spiders, vampires, ghouls, and other grotesque and frightening figures. They were unnatural forms, corruptions of what was good, with seemingly only darkness remaining, a defiance of the very laws of nature. A vampire stood out among the crowd. His pale face was marked with darkness, and his eyes burned with an eternal hunger. He was very tall, but stood very still and did not move, as if there was a purpose in his eyes and face. He watched the chaotic worship that unfolded in the chamber. The dreadful creatures bowed before Peter, who was possessed by the Dark Lord, and their voices rose up in a throng and mixture of disturbing worship. "Hail, dreadful King!" they sang as one voice with adoration and fear in their hearts. Lord, who chose Peter as a worthy vessel, ruler with a rod of iron, rock on which the church is built. As they were speaking, they recited frantically from twisted scriptures that turned the concept of holiness and reverence on their heads. The words were a corruption of what was good about nature, as well as a sick perversion of the sacred texts that Peter thought he had completely aborted from this universe before they could exist. Any uncorrupted person who entered this chamber would have felt revulsion at hearing the sounds, because they still bore the untainted image of God, which strived towards good and resisted evil. Peter was completely silent during the ceremony, ever watchful, but his gaze was cold as he looked out over the room. There was no feeling in his eyes, no emotion at all. The haunting spirit that possessed him had an overwhelming grip. There was pure horror in the room, which reminds the soul of the pure evil that controlled the dominion, and any who dared oppose it would seemingly be completely destroyed. The howling in the room reached its height, and the creatures in the room began to sing out of key as discordant and haunting hymn as they lifted their voices in dark song, melody and harmony in praise of their God, the Mother. Its melody was a twisted echo of even more familiar but comforting hymns. The voices reverberated throughout the chamber and created an intense dissonance. Throughout the ceremony, Peter remained completely silent and unmoving. He brooded over the darkness and dissonant song, dominating the room. The hymn reached a crescendo until all gazed at the face of Peter, who stared blankly back at them. The wicked crown rested on the head of Peter, who was none other than the young man from Natalie's earlier vision. He remained completely cold and completely detached, an echo of the emptiness that controlled him. The ceremony continued to its conclusion, and the followers of the Dark Lord intoned one final chant, and their voices rose together as they spoke up. "The throne will remain in shadows," and they also fervently declared, "The great lamp will never be lit." As those words were intoned, incense was lit, and its putrid smoke coiled and twisted throughout the air as it mixed with the darkness that flooded the chamber. Far away in another universe, in one we know there was another place of worship, but the atmosphere instead was filled with reverence and love and hope. The faithful had gathered together in Syria amidst the war, but inside these chambers there was peace. They had come to worship the Holy Trinity and honor the Mother of God. The priest entered the room and stood amidst the altar with devotion and forgiveness for all in his heart. "Blessed is the kingdom of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, now and forever, and to the ages of ages." Everyone in the room responded with a resounding Amen. As the service continued, the hearts of those in the room were lifted in hope and elevated in love. The priest then intoned, "Take, eat, this is my body which is broken for you, for the remission of sins." The faithful one by one approached the chalice, both the rich and the poor, of all races united together in their love for Christ. They received his body and blood, and inside them was kindled a hope more powerful than the very mighty waves of the storm of the worlds, or even the angels in heaven before their fall, for this grace and this power had created them all. Many years before this, the teacher sat amongst his disciples, and he spoke to them with power. "Take this, all of you, and eat of it, for this is my body, which will be given up for you." He took the chalice, and after echoing a prayer of thanksgiving, he said, "Take this, all of you, and drink from it, for this is the chalice of my blood, the blood of the new and eternal covenant, which will be poured out for you and for many for the forgiveness of sins." The disciples did not understand everything, but were enraptured by the words, and they knew that this was heaven coming to earth, the fulfillment of all things coming together. A true reality that very few notice, often overlooked. But the King of Heaven was among them, and they would spread across the whole world with this mission, ordaining bishops or other teachers who would spread the same message and perform the same sacraments of glorious grace. Chapter 10. That Glorious Day of Judgment. Strung out from exhaustion, Christian and Natalie lay in the cave with their backs against the cold wall of the cave. Their thirst began to overwhelm them, but as they suffered, they suddenly drifted into a shared dream. The two of them found themselves standing in front of a mighty and powerful person or figure. A few moments later, it became obvious that this was a vision of the Day of Judgment. The person they were gazing at was the teacher, and he was seated on his throne, surrounded by throngs of angels and people from all eras of history and all nations gathered around him. Christian and Natalie gazed into the distance as the teacher separated the various people into two groups, the sheep and the goats, like a shepherd separating sheep. The sheep were on the right, and the goats were on the left. He spoke to them with a mighty and thunderous voice, saying, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you welcomed me. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me." The sheep responded with confusion and asked when they had done any of these deeds. And the teacher responded, saying, "Truly I say to you, as you did it to one of the least of my brethren, you did it to me." Natalie continued to gaze at the scene, and her eyes filled up with tears as she realized the significance of the event that was occurring, and that there was indeed hope, albeit standing somewhere aloof in the story of their lives. Christian, however, felt an intense fear and shiver down his spine, and he thought deeply if he would ever be counted among the sheep. Now the teacher turned to the goats and said, "Depart from me, you cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me no food. I was thirsty, and you gave me no drink. I was a stranger, and you did not welcome me, naked, and you did not clothe me, sick and in prison, and you did not visit me." As the goats protested in anger, the teacher suddenly silenced them, saying, "Truly I say to you, as you did not do it to one of the least of these, you did not do it to me." Christian repeated the words in his mind over and over, and they gave him hope. "Depart from me, you cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels." And he imagined there would be justice for Natalie's family. Christian and Natalie suddenly awoke from their shared dream, both of them shaking. In their hearts, they understood that the vision was a vision of the future, something that would certainly come to pass, and there was a destined path in life that they would need to follow and find no matter what it would cost them. Still feeling the weight on their hearts of the experience, Christian and Natalie looked at each other and started to talk about what they experienced. Natalie discussed the vivid vision and how the teacher separated the sheep and the goats into two groups and mentioned the powerful emotions she felt within her. Christian listened very closely without saying a word, but acknowledged he had the same experience. He felt a strong urge, however, to share the additional part of the vision he experienced, but something held him back because he knew it had been revealed to only him. So he decided to keep it a secret, at least for now. In Christian's extended version of the vision he experienced, the teacher called all of his disciples, including Matthias, but excluding Judas, around him, and the teacher looked at him in a loving way and pointed at him, saying, this one belongs to me." One by one, each of the apostles approached Christian, each having a unique message. Simon Peter was the first to approach. He approached with a stern look on his face, saying, "Christian, always remember the true sword is not of metal, but of the words of the Spirit, that flow through the world even now, bringing light to dark places." The next to approach was James, son of Zebedee. He approached with a less serious look on his face, the crown of martyrdom glistening on his head. "You must be ever watchful, even in the night, for you have no idea at what time the Master is coming. But remember your faith, like the lamp in the dark. The next to come was John, son of Zebedee, and also called the Beloved. He approached with a warm and welcoming look on his face. Remember, dear Christian, to love others just as the teacher has loved us. For this is eternal life, that we may know Jesus Christ, who shows the way to the Father. The next to approach was Bartholomew, also called Nathanael. He approached cautiously, aware of his surroundings, saying, Christian, you are a pilgrim on the journey. Never let your eyes stray from the narrow path, and mercy will follow you all the days of your life. James, son of Alphaeus, was next, and told Christian, His rod and his staff will guide you all the days of your life. The world is quickly approaching its end. Remember that there shall be many false prophets, but there is one voice of God, heard softly, even as a whisper. Next, Thaddeus, also called Jude, came forward saying, Christian, you must be a light that leads others out of the darkness and into the light. Courageous virtue will lead you to his mercy, if only you let grace flood in and the world pass away. Next, Andrew, the brother of Peter, the first called, approached, saying, Always be ready to listen for the voice of God, uplifting the poor and bringing hope to the hopeless. At last, Matthew, also called Levi, the tax collector, approached, saying, Never think you are too far gone to fall into the mercy that calls the world. Philip, the fisherman, approached and said, There are things you can see with your eyes, but your soul has sight too. Never let the sight of your soul be darkened. Simon, also called the Zealot, approached, telling Christian, Never rely on your own strength, only rely on the strength of the one who bore the cross. And finally, Thomas, also called the Doubter, approached, saying, Never be afraid to confront your doubts honestly, but always know that there will always be mercy, because the battle is already won. When the disciples had finished speaking, Christian's heart was filled with gratitude that he had been graced with such a message and had received such guidance. He looked at Natalie, studying her eyes in order to understand her response. She looked at him with wonder as she realized that she herself had no recollection of the final part of the dream in which the disciples approached Christian. Christian knew that he would never forget the words of these holy apostles and that they had an otherworldly power and grace to them, and he would carry the wisdom of these men until his last breath with Natalie by his side. Christian realized something he had not recalled before suddenly. Another and 12th disciple had also approached him, Matthias, who said something unique that stood out amidst what the others said. Christian recalled Matthias leaning in closer to Christian with bright twinkles in his eye, saying, There is one more thing you should know. When the devil was cast out of heaven, an angel took his place. This angel is also named Matthias, just like me. But I assure you, my place at the side of the teacher is even more blessed. Christian was confused at the revelation, but knew it was of great importance. He wondered how he could be greater than the angels, the greatest and wisest of all spiritual beings. He had never heard of the devil before, but he knew that somehow this being was an immense force of darkness. He looked now at Natalie, who was as of now unaware of this part of the dream, and shared the information about the latter part of the vision with her. Natalie, Matthias also told me something else. He said that the devil was thrown out of heaven, and another angel named Matthias took his place. Matthias mentioned that his own place at the side of the teacher is even better than that of the angels. This confused me, but I wanted to tell you what I saw. Natalie was also confused at the additional revelation, but she gazed at Christian with love. She found also a sense of comfort in his words and a sense of unease at the same time. I've never heard of the devil before either, Christian, but it sounds like a great enemy, another enemy, a figure holding some evil significance for our journey. Christian agreed and was determined to protect Natalie from any dangers that they might experience. They were together in the fight of their lives. They got up, finding renewed strength, and continued to explore it. With the memory of Matthias's enigmatic message lingering in their minds, showing them that there were powers outside their control, influencing the worlds, both good and viciously evil. Chapter 11. Christian and Natalie raise their lights. An urgency drove Christian and Natalie on through the cave as they ploughed themselves forward, on through the darkness. Despite their weariness and faint desire to lay down and give up the fight forever. There was an urgency in their hearts to find a way out of the cave. Natalie held the lothern in her hand. It was fully ignited, emitting a gentle light, and Christian's bright and fiery sword was waved by him, gently casting the darkness farther back into deeper recesses of the cave. The caverns they traversed were seemingly endless. The hours continued, and they grew even more desperate. Their strength wavered, and the darkness threatened to overtake them completely. Their spirits were heavy. They continued to find dead ends, doubting if they would ever find a true path out of the caves and if they would ever see real sunlight again. With each dead end they found, their hope continued to dwindle and now was almost extinguished. Natalie's hands were shaking and she firmly clutched the lothern, as its light grew dimmer than before, and she admitted her fears to Christian, saying, "I'm not sure how much farther I can go. My legs feel weak, and even my hands, they're aching. My mouth is parched from lack of drink. But I know there has to be a way out of this place. I will never give up." The minutes passed and became hours. Time was not under their control. It was slipping from their grasp, and suddenly, with no warning, panic began to set in, uninvited inside their hearts. The air itself started to feel like it was suffocating them, as they both stepped closer to madness. Now desperate and losing sanity, they began to call out for help desperately, and their foolish voices echoed all throughout the caverns. Reaching the edge of his sanity in a last desperate hope, Christian remembered the words of the sacred vision he had received. He raised the sword of Isaiah high, and with a loud voice shouted unabashedly, "In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, please help us find a way out of this darkness." As the words were shouted, they were surrounded by a strange grace, a sudden warmth. The light from the lothern and the fiery sword, both raised together in unison, intensified, their lights becoming one and completely illuminating the cavern around them more than ever before. A hidden passage then appeared before them as if the very rocks had shifted, revealing a new path. They were not sure if they were only seeing things that did not exist, but nonetheless, Christian and Natalie followed the path that had appeared, as their hearts were filled with new anticipation that they could possibly find a way to escape. They followed the warmth in the darkness to a comforting presence that guided them deeper into the unknown. Christian and Natalie were now completely exhausted and collapsed together from thirst. Stumbling, they had fallen to the ground, Natalie clutching her bright lothern and Christian holding the hilt of the sword of Isaiah with one hand. They lost consciousness and surrendered themselves to the mercy of whatever would greet them in death. Christian and Natalie awoke. When they awoke, they found themselves back in North America, in separate beds but alone. They were both disoriented and had no idea what to make of their shared experience, but a spirit inside told them that they had to find a way to continue their quest. Although they struggled to make sense of the experiences or even to gather the strength that these experiences had even actually happened. Christian had a newfound hope and a newfound despair. Both feelings were interwoven. He rose from bed and began to hysterically write down the words that he had heard the teacher say during the vision. Over and over, he scrawled the phrases on the walls of his room, consumed by an anger at those who had murdered Natalie's family, and this energy drove him forward. The thought of never seeing Natalie again was a heavy weight on his heart, and he could not let go of the feeling that the love they had found together, although valuable and precious, was now lost forever. At the same time, Natalie awoke as well and felt a peace in her heart that she could not understand or explain. She was inspired and remembered a hymn she had briefly heard Bard Prophet singing during their journeys, and she felt a deep desire to sing it too. She had memorized every word of the song. Her voice was filled with longing and beauty as she sung the words. "Let all mortal flesh keep silent, and stand with fear and trembling, and in itself consider nothing earthly. For the King of Kings and Lord of Lords cometh forth to be sacrificed and given as food to the believers, and there go before him the choirs of angels, with every dominion and power, the many-eyed cherubim and the six-winged seraphim, covering their faces and crying out the hymn, Alleluia, Alleluia, Alleluia. She sang the words as an act of defiance and hope, and she longed for Christian, despite knowing she would probably never see him again. At the same moment, Christian stood up in his room the next morning and read all the words that he had written on the wall. Many times in a row he had repeated the words of the teacher, Depart from me, you accursed, into the everlasting fire. He echoed the words in his mind as the emotions and longing for justice swelled within him. His thoughts turned to Natalie and the suffering that she had endured because of losing her family to the magisterium, and he desired to avenge them. The feeling paralyzed him, but he knew the future would always be uncertain, and in many ways he felt powerless. While he read the words off the wall, tears began to fill his eyes. He wept for what Natalie had lost and the unbelievable cruelties that had befallen their world, and it was all exacerbated by the fact that he knew that the world could have been so much different, as if an evil force had entered his world from the outside with only a desire to usurp history and to overthrow all that is good. The words of the teacher were both a condemnation of evil and a call for true justice equally together, and some spark inside Christian was now ignited, a desire to bring this justice somehow to his world that only knew cruelty. His only thought was how the dominion must be overthrown, whatever it took. That morning, Natalie was at her workstation and began to hum softly the tune to the song that had been enrapturing her mind. The song from another world. It never allowed her to stop thinking about it. She activated the lothen with a subtle click, knowing she would have to keep this lothen hidden. The lights flickered, the magic was unreliable, and it cast only a dim light around her and her fellow slaves. Her friends heard the song and gently inquired with her what the song was. Natalie smiled brightly after making sure her supervisor was nowhere near and said, It's a new song I came up with. Her friends were now intrigued at the beauty of the song, and they asked her to teach it to them as they continued to produce the items in the factory. Because the supervisor was out of sight, she knew it was safe. She felt a deep joy and force of connection with her friends, and soon the melody filled the air with her friends, gradually signing as well, until everyone around her erupted in song. The lyrics rang out in the factory as Natalie taught them all the words of the song. Let all mortal flesh keep silence, etc. It was the anthem of hope from another universe and ultimate defiance of their present living and existence. Although they loved singing the song, her friends were confused about what it meant. What is this song really about, Natalie? We've never heard of this Christ our God before. Natalie responded firmly and confidently, saying, It's the life song of incessant and pestering hope. The voices continued on singing as they filled the air with the melody. As the song completed and they all finished singing, the lothen in Natalie's hand clicked with a sharp but quiet hiss and thud. The magic within the lothen had lapsed, and the protective light that temporarily shielded them was no more. It had failed, and they were left alone, exposed to prying spiritual demonic eyes and ears that could now choose to observe them. Despite the soft click of the lothen, Natalie smiled and hummed the song in her heart, knowing that the light it had kindled would never go out. Chapter 12. The Journey of Jonah. Wayward Prince walked aimlessly through the magical library of Barbelo, searching for Christian, Natalie, and Bard Prophet. Hopeless, he reached for books and began to read them, becoming lost in their stories, their knowledge, and intricate tales of history. After touching one of the books on the shelves, hoping to read it, the wayward prince experienced a sudden and undeniable vision. He saw his 10-year-old daughter, Ruth, who was seated on a towering throne, wearing the crown of King David. So much power reverberated through her head, and the power made a churning and all-encompassing sound, holding inside it the key to victory. "My sweetheart," the wayward prince asked, Do you know how important this item on your head is?" She immediately shook her head and replied, "No, father, but I know that it was meant for another." As she spoke, there was a surge of electric-like power through the crown that made the wayward prince fall backward. When he came to his senses and stood back up, the wayward prince looked at his daughter with a mixture of uncertainty and determination. "I promise I'll return to you in our own world," he said, half out of his mind. His daughter looked at him sternly, sharing a cryptic message. "The three are the only one who can save us." Wayward Prince believed she must be referring to God, the Holy Trinity. He then shared his understanding of the matter with his little daughter. "My dear, I do believe the Holy Trinity will intervene directly to save us from that vicious demon. The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit will guide us in our war and in our quest." Ruth listened closely, and her eyes were wide with concern, but the same sternness as before. "Father, how can we be sure that God will help us?" Wayward Prince tenderly touched her daughter's shoulder, no longer afraid of the great power that rested on her head. "What he have is faith, and that is all we have ever had. Somewhere in the twisted path of the world, there is to be found providence, and I assure you, it shall guide us home." The vision suddenly ended with Wayward Prince finding himself surrounded by the storm of the world, almost completely submerged by its waters and churning waves. It took all his strength not to drown. The vision faded, and the waters from the storm of the worlds slowly began to fill the throne room of the vision. The water levels rose higher and higher. The transition from the vision back to the storm of the worlds was now complete. He waded in the tumultuous sea. The throne room now completely vanished. Portals opened all around him, and he desperately sought to find one of the portals illuminated when the lightning struck, hoping to enter it and escape the tumultuous seas. Just as he spotted one open near him, he also saw a massive sea serpent, which rose from the depths of the ocean, which swallowed him whole. There he was now, inside the belly of the serpent, and all rested in darkness. When he tumbled into the serpent, he joked to himself, although no one was there to hear. "Could have been worse, at least now I know I won't be shark bait, like I always feared as a child." At that moment, all faded to darkness, and eventually the first terrible night within the belly of the serpent ended. Meanwhile, Bard Prophet still wandered the open hall of the library of Barbelo, where he spent what he reckoned be possible months, walking through the halls, fingering through and briefly skimming thousands of books. He felt like his knowledge was expanding significantly, but nervously shook as he walked through the library as if somehow he was running out of time. He was skilled in the arcane arts, and somehow he felt like he was being watched. The anxiety was crippling, but it was not enough to stop him combing through the many thousands of books. There was a certain spell of darkness that began to fall over the library, as if being submerged by an invisible force. His heart began to pound faster, compelling him to frantically search for the knowledge through the books for a path home. He had no hope in his mind anymore of seeing Natalie, Christian, or Wayward Prince again. It was more likely, he thought, that they had all been slain. This fear was an obsession in his mind. Bard Prophet continued frantically using magic to increase his speed. He sped through the library at superhuman speed until suddenly he stopped dead in his tracks, and the room was completely silent. In the distance, a golden goblet moved across the floor. He knew had to be cautious, but suddenly 8 masked figures walked out the darkness, wearing terrible animal masks of corrupted creatures. The figures were all dressed almost completely in black, and they were armored. They stopped and stood motionless, blocking his path on either side, and their faces could not be seen. He felt sudden dread in his stomach and nausea at the unsettling sight of the masks. He wondered who they were and what they wanted from him, but he knew they were not his friends. Bard Prophet suddenly prepared himself for magical combat. The blue magic started flowing through his fingertips, but the tips of his fingers were still shaking from fear and nervousness. Suddenly, the figures began to approach from both sides, hoping to consume him in their darkness. They had a method, a strategy, and they would not let bored prophet leave this place alive. He pressed his back against the cold wall opposite the grand bookshelf in front of him, but the masked figures wouldn't stop. They were a few feet from him now, beginning to draw weapons in a threatening manner. When they arrived a few inches from his face, almost within a sword's length, one of the great flying machines above their heads crashed and landed in the library, sending a shock, an explosion of fire that flooded the air, sending the massive bookshelf in front of Barred Prophet tumbling down into pieces, and books fell everywhere. Flames started to appear all over the once quiet library, covered now in smoke and burning book and shelves. Now able to break from being cornered by the dark figures, he sprinted away from the wreckage, followed closely by the masked figures, with the smell of smoke filling his lungs and threatening to suffocate him. He was now completely desperate to find an escape, and he now was finding it increasingly difficult to breathe as he coughed up the smoke-filled air. But despite these difficulties, he still sought an escape from the inferno of what was once the untarnished magical library of Barbelo. Barred Prophet raced down the corridors, using his magic to increase the speed of his steps, still consumed in mind by dread and panic. Shipwrecked soul, after fulfilling his purpose within the desert cave, not far away from Barred Prophet in Barbelo, sought a way to leave Barbelo himself. He left the underground maze behind, trying to carve his way back to the Storm of the Worlds. He knew he was close to a portal because of the intense magical feeling in the air that made his skin stand on edge. He ignited some torches, and the portal tore open before him a rift in reality into the Storm of the Worlds, revealing the mighty tidal waves and tumultuous waters of this treacherous and consuming ocean. A tempest littered the sky. When he stepped through the portal, shipwrecked soul felt the wind and rain covering him with their wetness and their energy, but it only further invigorated him and his purpose. He looked around and located his ship as if it was waiting for his return. He arrived back at the helm of the ship, carefully climbing up to the top of the vessel as the mighty waves crashed against the hull, drenching him in even more salt water. Now, standing at the helm, a subtle smile appeared on his face, and he looked over the horizon after he spotted a massive serpent, the size of the Eiffel Tower, swimming and ducking its head above the water through the tempest-covered sea. He was filled with motivation now and steered his ship toward the beast, for he knew inside the beast must be something precious. His mind was filled with his plans of what he would do when he acquired whatever object of value he might find inside it. He murmured to himself, but the only words the wind could hear were mutterings of the good deeds he would accomplish with the precious object inside. "You won't hold the treasure for long," he whispered to the serpent, as he continued to see it dive in and out of the waters. The ship carved a path through the waters, and the raging storm each second taking it closer to the serpent. He laughed quietly, but the laughter echoed through the wind. Deep within the darkness inside the serpent, Wayward Prince was asleep inside the serpent. Suddenly, a bright, painful light pierced through the darkness of the flesh of the serpent as it was torn open by some magical force, unlike anything Wayward Prince had seen before. Shipwrecked soul hauled Wayward Prince upon the deck of the ship, where he now lay gasping for breath, coughing up seawater, and was shocked that he was rescued and was not dead. When Wayward Prince came to his senses, he looked up at his savior and saw Shipwrecked Soul. "To who do I owe the pleasure of being saved?" Wayward Prince asked, with a subtle smile appearing on his face. "The name is not important, my friend," said Shipwrecked Soul, "but most people on my journey call me Shipwrecked Soul." How did you find me?" Wayward Prince asked, as he was still coughing up water. Shipwrecked Soul offered him a hand and a warm smile. "The saying is true, fortune favors the bold, my friend. I saw the serpent going in and out of the waves, and my intuition told me that this creature might have swallowed something of value. I have been rewarded for my belief. Or rather, you have, my fortunate friend." Wayward Prince looked at his savior, grateful to be alive but still did not quite realize where he was or what was happening. "Thank you, sire. I don't think I can repay you, however." "I never ask for repayment," Shipwrecked Soul quickly replied, seeming genuine and friendly. "But we must leave this place and continue our journey." Half out of his mind, as they prepared to sail off, Wayward Prince thought of his lost friends. "On your journey, have you by chance encountered friends dear to me? They go by the names Natalie and Christian. They are young, no more than 25 years of age." Shipwrecked Soul gave a smile, but it seemed he was hiding something. "I have met many people on my journey. It's hard to keep track of them all, but I'm sure we are all of us interconnected, for the storm is vast chaotic, just like the worlds it connects to. Could lead us anywhere." Wayward Prince nodded understanding and accepting the answer, still catching his breath. They were now facing an even more tumultuous part of the storm, which became darker the further they looked over the horizon. But Wayward Prince was stern in his resolve to survive. He had no idea whether he should believe his enigmatic rescuer, but for now he knew he had no choice but to accept that his intentions were true. The waves crashed against the ship and splashed against Wayward Prince's face. Shipwrecked Soul continued to guide the ship through the steering wheel, navigating through the waves as the wind continued to howl. The ship glided flawlessly through the waves, so no sign of instability. Wayward Prince knew that it was guided by magic. As the voyage continued, Wayward Prince thought of the moment he learned of Natalie's vision from her. He felt heavy with the guilt of his behavior towards her and how he allowed his emotions to override his judgment. There was suddenly a strange and almost irresistible urge inside of him, an impulse telling him to jump off the ship and into the dark waters below. He was able to stop himself from jumping, but the feeling refused to leave him, and it grew stronger. He knew he had to hide this feeling from Shipwrecked Soul, and Wayward Prince smiled, feigning sincere interest in all of Shipwrecked Soul's intricate tales, and he occasionally interjected with light-hearted banter. Wayward Prince spoke jests while the Shipwrecked Soul continued with his speech, interwoven essays of his wisdom, but their voices were frequently drowned out by the storm that surrounded them. As they continued to speak, Wayward Prince suddenly and casually interjected that he was feeling quite hungry. Shipwrecked Soul, who was prepared for seemingly all things, reached into his pocket and produced a shiny red apple. He threw it in Wayward Prince's direction, who caught it easily. His reflexes were skilled from years of war. "Eat this," advised Shipwrecked Soul. "This should tide you over until we reach more silent waters." Wayward Prince nodded in agreement, pretending to take a bite of the apple. He, however, raised it to his lips, and a sudden unexplainable instinct directly told him not to eat it. So instead, he nonchalantly and secretly tossed the apple into the waves below, watching as it disappeared beneath the waves. When the apple hit the water, it emitted a sudden burst of magic, exploding in green light, illuminating the sea with a glow as if from another world. The light danced against the waves, which increased the uneasiness that Wayward Prince was feeling. Although he would only recognize it years later, the mysterious force that told him to jump into the sea, and the same force that had warned him against eating the apple, was trying to guide him on his journey, as if watching to protect him. He was clueless to the grand scheme of what was underlying his fate and what was to come. Wayward Prince then proceeded to inquire Shipwrecked Soul, with several questions hoping to gain more information. "So, my rescuer, how did you find yourself traversing through the storm of the worlds on this great and mighty vessel? It seems to be of magic origin. It is completely unfazed by the waves crashing against it." Shipwrecked Soul responded with excitement. "That is a tale of adventure. It is a long one, but the short of it is, I long ago was a simple wanderer, and I traversed the realms, as one of the chosen ones. I found this vessel in a distant universe. It was abandoned and in disrepair. I knew it had a use for me, so I restored it to working condition, and indeed, most of all, restored its magic." Wayward Prince feigned excitement. That is quite the interesting tale. I would love to hear it in full. And what of your name, the Shipwrecked Soul? I think it's very unique." Shipwrecked Soul laughed in response. "That story I perhaps might tell another time, but the name suits me perfectly and has served me well for my purposes on my journey." Wayward Prince responded, saying, "Certainly. Do you ever wish you could go back to the time before you started your voyage through the storm of the worlds? I am sure it is a very stressful life, but you probably had a grand one before this." Shipwrecked Soul responded again, saying, "Perhaps yes, I do wish I could go back, but it is no good thinking about the past now. All life change, but the currents of the storm of the worlds have guided me the best. That is all I want. One man and the storm of the worlds." Wayward Prince attempted to probe for more information, without trying to seem obvious that this was his intention. "Have you ever encountered any extraordinary magical or unusual entities in your journey or voyage? Anything you encounter make you fearful or questioning of reality?" A smirk appeared now on Shipwrecked Soul's face. "Oh yes, certainly, Prince. I think we all have. There is no way around that. If you travel long enough, this is completely unavoidable. We won't always understand it, just simply embrace it." Wayward Prince asked a new question, pressing his luck, growing even more suspicious. "Indeed, we should not question the life that is thrown at us, even a life of navigating this storm, my friend. What philosophy or spirit guides you on this trek? Obviously, something must be motivating you." Shipwrecked Soul smiled widely, saying, "The spirit of melody, the spirit of song, of the purpose of human adventure. Your words are wise, and I will always be on my guard for strange entities on my voyage." The conversation continued for an hour at least. Wayward Prince grew suspicious with every question he asked. He was determined to uncover the truth of Shipwrecked Soul, but in the back of his mind, he knew this might not be possible, for he had no mechanism by which to tell if Shipwrecked Soul was telling the truth. The desire to uncover the truth of this enigmatic figure grew like a fire within him, and so he began to continue asking questions. Even in his youth, his obsession was unraveling mysteries and making them plain as day, but he began to believe that mystery of Shipwrecked Soul might be beyond his power to uncover, at least in this life. Chapter 13. The Death of a Sacred Heart. Christian awoke with fragments of dreams filling his mind, as the light filtered through the cracks under the door as the sun rose. In his mind also echoed the words of the teacher, which constantly reminded him of other worlds that truly existed, and the Arabian woman who had opposed Shipwrecked Soul, sending him cascading into the abyss. He knew there was something important about her, and that she would play a role in his tale. He rubbed his eyes, got up and stepped outside his door, hearing the obnoxious boom of magisterium priests preaching. He was also handed a religious magisterium leaflet. He opened the pamphlet and saw that it promoted the religion, containing quotes from the sacred text, the Book of the Mother. Although he did not realize it, this work was authored directly by the dreadful king of hell. He read the pamphlet carefully. In the beginning, there was a light of consciousness that appeared, a gift from the mother who appeared to guide her children on the true path of self-sufficiency and reason. Have faith only in her commands to find your salvation. The commandments of the mother are the light and bring harmony to the universe and ground this very existence. These are the commandments. Do as your heart commands. Do not let nature confine your passions. Honor the mother above all else. Submit yourself to the magisterium, the true teaching. Spit on those who seek another path, for they are worthy of death. Reject false prophets, for their delusions will lead you away from the narrow path. Reject the mother's commands, and you shall find nothing but out darkness, where there will be eternal misery. We pray in the name of the mother, and of Peter, and of the agent. Christian read the words and felt to sickty his soul and nervous. The Arabian woman seemed to represent something quite opposite to these teachings. and deep down he knew that there was more to discover about the magisterium religion than what he was told. The city around him had fallen victim to this religion. Christian continued walking and saw a large gathering of people at the steps of the cathedral. He wanted to know what was happening, so he approached slowly, making sure to not draw attention to himself. He soon discovered that the crowd was listening closely to an angry-looking priest, adorned in the garments and religious robes of the magisterium priesthood. He spoke in an angry, monotone voice filled with authority and surety of his beliefs. He issued commands and teachings, his loud voice throbbing in the ears of all present. He spoke of hellfire and what would happen to those who opposed the magisterium. There would be eternal torments for those who opposed Peter and his teachings, which he described with malicious glee and detail. The speech only served to fill Christian's mind with defiance. These teachings were becoming more and more repugnant to him. He desired something different, a teaching of love without threat, of compassion. His voice was powerless, and speaking up would only result in his death. The speech fueled his desire to find his friends and to reconnect with Natalie, who he suspected worked at the same labor camp, but could not be sure. He listened to the priest and the chilling words that were spoken, the words only serving to fuel his anger. This is all Christian heard before he walked away angrily. My dear brethren, we must all be vigilant against the ever-growing cacophony of whispers, temptations that build in our hearts that lead us to hellfire. Peter is the rock on which the church is built. To question his teachings is to question God, because he was appointed. No matter what he does, we must follow him. Follow him through the fire, into the darkness. His teachings will lead to nirvana. Only in accepting his teachings without mistake can we ever hope to find salvation. For those in the outer darkness of our world, those who have yet to accept his gospel, terrible pains await, weeping and gnashing of teeth. The book of the mother is the book of life. Its secrets lead us to where we need to be and tell us all we need to know. The eternal pits of hell will bring us joy when we realize those enemies of ours are suffering there forever. But we shall forever cling to the teachings of Peter, who protects us with his teachings. We should constantly pray for guidance and strength to find ourselves away from these same hellfire. Resist false prophets and their teachings. Amen. Christian slowly walked away from the crowd as he remembered the city in its previous vibrancy, the way it existed before the war with the Dominion and its eventual pitiful surrender. The streets used to have life and were vibrant. He was surrounded now by nothing but severe pain and suffering, less than a shadow of its former self. This was the world which was deprived of the teachings and dogmas of the teacher, and something truly vile had replaced them. The townspeople were impoverished, having nothing, starving, hollow stomachs and despair. Mothers would hold their children close in useless efforts to protect them from reality. They seemingly had given up hope themselves. The Dominion and its religion had control over every aspect of life, and this was reflected in the poverty and hollow stomachs of those under its rule. Christian saw a young girl with streaks of dirt across her face and in ragged clothes. They gazed at each other for a moment before he left, and he never saw her again. Christian's heart began to break, realizing what this world had lost. This world was devoid of grace, a spirit of compassion that itself had the power to bend the stars. Without it, there is hopelessness. All Christian could do was witness the terrible crimes and poverty around him that had befallen the city of Trenton. He continued walking undeterred, for somewhere in his heart there was a small hope that pestered his mind, telling him he would be the true lamp in the dark when all other lights go out, even in a world plunged into darkness by the Dominion. Chapter 14. The Mirror of the Dark Mother. Peter, still sitting astride his dark throne, embraced and indeed loved the adoration he received from the pack of vicious creatures and stray worshippers that were wrapped around his throne. His eyes were wide and bright from happiness of being adored, and he knew that victory was all but achieved. Following the dark hymns was a sudden silence that collapsed over the chamber. Now, and for the first time in a long time, Peter arose from the throne of shadows, but slowly he was followed by all eyes in the room. "Caiaphas," he cried out, and his voice echoed across the walls of the chamber. A robed servant with a bald head, with age in his eyes, bowed before Peter with utter and pathetic reverence. "Walk with me, my friend." Now together they walked through the chamber, cutting a path through the throng of creatures and stray worshippers who allowed them to pass as they trembled. They gazed at Peter and never stopped until he was out of view. The shadows sank deeper into the room as they walked through it. Peter led his servant Caiaphas to a far corner of the chamber where there was a dark pool of water. The surface of the water was smooth and calm, but empty, filled only with thick shadows. Peter gazed into the pool and gazed into its depths. Peter, dreadful king. If hell stood and gazed with staring eyes at the dark pool and explained its mystery to Caiaphas, this pool is a gift from the Mother. Through it we can briefly see things close and far away. Caiaphas was intrigued and gazed at the pool with enthusiasm. "Tell me, my friend, what do you see?" Caiaphas's voice was hesitant, and his eyes were erratic in their gaze. Suddenly, a magical vision began to unfold in front of them. Caiaphas described the scene in explicit detail. "I see. A group of formidable enemies, my lord," Caiaphas stated with fear in his voice. "They are fighting a long and terrible war against us. They have shed much blood and oppose us bitterly. They are surrounded on all sides by our brethren." The vision in the pool swirled and changed into a new sight. These enemies are fighting against the brethren, the orcs, using all of their power and exhausting it all, with swords, shields, and other deadly weapons, and nay, even sorcery. The air even crackles with the whip of magic, and the sparks of their power. Their spells shake the ground in anger. Caiaphas continued to describe the unfolding scene as the dreadful king listened closely, and his eyes never left the pool. "Our brethren are brave and never stopping. Their numbers are endless, and there are more and more arriving, but even more being slain. Our enemies refuse to surrender and are seemingly invincible. They draw strength from each other, facing us with unyielding resistance." Once more the vision changed, and Caiaphas's voice crackled once more with fear. His expression turned serious and filled with concern. "The Arabian woman, even she has lost strength, my lord. She, being an unrelenting enemy, has fallen dead on the ground, her magical orb shattered by an orc's arrow. She is caught off guard and hit by swords and falls on the ground. One of the brethren executed her with a swift and brutal motion. She falls to the ground, motionless, blood soiling the hellish ground beneath her." The dreadful king, Peter's eyes studied the scene more closely, eyes focusing closer. He was plotting his next moves in detail, calculating in his mind. When the vision changed again, Caiaphas described the next scene that unfolded before their eyes. "In this pool I see—" His voice was still shaking. "I see Christian, who stood on the edge of the cliff and was overlooking the tumultuous storm of the worlds." Peter's lips were curling with sinister glee as he spoke, addressing Christian directly. "Christian, is your heart strong enough to hold the world and save it if it is torn asunder?" He stared at Christian's face in the vision and addressed him again. "Nothing will allow you to stand firm against the tempest that I will unleash against you. Every good thing about life will flee from you." Caiaphas again gazed back into the pool, and other faces were revealed like Natalie, bard prophet and wayward prince. They were swarmed by orcs and other wicked creatures fighting to the death. Peter glanced again cruelly at his enemies with a hissing face. "Do not be deceived by appearances, Caiaphas. They may seem powerful, but these have no clue of what awaits them. They will suffer, and I will relish in the suffering." Caiaphas accepted every word of his master and bowed his head in somber reverence for the torment that was to come. Caiaphas and his lord continued to look into the pool as more visions appeared, as they saw the heroes in various locations engaged in deadly combat with orcs. Peter addressed Natalie directly, saying, "Natalie, your visions are the answer to secrets. But are you prepared, my dear, for what they may lead you to in the end?" They saw Natalie with flames of fire on her hand standing in the storm of the worlds, ready to kill someone. Peter then whispered, "Deception will either blind you or consume you." Caiaphas described Natalie standing in front of a roaring fire and destruction, eyes filled with terrible fear, but a determined expression. She is about to learn a new secret, a truth. Will she find what she is looking for? The dreadful king chuckled softly and said, "She will find the truth, but it will be too late for her, I'm afraid." Now the vision shifted to the wayward prince, who was in fierce combat with another terrible foe. Meanwhile, Bard Prophet was weaving a tapestry of dangerous, desperate spells, and was hiding 8 objects all over the universe frantically. Wayward Prince, you are bold, but when faced with what I offer, will you remain untainted by my corruption? And Bard Prophet, your quest for knowledge has always served you, but what will happen when you learn what will consume your mind? Caiaphas looked at the scene as it unfolded, and his fear grew of his lord. He was confused at what the real fate of all of the heroes would be, but he had complete faith in his master, that he would guide them to their defeat, and he would stop at nothing to see his plans through to the end. The vision now shifted over to Wayward Prince again, who was fighting in fierce sword combat with a formidable enemy, fighting in a duel for his life with the ferocity of a lion. His face was filled with sweat, but his eyes never left his opponent, and he would never surrender. Caiaphas told Peter what he saw. "My lord, before my eyes I see a prince, and his sword flashes at lightning speed. His noble training is evidenced by his every move, but he made a mistake and fell." Peter edged closer to the pool and said, "Prince, you have not the strength or the friends to stand against what I shall unleash." His voice was filled with confidence as he enunciated the words. Caiaphas shook when he thought of what Peter could make the wayward prince do, even turn him to darkness and make him wage war against his friends and allies. Even he was terrified at what could become of the prince. The dreadful king saw the pain of the heroes and revelled in their despair. He stayed confident in his plan to triumph over his enemies. Caiaphas had no doubt that his master's plan would be victorious, and with every vision he reported, he became more confident. The surface of the pool changed again and showed a new vision. Caiaphas reported on seeing Bard Prophet running through the library of Barbelo as he eagerly consumed thousands of books, thirsting for knowledge. He was dancing closer to madness, trying to find the one piece of knowledge, frantically, that would lead to his victory. Somewhere in the shadows were dark figures who hoped to assassinate him, while he carelessly read thousands of books. Peter responded to the vision, saying, "At last the knowledge you see will consume you and blind your heart, leaving you at last to be handed to me as my victim." Bard Prophet continued to frantically delve into more and lore books, and each new discovery further invigorated him. The distinction between true wisdom and madness growing ever thinner. Peter spoke again with an even more booming voice. "Know that I will be here watching, waiting to strike the killing blow at the perfect time when you are weak and most vulnerable." His words filled the room with their power. He continued and spoke of suffering and betrayal, and announced that he had a plan for them and would orchestrate their demise. Caiaphas's heart felt a sickening pain as he understood the words, for there was still good in his heart. He did not mention this hoping to please his lord. Dread filled the chamber as they knew there would be a great war that had no end in sight. The dark pool started violently boiling, and they saw a final vision. Caiaphas described shipwrecked soul who travelled through the storm of the worlds on his magical ship as it voyaged through the encompassing storm and fierce winds which now almost threatened to capsize it. The dreadful king's voice was now stronger than before, and he alluded to the fates of his enemies. "Your trust will be shattered, and when you turn against each other, I will pounce and consume you all." The vision shifted once more and showed the confrontation between the heroes as the once powerful bonds between them shattered. The magic in the room began to audibly crackle. The heroes fought against large monsters and climbed large heights, searching for precious objects all over the universes, not knowing that the greatest threat to them was being manipulated by an unseen hand. The visions continued as the heroes fought for the fates of all worlds, which rested on their shoulders. One mistake would lead to the destruction of all. They had no defense for what was to come. Peter reveled as he saw 3 figures lying dead on the stone-cold floor, being eaten alive. His voice was cold and fierce. "You shall bow to me as your lord, or even your life will slip through your fingers like the unresisting air." His words echoed with vibrancy off the walls. Caiaphas began to shiver at the words, but his movements were unnoticed by Peter. The visions culminated with war, armies raging against each other, consuming each other in fire. The flames now escaped the vision, became real, and licked upward toward the surface, and the hungry flames reached higher. The fires warmed the faces of Peter and Caiaphas and consumed the images of the heroes, until the images were no more. All that was remaining were the explosions spat out by the pools. Their fates were sealed, but there was much left to doubt. Now, after the fire vanished and the visions were gone, there was a silence that filled the room. Only echoes of what they had just seen remaining. Only darkness left. Peter's grip was entrenched over the heroes, more closely than any of them could have imagined. This would be a war, unlike all other wars. Chapter 15. The Flight from the Flames. Bard Prophet sprinted as fast as his magic would take him, through the massive towers of books shelves of the Library of Barbelo, closely followed by the spreading flames. He was compelled by an urgency, seeking a way out, an escape from the inferno, but mourned the loss of the knowledge that the fires had consumed. The air was flooded with smoke expanding to all corners of the library, and Bard Prophet began to cough out loud. Bard Prophet knew that there were secrets lost in the library's destruction that would never be recovered. This was a tragedy. Each book was not only precious, but also irreplaceable. Bard Prophet, as he sprinted at superhuman speed, knew in his heart that his companions had to be alive, and this thought motivated him. He thought that maybe his desire for knowledge might have ensnared him here, to his death, without a way of escape. Eventually, Bard Prophet actually found an exit, through the doors of the castle, and he breathed rapidly, once again able to draw breaths of clean air. The cold air gave his lungs a stinging feeling, but he welcomed it all the same. He looked out and could see the raging dogfights and war above him, the aircraft chaotically dancing with each other in deadly combat, filling the sky. Once again, Bard Prophet remembered his friends, who were somewhere else. He could not reach them, and he knew that he could find them again, but only through intense magical rituals. He knew that they would be lost without his guidance, and they did not stand any fighting chance against the Dark Lord. He knew also, based on his experience with the demon, that he would attempt to drive a wedge between each member of the group through careful deception. Bard Prophet continued to watch the war above his head, a confusion of emotions swelling within him, knowing the worlds were going to march on towards catastrophe. But he would stand against the darkness even if he had to do it alone. Meanwhile, Wayward Prince and Shipwrecked Soul stood together on the deck of the magical ship that was voyaging through the storm of the worlds, as the ship's magic defied reality itself. It was night-time, and the moon cast a remarkable glow upon Wayward Prince's face. Shipwrecked Soul was still moved by the same animate force that had powered his words the whole time, excited about every sentence he was speaking. His voice fell and rose at times, mirroring the rhythm of the waves themselves. Wayward Prince feigned interest and acknowledged everything that Shipwrecked Soul was saying, still not able to get rid of the feeling in his stomach that something was wrong. "There's one more thing I must tell you, dear friend," Shipwrecked Soul continued, his eyes glowing with excitement. "For years I have been searching for this trinket, a crown which contains untold power. They say it once belonged to King David himself, and with it we could defeat the dreadful king of hell." Wayward Prince leaned in closer as his suspicion grew. "What did you say about a crown? And why would it have power to defeat so great an enemy?" Shipwrecked Soul continued his excited and manic speech. "It can give someone 100 times their power. With careful and proper use, just imagine what it could accomplish. The Dark Lord would fall without any chance. We could defeat him." Wayward Prince thought very careful and knew that he could not betray his knowledge or experience with the crown, and played along. A relic of such power is either heavily guarded or surrounded by deadly traps. We might find it, but we'd never walk out with it alive. They don't just let trinkets like that sit around for anyone to pick up. Shipwrecked Soul looked desperate and began to plead with Wayward Prince. "Listen to me, Prince. This is the only chance we have to win. It's the only way we can save your daughter. We will set her free." The mention of his daughter made Wayward Prince feel completely confused and uneasy, for he had made no mention of Ruth to him, and he wondered how Shipwrecked Soul had known. Nonetheless, Wayward Prince maintained a neutral expression. He had to think very carefully, for one wrong word might lead to his downfall. He had no idea if Shipwrecked Soul's appearance was a facade, and even if it was not, any anger could lead to his death because Shipwrecked Soul had already demonstrated his vast magical abilities and powers that seemed unrivaled. Despite this, Shipwrecked Soul's desperate pleading only seemed to grow as he reached for Wayward Prince's arm, saying, "Please, Wayward Prince, we must work together. I have obsessed day and night with defeating that devil. He destroyed my world and everyone I hold dear. But defeating him will bring everyone back, including your daughter." Wayward Prince took a deep look into Shipwrecked Soul's eyes, which seemed perfectly sincere, and for a moment he completely believed Shipwrecked Soul. But something swayed him, and he knew he could not trust this person, even though the mention of his daughter gave him a strong desire to stand by his side. Desperate now, Wayward Prince uttered a silent prayer, placing his trust at last in God to guide him. He looked deep into Shipwrecked Soul's eyes, and he had made his decision. Stepping back quickly, he said, "There's a saying at market. If someone tries to sell you something, saying it will perform miracles and save your life, probably not going to happen. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Goodbye." Not giving Shipwrecked Soul any time to react, Wayward Prince took one more step back, with his eyes closed, entrusting the mercy of the storm of the worlds with his life. Let himself fall over the railing of the ship. Shipwrecked Soul reached out with both arms, and his face now had an expression of horror. But he was not quick enough to reach Wayward Prince, as he fell deep into the abyss. "No!" screamed Shipwrecked Soul, as the magic he was now trying to use to catch the Wayward Prince failed him. He was powerless to stop Wayward Prince from plummeting downwards and falling into the water below, creating a massive splash. Rather than sinking further into the depths, Wayward Prince was embraced by the calm waters. The water surrounded him and filled him lungs, but instead of awaking in death, a thunderbolt from the sky immediately teleported him to another world, a realm away from the dangers he was experiencing. He had escaped. Chapter 16. The Bright Prince's Arrival in Our World. As the portal opened wide on the asphalt, the air crackled with magical sparks, and then water gushed out, and finally, Wayward Prince tumbled onto the now soaked asphalt, falling along with the water out of the vortex of light that had appeared with no warning in the small town in West Virginia. There were a few bystanders who saw the gallons of water gush out of the portal, who stood there with confusion and shock as Wayward Prince splashed onto the pavement with a thud. Wayward Prince moved his hair out of his face, gripped his sword, and looked around, confused completely by this new environment. A young woman approached and walked by, noticing his medieval-style clothing, and laughed, saying, "I didn't know there was a Renaissance fair today. I thought we weren't due for one this season." Wayward Prince heard the quip, and then responded with one of his own. Well, maybe I prefer to dress the new fashion before everyone else does. He absorbed his surroundings and began to walk around the town, and was very curious about the strange architecture, and saw cars for the first time, and wondered if they had horses inside them. People around him looked at him and gave him amused looks, but he did not care. He walked off and found himself eventually inside a car dealership, and was greeted by the salesperson. "Good morning, I suppose," said Wayward Prince. "How much do these horse chariots cost? I seem to be in need of transportation. How many magical horses power that chariot?" He said the words as he pointed to a red car. The salesman was confused, but responded as he was trained. "That one has 250 horsepower, sir." Wayward Prince responded with shock. "What magic is this? A chariot that by some magic fits inside it the power of more than 200 horses." Wayward Prince had no funds to purchase the car, so he left the dealership and found a park where he rested, sitting down on a bench looking up at the moon in the sky. His thoughts turned to the very meaning of life, and he was completely bewildered with where to go next, or what his role in this world was, or how he could ever go back to his old life. He muttered at the sky and the moon, and to anyone who could hear him, although no one was nearby. In all of these worlds, all that remains is the search for meaning, the quest for purpose. But if there is any importance to my place in this world, I do not know. Destiny will tell my story. That is all I know. Even though he was bewildered, he was still filled with a sense of wonder and excitement for whatever might happen next in his story. A new chapter would unfold in his life. Chapter 17. The Bard Prophet Awakens. Bard Prophet continued his slow walk out of the castle, and eventually, once again, found himself standing before the magical tree, and he was overshadowed by its great branches which reached out toward the sky. The leaves glowed and softly whistled with magic, drawing him in even closer. As he approached the trunk of the tree, he felt an ocean of calm feelings wash over him. He was now completely exhausted, and his eyelids drooped and suddenly closed without resistance, taking him into a deep slumber of immobility. Bard Prophet had many dreams. He found himself traveling through many different memories of his conversations he had with many different individuals from a variety of universes. There was also in his dreams memories of pain and torment, especially the memories of the War of the Consuming Fire. He remembered friends and family that he lost through this war, and he mourned their loss. Suddenly he shot upward out of his dreams and found himself not in Barbelo, but in his own universe, in the castle he lived in, and conducted his magical experiments and studies. He was exactly where he was when he left this world, but still everyone had forgotten about the War of the Consuming Fire and the war that initiated. The marks of the war themselves had vanished from the world, and there was no evidence that any of it happened. His friends and companions, of course, still recognized him and wished him good morning. Suddenly, Bard Prophet approached out of his chief servant's Varsali and asked, "Do you still not remember anything of the War of the Consuming Fire?" "My lord, I do not know of what war you speak. All these years we have been living in peace," was the servant's confused response. Bard Prophet became desperate to learn what was happening, knowing that he was not insane. He asked his dear friend Edmund, "Edmund, you don't mean to tell me that you too have no memory of the terrible darkness we fought against together, side by side, the war and the foe we fought so bravely to vanquish?" Edmund was confused as well and shook his head. "Not in our lifetime, my friend. I think you need some more rest." Bard Prophet's confusion turned to anger. He knew that if everyone forgot about the evil that consumed the world, it would only allow that evil to have an unfettered life and to lurk in the shadows until it could once again emerge and try to destroy the world and all that he held dear. Bard Prophet retreated to his study, where he flipped through hundreds of books to try to find any indication of what had caused his present situation, and if there was any possible way to reclaim the memories and what foolish enchantment they have fallen victim to. He ran through hundreds of more books in his study, tomes and scrolls, and was no closer to finding an answer than when he began. He remembered his experiences with Wayward Prince, and these memories brought him hope. The bond they shared during the war was unbreakable. Suddenly, Bard Prophet remembered the reason why everyone was forgetting the war. He remembered Mithras, the servant of King Charles II, who had convinced him to add another spell to the binding of the tormentor spell. It was then that he realized that this spell must have been what caused everyone to forget. He remembered the urgency in King Charles's voice as he relayed the message he got from Mithras, and as he edited the spell and added the new portion to it. The spell had cost them more than Bard Prophet intended, and more than he could bear. He put his hands to his face, sitting at his desk, contemplating his mistakes and wondering what next move he could make. The amulet was out in the world somewhere, containing a great evil that was just waiting to unleash untold death upon the universe. His thoughts were fixed on the amulet, such a small piece of jewelry that now holds such importance and wicked power. He remembered the disgrace and horror when he reached into his pocket, knowing it had been stolen. Whoever had robbed him of the amulet knew of its significance, that it held the essence of the dreadful king. His mind flooded with unparalleled remorse. He got up and packed his things in a fit of passion and anger, knowing that if he had to search the whole world for the amulet, he would do it. No matter what the peril, no matter how long the quest would be, he needed to find the amulet before someone else could unleash that devil upon the world again. For the second suffering would be worse than first. His thoughts again were fixed on the war of the consuming fire and the chaos and death, and the fact that only an alliance of all nations was what defeated the demon, after much loss, much sacrifice. He also wondered if his paths would cross with Christian and Natalie again. He knew they were on their own journey, and that their only hope was to follow divine light and inspiration. He had to reveal what was hidden by the veil of twisted magic for all to see. Bard Prophet recalled when he was given the gift of immortality by an angel after his role in defeating the dreadful king of hell. The angel appeared and touched his hands and his eyes, and something like a great wind filled the room, fluttering all of his robes. He heard the voice. "In face of evil you have prevailed. Future generations will need you as well in this fight. Your years will be longer than any other human person." The words of the angel had awakened something within Bard Prophet, a sense of importance that he had a role to play in whatever fate would befall the world. The angel was gone before Bard Prophet could decline accepting the gift, because he did not want to take such a heavy responsibility and power. He knew it would be a curse in disguise. As Bard Prophet continued to pack weapons and provisions and other supplies, there was a fierce spirit within him, a tenacious spirit to never give up his fight. He walked out the door, thinking about the amulet, with hope for his friends in his heart, unwilling to give up on his world. He prayed to St. Michael for guidance as he embarked on a perilous journey, well armed and well provisioned. Meanwhile, Wayward Prince walked through the park with regret in his heart, regretting his anger when demanded to know what Natalie had seen in her visions. He replayed the scene in his mind. He was unsure if he would ever see Natalie or Christian again, but knew that they were off somewhere, alive, but out of reach. He wanted to mend the trust that was broken, because only through bonds of friendship could they ever hope to succeed. Chapter 18. The Voice Inside the Amulet. In a dark night, the air was filled with a howling wind, as if the curtains of shadows had fallen over the very hearts of the people who slept there, a quiet suburban neighborhood. Inside one of the ordinary homes, there lived an elderly woman who cradled the amulet in two hands, and she gazed at it with feelings of love and wanting to protect it. She caressed the gold of the amulet as if she could somehow communicate with it, or rather the entity trapped inside that lay sleeping inside. The amulet seemed to respond to her very touch. She continued rubbing the old amulet, and she grew more excited as if it was responding to her. Suddenly she heard a soft but demonic voice that whispered in her mind, which sent shivers down her spine. It was calm, but as violent as nails rubbing against a chalkboard. She rose from her seat in front of the mirror and walked down the creaking staircase, as her footsteps were heard all throughout the otherwise silent home. As she walked, she casually stepped over lifeless bodies of her victims, and their blood had marked the once perfect carpet. She held the amulet close as she walked. She passed the mirror in the hallway as she reached the bottom of the stairs. Her reflection was twisted and unnatural. Her eyes flickered with red light. As she moved away from the mirror, there was a sudden ring of the telephone, and it slightly startled her. After hesitating, she picked up the phone and listened, after placing it to one ear. She heard Peter's voice on the other end of the phone, and she had a subtle smile on her face, knowing full well what was to come. Chapter 19. The Rising Incense of the Poem. Christian sat on a chair in his living quarters. The room was lit by only a single candle, and their shadows marking the walls. He took out a pen and began writing in a small notebook. He was writing a poem. He wrote of his dreams and of the temporary nature of the world itself. The words flowed through him quickly and without effort. He talked about his experiences living in New York and the towering monument that he had helped build, and his hatred of the scriptures that he was forced to read. He wrote about Natalie as she was carried away by the merciful waves of the storm of the worlds, and the angels that followed her, and the joy she found as the light filled the waters. He wrote about the raging armies in Barbelo, locked in eternal war, unable to find a way back home. He brought the dream to life with his words. There was true power emanating from his heart. He detailed the lack of stability and peace in his present world, and the turmoil of this same world. When he finished the last line, he put down his pen and scanned over the words many times. Christian stopped writing and felt inspiration again, and he continued writing and wrote the lines. Not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and the prince of the air we fight. He did not know where the words came from, but knew their significance, a truth he had not fully understood. His hand continued to write as if guided by an unseen force, saying, "In the world you will have chaos and death, but fear not, I have overcome the world." He wondered what had inspired him, but then his mind turned to other things. He gazed at the walls of his quarters and the graffiti that was written there, and the symbols on the walls he had drawn. It had been 1 month since his adventure in the Storm of the Worlds, but time had dragged on since then. Meanwhile, Natalie also sat at her desk, writing her own words. She wrote as if in a diary, detailing all of her experiences through the Storm of the Worlds and the friends she had made. The painful thought that she might never see Christian again tormented her. Natalie's Lothen, which was switched off, had been flickering and dim, but suddenly began to glow as if turned on, a sweet golden light that seemed to even flood her heart. When Natalie finished writing, she looked out the window as if her mind was drifting off to other worlds, longing for adventure and importance. She knew she had to find a way back to Christian, but she also knew this was impossible. Later on, Natalie found herself once again at her desk, writing in the diary and opened to a new page, again writing about her experiences in the Storm of the Worlds. Her pen danced across the page as she remembered her Lothen, and how she originally found it, and how it had been a constant companion to her on her quests. She wrote about the battles she fought beside Christian. Her love for him was growing immensely, even though they had been separated for a month. She continued to write and recognized that her words had turned into a letter, addressed to the teacher, addressed to God. She remembered the vision of the day of judgment that she and Christian had experienced together and desired an end to all of the evil that had consumed her world. Natalie lowered her head and prayed to Saint Matthias, asking for guidance in her search for justice and perseverance. Natalie closed the diary and stopped writing until suddenly she was inspired to write a letter to the teacher. "It seems that power is the rule of justice in this world. I've always wanted to experience something different, and always known that there is more to authority than raw power. That there are deeper truths that you can find if you look hard enough. All I want is to see Christian again. I felt like we had something together that was different and exists in spite of this power, and not because of it. Everything in this world of mine is ruled by power. But please let grace come and this world pass away. May the storm of the worlds guide us to a place far from here where we can be together." As she finished penning those words, there was a silence that filled the room, and her thoughts were heavy, but there was a soft flutter of wings. A small sparrow had flown into the room, and its feathers reflected the evening light. The bird landed on top of Natalie's book. It walked around the book with curiosity and looked at her closely. Natalie was enthralled by the bird's presence and studied its feathers and could feel the friendliness and kindness emanating from the creature. The sparrow hopped closer as if trying to communicate and flitted about the room before flying off and out the window to some distant home away from her. Days later, to Natalie's surprise, the bird returned to her room, and as soon as it landed before her eyes transformed into a tall and very real figure whose eyes were filled with warmth. Natalie recognized him immediately as Saint Matthias. He was dressed in ancient Jewish garments and wore the magical crown as a reward for his martyrdom, one of the few saints to achieve this blessing. He had a gentle smile on his face and a truly disarming smile. "Natalie," he began, his voice was quiet, "I have assumed the disguise of a sparrow, and I've been watching you on your quest. There will be terrible choices and ordeals ahead of you." Natalie was not sure whether or not to believe her eyes, but she was in awe at his presence. "Why are you here, sir, of all places? It is an honor, but I am confused." His eyes were filled with compassion as he responded, "There is a providence that undergirds the universe, my dear, and you will play a part in it, and you must remain strong. I've also spoken with your boyfriend, Christian. You're lucky to have him, frankly, especially given what you faced together. I compared him to Tom Brady in this spiritual battle, but I held my tongue, quickly remembering that such references would only make sense in a much different time and place, and would be wholly unfamiliar to you." Natalie was confused and did not understand Matthias's light-hearted behavior. Next, Saint Matthias indicated to the crown on his forehead, saying, "This is the crown of martyrdom, the highest honor one can receive in heaven. When the darkness falls on what you have and you still choose to do what is right with no avenue of saving your life, you will find something more valuable." Next, Matthias explained many concepts that Natalie did not understand, including the doctrine of the Trinity and the Incarnation, explaining them both in great precision and passion. Natalie listened closely because Matthias spoke of spiritual, comforting, and otherworldly truths. But he also spoke of the dangers she would face. In dark times, always remember these mysteries. Victory sometimes is only achieved through sacrificing the most important parts of yourself. Saint Matthias referenced the crown on his head, reminding Natalie that evil would only be defeated with a terrible sacrifice. He then explained the Christian teachings of the Trinity and the Incarnation to Natalie, who sat there amazed at the teaching, but confused. Noticing Natalie's visible confusion, he said, "These are glorious mysteries that cannot be understood, but they bring life. Your world has been deprived of these mysteries for the longest time, but not even the darkness can keep out the burning light. I cannot interfere directly with your quest from now on, but I will be, as they say, on the sidelines, cheering you on, and I offer my prayers." Natalie begged Matthias not to go, but after bestowing such words of wisdom, he transformed once again into a sparrow once more, his purpose fulfilled, flew out the window, and was gone. Natalie saw no trace of him. The night came and swallowed Natalie's hopes. Chapter 20. The Mad Quest for the Crown. Having forsaken his quest to find the amulet containing the demon, Bard Prophet embarked on a mad quest for any clue he could find to help him resurrect the crown of King David, for he knew that this was the only true way to put an end to the miseries that plagued his world. This quest took him multiple centuries. He traversed through many deep caves filled with water and giant spiders and other deadly traps. He traversed even through ancient tombs of mighty kings in the desert hidden in the sands. He walked through cities that had been abandoned long ago, their inhabitants slain by magic, a byproduct of a war from a distant time. The people there now viewed the towns as cursed, so they were abandoned. He scrawled through libraries, learning more than he had ever learned in his lifetime, rapidly reading through many different books in multiple languages, of sciences and magic arts, and of kingdoms that had fallen and kings that would never again obtain glory. He scaled snowy mountains and walked through enchanted forests, but in the end all of these efforts seemed to be in vain. At one point he was caught in an avalanche in the mountains and nearly lost his life. None of this deterred him. He was obsessed with his one goal of finding a way to resurrect the crown. There was no sign of any knowledge in the world, it would seem, that would lead to its resurrection, as the weapon it used to be. During his quest, he fought off multiplicities of bandits, having to ward them off with his magical spells, which ultimately scared them away. There were creatures that guarded what he thought to be phantom clues that might lead to more clues. He slew the creatures, but was no closer to achieving his goal than when he first began. He even tread through jungles in Africa, but all it brought him was a weary heart. The clues he was looking for failed to appear, just shadows and useless rumors. His trials and tribulations were fruitless errands. His obsession grew stronger the more he failed. One night, Bard Prophet had wandered back to a tavern in London. His adventures had led him full circle. He gazed at the mirror in the bedroom of the tavern and removed his shirt, seeing the marks and scars of the desert heat and jungle vines, marks from the battles he had endured to find the clues he was looking for. It had been 300 years since he began his quest, he realized, but he had made no true progress, and he finally allowed himself to admit this. He, fallen into bed, gazed up at the ceiling at last, giving up hope. He then remembered the elusive amulet and the soul of the Dark Lord that was trapped inside of it. He wondered where it was, because he knew that it would eventually lead to the downfall of the world. Bard Prophet remembered that he was gifted to travel between worlds and wondered if the suffering in casting such spells would be worth it. Instigating travel to another universe was no easy feat and did not come without sacrifice. He, in his desperation still lying in bed, tried to summon some of the spells that were the foundation of greater spells that could open portals to the storm of the worlds. But he failed. The magic faltered for a moment, and nothing happened. He now was beginning to see his immortality as a curse. He would see the doom that would sweep his world, with no way of looking away, the doom he believed he himself had caused due to his failures. He felt like he was losing his power, and his impotence overwhelmed him. Memories of the war of the consuming fire began to flood his mind again. He remembered the constant struggle, the crumbling castle walls, the epic long battles, fire from the sky that led to ultimate victory against the dreadful king of hell. Through all of these memories, he focused on his friends, although all of them, he believed, were now deceased. He remembered that the good in the world was worth defending. Suddenly, the purpose in Bard Prophet's mind changed. He accepted that resurrecting the crown was a hopeless task, so that now his only hope would be to find the amulet and to prevent the demon inside it from re-emerging and consuming the world in a second war of the consuming fire. He walked through the streets of London with an energetic heart, because his new quest had just begun. He only had traces of memories and suspicions, but he was determined to find what happened to the amulet and to recover it. Chapter 21. The Prince Sings. Wayward Prince was driving through the countryside of Oklahoma with a vision he had recently received fresh in his mind. As he made his way now through a city, there was a mysterious voice that he heard. It was gentle but confident, and he shivered when he heard the voice. "Take up thy father's sword, prodigal prince, and put on the full armor of thy God." Wayward Prince first thought nothing of what he heard, but the more he thought about it, the more the words stayed within his heart. Part of him told him it was divine calling, but another part of his mind told him that it must be madness. He had no idea if his father's sword was still buried in the dungeon of the castle, where he had left it over 1,000 years in the past, and across the Atlantic Ocean. He also knew there were many strange voices in the universe, so he wasn't sure if it would be best to trust the message or to try his best to forget it. As he continued to drive through the city, the message of the voice became a more pestering thought that he could not get out of his mind. Hours later, he had all but forgotten about the voice, and was listening to the radio and was singing joyfully along to the country music. He continued his drive amidst the setting of the sun and the open road ahead of him. As he sang and the car drove across the countryside, he noticed a sudden change in the atmosphere. Blue skies suddenly turned black, overtaken by a swirling storm, tornadoes off in the distance, shredding the earth to pieces. He pulled over his car to the side of the road, mind filling with dread to get a better understanding of what was going on. He stepped out of his car and saw the bright red constellations piercing through the sky, even though the sun had not yet fully set, the constellations marking again the place where the dreadful king of hell had possessed a new body. When wayward prince realized this, his joy turned to horror. But in the end, the only words he could muster were, "So be it." These same storms and celestial events had marked the dreadful king's coming when he first arrived 1,000 years in the past. There was no longer any time for songs. It was time to take up his father's sword. It was time for war. If he did nothing, countless innocent lives would be lost in the conflict. Chapter 22. The Tragic End in the Dark. The room in the suburban town was lit, but only by unreliable, flickering lights of candles, casting shadows all over the walls of the room as the elderly woman stood as her grandson Peter approached. His eyes were burned with redness and an unnatural fire. His appearance was still that of innocence, disarming and charming, but it only served to hide an ominous evil or soul that lived inside. Upon his head was a black and demonic crown. Despite the influence of the demonic, she maintained her familial affection for her grandchild. "Grandmother, I couldn't wait to see you," said Peter as he approached, his voice full of what appeared to be love and unmistakable malice. The grandmother fell to her knees in moments of silence, adoration and reverence, eyes marked with obedience. "My lord, all I ask is to know how I may serve you, grandson." Peter studied her for a moment and said, "You have served my purposes well, grandmother. I require one more act of devotion from you, and then you can rest." The elderly woman excitedly awaited his command and told him that she was there only to serve him. Peter smiled wider at her eagerness to serve him, or rather the demonic presence that thrived within. He responded with a false tenderness that only served to mirror the emptiness of the heart. "Your time and use has come to an end," he said with a kind voice, but before she could react, Peter's hand shut up and plunged deep inside her chest, and there was a sickening crunch. The elderly woman gasped one final time, eyes in one last moment of shock, that she was betrayed by her grandson, whom she loved. She crumpled onto the ground without life. Peter held the still beating heart in his hand, and a subtle and handsome smile appeared on his lips. He said something in Latin that he muttered only to himself and left the room, leaving her old lifeless body behind as a warning for the terrible darkness he was about to unleash upon the modern world. And thus was her end in tragedy, and she had completely devoted herself to darkness. This shall be the end of all those who devote themselves to such dark arts and crimes, for death is the only outcome of such darkness. Betrayal that knows no bounds. It only serves to use you and will destroy you when it has taken control. In the Gospel of the John, it is written, "The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I have come that they might have life and have it in full." For no truer words can be spoken than by God himself, warning us of the dangers of straying from the path of the cross and looking for other roads, for all others ultimately lead to betrayal by those you trust and death. Again, in the wisdom of Solomon, we are warned about the perils of consulting with devils or other gods. For the worship of idols not to named is the beginning and cause and end of every evil. The elderly woman followed the dreadful king of hell without question, and paid dearly with her life. This tragic tale is a reminder for all of us to place our trust in God, instead of strange forces that often lurk in the shadows. Let us call on the intercession of the Mother of God and always leads us to the truth. Theotokos, save us. Chapter 23. The Light of the Lothern. Natalie was now wide awake in the dark, and her hands had calluses on them, with stinging soreness from the never-ending hours of labor in the blackness of the labor camp's factory. Her heart was as weary as her body was. She saw no end inside to the torment of the labor which she saw as useless, and brought her no closer to where she wanted her life to go. Moving was emotionally painful, so she lay on her cot and refused to move. Any movement provoked pain. She tried to remember the words to her song, but had been slowly forgetting each verse. The song was her power, but now was less than a memory, and was all but vanished from her memory. She reached in her pocket for the once luminous Lothen, which had guided her for years. But now the artifact refused to give off any semblance of light, even though it had guided her in the darkest times of her life. He wanted to feel its warmth, but all she could do was close her eyes, clicking the Lothen multiple times, hoping it would ignite, and allow her to remember her song and even to sing it. But all hope inside her was gone. The Lothen was without its spark, without its life in her hand, and there was no light at all, no matter how many times she begged it to ignite. She had no weapon against darkness. Her light had gone out. She was now sinking slowly into a hopelessness she could never have imagined. Her fingers squeezed tightly the unresponsive device, and she resisted tears, but was succumbing to despair. The sun was setting and covered the world and the labor camp. She remembered how sad she was when she first re-entered her living quarters and was hoping to able to ignite the Lothen, but now her hopes were crushed. A single tear came down her cheek, and she was losing her ability to resist panic, leading to despair. She began to sob, thinking of Christian, and murmured his name amidst the tears, asking where he was. Darkness flooded the room, and there was no more comfort, and no hope that she would ever see Christian again. She remembered the times that he stood by her side and comforted her, but he was gone, seemingly forever, and the distance between them was irrevocable. The silence of her tears was only broken by the aches in her pounding heart. She rapped her fingers against the wooden wall until she succumbed at last to sleep, and she found herself at last amidst the now raging seas of the storm of the worlds. The seas roared around her, and she was now standing on shipwrecked Soul's magical ship once again, and its mast was unfazed by the storm. Shipwrecked Soul approached on the ship, and his voice broke through the tumultuous waves. He pulled back his hood and looked into Natalie's eyes as if concerned. "Natalie," he called to her with concern in his voice, in response to her tears. "Why are you fighting this fight? There is no need to fight, no need to resist. This quest of yours is endless. Surrender yourself to the trust and mercy of the light-bearer God. He will take away your burdens and give you peace." Natalie was emotionally disturbed, and her heart sank even deeper, and she was enticed by his words, pulled into them irresistibly. "But I have a mission. I cannot give up. I must find the crown of King David," she said, protesting against his statements, but her conviction was weakening. The storm continued to rage, and Natalie continued to converse with shipwrecked Soul, and she found herself more fond of his ideas with every word he spoke. He promised relief from the pain, and she could not resist. She looked into his eyes, surrendering, and said, "I understand now. I'll give up on this mad quest. I'll forget about Christian." Shipwrecked Soul smiled, knowing he had achieved his goal. He continued steering the magical ship with his mind, as if guiding Natalie towards a future that he would guide. Suddenly, Natalie awoke. Her breathing was heavy as she remembered all that she had seen, but continued to lay there, powerless. The cruel reality fell over her, and she had made a decision. She would forget about Christian, and had lost any hope of finding the crown of King David. This was the fate she had embraced. She would follow shipwrecked Soul as her guide. Chapter 24. A Sacred Homily. Wayward Prince walked into the church he regularly attended and took his place amongst the congregation. Father Michael Cobby stood at the front of congregation, and his voice was heard by all. "My friends," Father Cobby said, "temptation can always destroy us, which is why we must always avoid temptation, especially when it tempts us to turn our backs on our quests and our love for God. What do we see around us?" he said, pointing to the icons of biblical scenes and saints from history around him. "These are our family. What binds us together is stronger than death." Father Cobby continued to speak, and Wayward Prince recalled his experience with shipwrecked soul, recalling the apple he was offered and how the priest was mentioning the apple in the Garden of Eden. He felt a connection between what the priest was saying and his own life. Father Cobby continued his homily, and his voice grew stronger. "Remember, my friends, that he, the teacher, was strong enough to stand against these temptations and trials, and you have to find refuge and a place to hide within his scars." The divine liturgy came to an end, and the congregation went home, and Wayward Prince walked out of the church, and he was determined to remember the grace he had received during his travels. He knew he had to go the United Kingdom and retrieve his father's sword. That night, Wayward Prince fell off to sleep, and he had many dreams. In one of his dreams, he dreamed of heaven and was surrounded by the most peaceful beauty he had ever experienced. He saw many people who he had known through his life and some who he had a hard time forgiving. One of his friends approached with a smile and open arms. There was no longer any animosity, and there was only understanding. As Wayward Prince continued walking through the landscape of heaven, he found his deceased daughter, Ruth, still wearing the crown of King David, just as she was in the previous vision. Wayward Prince's eyes began to fill with tears as he saw his daughter, glorified. "Father," she said, and her voice was like a song, "I have been waiting for you." Wayward Prince was overcome by his emotions, and he could not stop asking her questions. Ruth answered each one, and her words reassured him with the hope he needed. "And now, dear father," she said as she took his hand, "our joy shall be full." She guided him throughout the celestial city, streets of gold, and all the redeemed lived together there in peace and harmony. They explored the city and encountered Saint Matthias, who greeted them with open arms. They spoke about Natalie and Christian, and Matthias could not help but disclose his fondness for them. "Come, you have to see this," said Matthias with a twinkle in his eye. He led Wayward Prince and his daughter to a place where they could see all the souls in heaven, existing in bliss. Wayward Prince was filled with awe as he beheld billions of voices before him, all worshipping the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Each soul was consumed in joy and enveloped and elevated by the love of God. Wayward Prince knew he would never be able to describe what he was experiencing. As they stood there, Matthias gazed at Wayward Prince and offered him a word of advice. "In your war against the Dark Lord, stay strong and always remember this place, and let joy be your anchor in the storm." Wayward Prince, from now on, would experience a profound change in his heart, guided by the joy and the memory of a place beyond all worlds. Chapter 25. The King of Hell rises. Late at night, and now quite accustomed to the conveniences of the modern world, Wayward Prince came home from work and fumbled for his keys to open his apartment door. He flicked on the lights and entered, knowing that he could soon relax after the arduous workday. He flipped on the television to find some solace from the monotony of his day. He flipped through channels, seeing nothing of interest, and made jokes about his lack of interest as he mindlessly flipped through channels. He turned on the sports channel and realized it was nothing like jousting, so he quickly got bored. Finally, he flipped on the news channel, and what he saw deeply disturbed him. The anchor reported a scene in a downtown city area as riots were beginning to unfold, describing how a mysterious figure who calls himself the King of Hell and his followers were wrecking the downtown areas, causing havoc everywhere. The anchor also reported on the teachings of this mysterious figure, saying that he was only a young man, but he promised individuals secret wisdom and knowledge and terrible power. But this power caused them to commit acts of destruction. Wayward Prince eyed the screen closely as the camera zoomed in on some of the cult followers, mocking the police, and the reporter explained that tensions were building between the cultists and the police, and that police barricades had already been erected. It was a tense and volatile situation, and at any moment it seemed things could escalate from words to war. The reporter mentioned that martial law was going to be instituted, and that the residents of the city were required now to stay indoors. At that moment, and without any warning, one of the cultists lunged out at the news anchor, and the anchor was stabbed in the neck and fell lifeless to the ground. The camera fell to the ground with a loud thud, and the horrific scene continued to escalate as the cultists charged at the police, who stood their ground. Wayward Prince stared at the screen for 10 seconds. His heart was pounding with anxiety. He knew that the dreadful king, who was once trapped in an amulet, had re-emerged from the amulet at last, and the second suffering would be worse than the first. The dreadful king of hell had returned, and deep down he knew there was nothing he could do to stop the demon. Suddenly the screen of the television came back on, as one of the cultists had seized the news anchor's camera, and he grinned widely at the camera. "Oh yes, we're back on air," he said mockingly. "You all were warned of his coming." But all the signs were ignored. The amulet of the foolish bard prophet could not contain him, and now our Dark Lord reigns on the earth forevermore. He continued to taunt the audience, who he knew would be filled with fear at his taunts. He directed his message at Bard Prophet. "And you, Bard Prophet, you tried to contain the Dark Lord, but your efforts were in vain, and now your attempts to stop him are nothing, and all you can do is lie dead." The cult member laughed maniacally at the camera, and then he dropped it, and it all faded to static. Wayward Prince was furious, and he could feel his bones pulse as he clenched his fist. He wondered if what he had said was true about the death of the Bard Prophet, but there was nonetheless a rage inside him that nothing would quell. He had to confront the source of the evil directly. As the only one alive who had witnessed the war of the consuming fire, it was his duty to fight back. Later on, Wayward Prince stepped forward and received the Holy Eucharist. As he received the sacrament, Wayward Prince was suddenly reminded of a scene from 1,000 years in the past. He was in the medieval Orthodox Church in England, and he could smell the incense and the chants. As he received the Eucharist from the medieval priest, he saw his friend standing beside him. This was Thomas Aeonling, the man who would later be possessed by the Dark Lord. "My brother," said Thomas, "I believe we are just about to find some very important pieces of magic in our quest. The trials will rock our faith, but we must be steadfast to God." Wayward Prince acknowledged Thomas's words with a solemn nod, understanding the dreadful responsibility that Thomas would take. "Yes, my friend, but when we face the darkness ahead, we shall always pray for God's protection." Suddenly in the distance, Wayward Prince spotted his 7-year-old daughter, Ruth, and she approached him with love. Wayward Prince picked her up and swung her around in his arms. She smiled at him as he put her down. "Father, the words of the homily today have given me hope," she said. "I will always strive to follow the path of Christ, the path of the teacher." Wayward Prince knelt down next to her and said, "My dear, let your light shine throughout the world. Love will guide you on your endeavors, and God will always protect you." The memory suddenly vanished, and Wayward Prince found that his eyes were filled with tears, which streamed down his face as he sat back down on the floor in the modern church. He knew that he had to persevere, and that his memories would guide him into the future. As the divine liturgy ended, Wayward Prince wiped away his tears and rose up with strength in his heart, knowing that he had to protect his world because there was too much worth fighting for. He remembered in medieval times when he and Thomas Aeonling walked through the courtyard as the cold breeze fluttered against their clothing. "Wayward Prince," said Thomas, "I am unable to simply ignore these omens. I must investigate the signs to see if there is anything I can do to stop the darkness that might be unleashed upon our precious world." Wayward Prince stopped in his tracks as he considered what Thomas was saying. "I understand you want to find a way to fight the evil and to take action, but caution is a must. You should not delve too deep into dangerous knowledge, because even and especially evil can be seductive and irresistible even. I counsel you to not investigate it, but rather to flee completely from it." Thomas nodded in acknowledgement, but he was still undeterred. "I shall approach the situation with the utmost caution, my friend. My intentions were always good. I want only the strength needed to protect my people, our people, and to stop evil at all costs. The worst I can do is nothing." Wayward Prince's heart was heavy for his friend, but he knew that he could not stop him from what he decided to do. He placed a hand on Thomas's shoulder. "Godspeed, Tom. May God protect you and be a light for your path." Knowing he had the unwavering support of his friend, Thomas smiled. "Thank you," Thomas said. "I shall always seek first to uncover the truth behind these omens and visions and put an end to the darkness that bears heavy on us." They embraced for a final time, and Thomas went out on his quest, but he was completely oblivious to the fact that his curiosity would lead to his ruin and his death. As Wayward Prince watched Tom disappear over the horizon on his quest, he noticed a certain nightmarish feeling inside him that he could not shake. He prayed for Thomas's safety, but he knew that evil had its own plans, and the road ahead would be littered with danger, regardless of what decision Thomas made. Chapter 26. The Prodigal Prince Rises. Tormented by his memories, Wayward Prince awoke suddenly. He began to walk through the city around him, which was now consumed by slow, spreading fires. The cult members had instilled fear in the minds of the people. There was a presence, a literal darkness that had fallen over the city. The city itself was now a battlefield not only of war, but of the hearts and minds of the souls that resided there. Many buildings had been burnt to the ground, and churches were the main targets of the attacks and the victims of the cult's wrath. Wayward Prince's eyes were covered with smoke, and ash settled on his forehead. On the walls of the destroyed buildings, there was graffiti spreading the message of the cult and exalting the virtues of the Dark Lord. There were dark symbols and phrases speaking of Peter's so-called miracles and the testaments of his power. Wayward Prince felt immediate sadness and helplessness upon seeing these sights and witnessing the chaos around him. The destruction was growing worse, but there was nothing Wayward Prince could do to stop it. He remembered how his friend Thomas had fallen victim to this same evil, even though they had fought together. The darkness and its call was seducing and impossible to resist. Wayward Prince continued his path through the city, and despite his hopelessness, knew he had to do something. The homily of Father Cobby went through his mind as he walked through the city. He clenched his fists in defiance. Suddenly, Wayward Prince continued walking through the city and heard screams all coming from a church nearby. The building was completely on fire, but he rushed inside, knowing that someone was in danger. He broke the doors open and burst into the room, into the midst of the flames. He coughed the smoke out of his lungs, and Wayward Prince found Shipwrecked Soul, who stood amidst the flames, completely unharmed. Shipwrecked Soul had a kind face and apologized to Wayward Prince for their previous encounter, which he described as a misunderstanding, and he explained to Wayward Prince that he too was also desperate to defeat the dreadful King of Hell. Shipwrecked Soul gazed into Wayward Prince's eyes with genuine contrition in his own eyes. "Wayward Prince," he said, "I have to apologize for our last encounter. It was a misunderstanding. I took the wrong approach. I realize that now, and I do regret the confusion that I have caused you." Wayward Prince detected earnestness in his voice. Shipwrecked Soul's voice was soft and comforting as he continued, "You have to understand, I have been fighting the dreadful King of Hell all my life. and for a moment I believed you might be working against me when you jumped off the boat, but now I understand that share a common goal, the permanent obliteration and defeat of the dreadful king of hell." For a moment he paused, allowing Wayward Prince to understand his words. "Only if we work together can we defeat him. I realize that you do have reason to doubt, but I ask that you overlook the past and fight with me for the greater good." Suddenly, Shipwrecked Soul extended his hand, offering it to Wayward Prince freely. He pleaded for Wayward Prince's support. "My friend, let us join forces and we can end the reign of terror of that king of hell and save our world." As Wayward Prince listened, he understood that Shipwrecked Soul's words sounded perfectly sincere. There was a passion and an honesty behind the words that confused Wayward Prince. He was tempted by the possibility, which grew ever stronger, that Shipwrecked Soul was a true friend and perhaps a powerful ally. Wayward Prince, in a moment of impulse, took Shipwrecked Soul's hand firmly. His desire to avenge his daughter was beyond any other feeling in his mind. It consumed him. Shipwrecked Soul then added, "None of this could have happened if you had just listened to me and we had ventured for the crown together." Shipwrecked Soul smiled widely and suddenly produced the apple once more, the same one that had seemingly been destroyed in the mighty waves of the Storm of the Worlds. "Together?" Shipwrecked Soul asked, as his voice dripped with emotion. Wayward Prince gazed at the apple, filled with a sense of dread but also a faint hope for finding an ally in his fight against the dreadful king of hell, but it clouded his judgment. As Wayward Prince considered the choice, Shipwrecked Soul said something surprising. "Christian, Natalie, and even Bard Prophet have already joined me and eaten the apple. We're all united together in this fight." For one moment, Wayward Prince hesitated and was certain that Shipwrecked Soul was not telling the truth. But the confusion lingered in his mind because when he gazed into Shipwrecked Soul's eyes, he felt a severe sense of truth emanating from him. But then he wondered, could all of them have fallen under the influence of this figure? Why? Who is he really? What are his real intentions? In that moment, Wayward Prince recalled wisdom from books he read old and new, about holding true to your values despite difficult situations, no matter what happens. Not sure what overcame him, but suddenly inspired by a new spirit, in one act of courage, Wayward Prince drew his sword and struck Shipwrecked Soul in the torso, and he vanished in a burst of light as the apple exploded into magical sparks. Wayward Prince smiled widely and laughed, saying, "I guess that concludes negotiations." Natalie tossed and turned in her sleep, and her dreams were a chaotic mess of converging shadows and despair. Natalie was walking a dark bridge through a land of shadows, when suddenly there was a man approaching her on the bridge, and the shadows fled from his very presence. It was St. Matthias, who now stood in front of her, blocking her path. He was a beacon of beautiful light. He gazed into her eyes with a look of concern. "Natalie, darkness is merely the absence of light," he said. "You must remember that it has no real power on its own. You must remember that all can be forgiven, and you shall be absolved." He waved his hand, and there was a breach in the world, and there was revealed a vast open field filled with sunlight. "Go to this field tomorrow at noon. Trust in this light, and you will find the answers you seek." As Matthias walked away, Natalie followed him, but the darkness was too strong and blocked her path until eventually her dreams took her elsewhere, to other twisted lands where shadows ruled. Her mind was filled with a twisted concoction of various bitter emotions. She was losing clarity, and her thoughts were becoming more confused. The very thought of Matthias slipped through her fingers like sand. When morning finally came, Natalie awoke, completely disoriented by the heavy remains of the dream. For a few minutes she sat on her bed. Going to the field would mean abandoning her day of labor to follow Matthias's advice. But the words of Shipwrecked Soul were too strong. There was a battle in her mind until she finally gave up and whispered, "It was only a dream. How could I risk anything at all for a dream? She then decided to completely ignore the foreign pull she felt that urged her to go to the field. She got dressed and boarded the dirty train to the labor camp, and the memory of the darkness of her dreams and how Matthias broke it and his kind words of concern faded into nothingness, drowned out by the cruel reality of the bitter morning light. Chapter 27. The Wisdom of the Bard Prophet. The Bard Prophet was exploring a library in medieval Florence. The year was 1462. His beard was fully grown, and he reflected on the many years that had gone since the war only he remembered, the War of the Consuming Fire. He scanned the ancient tomes of the library, searching for any clue that would lead him to the amulet which contained the demon, or any information about the crown of King David, and if there was any real way to resurrect it, the only weapon that could permanently defeat the Dark Lord. The sun began to set, and there were now shadows between the bookshelves. Bard Prophet slid on a ladder between the bookshelves, and he thumbed through the spines of all the books, each of them containing ancient wisdom or secrets. He analyzed each piece of information with anxiety, as part of a puzzle that must be carefully reconstructed, one piece at a time. The answer was always near, but never revealing itself, as if it could flee from him. It was only a fool's hope that kept him going. The day turned to evening, and the lights of the candles flickered and now illuminated the library. Bard Prophet's fingers were stained by ink, and his eyes were very tired from reading for so long, but he was undeterred. Suddenly there were faint footsteps of someone approaching, and the silence was now broken. Bard Prophet's heart beat rapidly as he closed shut the book he was reading with a distinct thud, listening for who might be approaching. He tightly gripped the ladder supporting him and faced the man who was creating the footsteps. He saw none other than Shipwrecked Soul, who was simply browsing the bookshelves with great interest. He was searching for a history book, and his eyes rapidly scanned over the titles. "This is an unexpected turn of events," he said. "I didn't expect to find the great Bard Prophet here of all places." Bard Prophet was still anxious and said, "I could say the same about you." Shipwrecked Soul smiled. "Indeed, I've always had a strong interest in history. The voices of the past seem to speak to me personally." Bard Prophet realized how intrigued he was by Shipwrecked Soul. He sensed genuine interest in the man. Bard Prophet did not know much about Shipwrecked Soul, but he did know there was more to him than meets the eye. They continued their discussion, and Shipwrecked Soul uttered something Bard Prophet did not expect him to say. "Indeed, I have been looking for a book on a subject that seems to be hidden, an ancient war known as the War of the Consuming Fire. This book I seek contains information about the heroes who fought during this time. Do you have any idea where I might find it, sir?" Bard Prophet muttered nervously as he spoke, and his eyes became wide with shock. The War of the Consuming Fire was a subject only he knew about. How could Shipwrecked Soul also know, and why was he searching for this information? Shipwrecked Soul was seemingly oblivious to Bard Prophet's unease and suspicion, and continued to peruse the bookshelves nonchalantly. Bard Prophet hesitated before muttering with a warm smile on his face, "You won't find any book on that topic, my friend. All records of it were indeed destroyed, and I alone am the book on it. I alone have witnessed it and know about it. What questions do you have?" Shipwrecked Soul looked into Bard Prophet's eyes with excitement. "My mind is filled with questions. I want to know everything. I heard it was a war against a terrible demon who was then trapped in an amulet. You can perhaps tell me the truth." Bard Prophet gazed deeper into Shipwrecked Soul's eyes. "Where did you hear of the War of the Consuming Fire, my friend? How would you even learn of its name?" Shipwrecked Soul hesitated for a second and then replied, stating, "The dreadful King of Hell vexes me, dear Bard Prophet. I have had nightmares of the amulet in which he is trapped, and I believe this amulet, though hidden, holds the key to his ultimate destruction. I have to learn more about the events of the war so I can find the amulet and destroy him myself." Bard Prophet gazed deeply into shipwrecked Soul's eyes, scanning him for any semblance of dishonesty. However, he found only truth and determination to rid the world of an ancient evil and curse. He believed that shipwrecked Soul's intentions were true and good. Bard Prophet also recalled the memories of the war which consumed his mind. He recalled standing on top of a hill overlooking the armies, the alliance led by the forces of London, preparing for the final battle. Bard Prophet's magical power visibly surged throughout his body, and he stood confidently, and raised his hands high in the air, and his voice boomed over the troops. He addressed the brave soldiers who had dedicated the remainder of their lives to fighting the Dark Lord. Today, we face what threatens to consume our world. We stand together in defiance of not only tyranny, but delusion and deception. Raise your swords with me, and may they clash against the forces of that demon. For only in fighting the darkness can we find the light. We must fight for the defenseless. That is the only reason why we fight. Let us bring the torment to an end. The army roared in agreement, and their spirits were all lifted and inspired by the Bard Prophet's words. The worst lay ahead, and Bard Prophet knew this for certain in retrospect. Most of those men would march to their deaths. The sacrifice was impossible to comprehend. Suddenly, Bard Prophet's thoughts returned to his present reality. "Are you all right?" Shipwrecked Soul asked with concern. Bard Prophet breathed deeply and nodded his head. "Yes, I was just lost in a thought, in a memory for a moment. You can continue your search through the books." The two of them browsed through many of the library's books side by side, seeking knowledge about the old world and ancient battles. Shipwrecked Soul leaned in closer and said, "You know, I've always found the best and most timeless wisdom in the scriptures." Bard Prophet agreed, saying, "Yes, and especially the wisdom of Solomon. I have pondered over those truths for ages and always learn more." Shipwrecked Soul responded, saying, "I agree with you, sir. The simplest truths are sometimes the oldest and the ones that have been ordained by God for us to read. Wisdom pervades all things, thus say the scriptures." Bard Prophet responded, saying, "Indeed, wisdom is omnipresent and fills all things, and Solomon himself sought wisdom above anything else." Shipwrecked Soul smiled, enjoying the conversation. "Indeed, wisdom is an eternal light and a spotless mirror of the image of God." "Yes," acknowledged Bard Prophet, "but it's not just wisdom, but the proper use of wisdom that matters. For wisdom can also be used for evil." Shipwrecked Soul agreed, saying, "Yes, and we should use our combined knowledge and wisdom to defeat that devil and end his reign permanently." Bard Prophet finally felt deep sympathy for Shipwrecked Soul. "Yes, indeed, we should join forces, and we might have a chance. I've been searching too long on my own." They continued their conversation, and Bard Prophet began to trust Shipwrecked Soul, suspecting no ill motive. Chapter 28. What Christian Saw. Wide awake in his nightmare. Christian was standing in the crowded town square. He was surrounded by strangers, all gathered here to witness the execution of a young child accused of heresy. As the sun disappeared over the horizon, there were shadows cast upon the people and the stone walls of the building. He felt severe tension in his heart and a pressing fear. The child was led to the executioner's block, and Christian closed his eyes, unable to watch. His eyes were shut, and he tried to remember the past with Natalie, and his adventures through the storm of the worlds. His memories were fading and hard to remember, as if distant dreams. Suddenly, he felt a comforting hand on his shoulder, and tears welled up in his eyes. A man stood behind him. His face was masked with a hood. Christian could not see the man's face, but he felt like he somehow knew him and could trust him. "Why are you weeping, my friend?" the man, who was actually Shipwrecked Soul in disguise, asked. I can no longer remember." Christian stuttered as he responded, "There was something important I needed to think about, but I just cannot remember." Shipwrecked Soul gave Christian a gentle smile, saying, "Sometimes it is better to forget about this cruel world. Thinking about the evil will only cloud your mind further." Christian thought about what he wanted to say, but was soothed by the man's words. But he eventually nodded in agreement. They walked away together, and the man never let go of his grip on Christian's shoulder, Shipwrecked Soul's hood now masking a wicked grin. Christian was oblivious to the danger he was now facing. He was being led further away from the light and into the clutches of darkness. Christian had a sudden vision of himself walking hand in hand through the medieval world with Natalie in the middle of the village. The sun was setting in bright colours over the horizon. The air was cold and refreshed him. Throughout the town there was the laughter of children playing. Natalie, now lying in her bed, shared the same vision as tears streamed down her face, clinging desperately to memories of the past and happier times that now felt impossible to reach again. Natalie looked up at Christian in the dream and said, "Look at how beautiful this world is compared to the one we came from. It's just like a dream." Christian smiled at her, saying, "Perhaps we are dreaming, and I want to stay here forever." The two of them walked through a field of beautiful flowers and walked on cobblestone and eventually found a place in the grass to rest as the stars began to shine in the sky as the night approached. In this secluded place, Christian gave Natalie a gentle kiss as their fingers intertwined. "Promise me, you'll never allow me to leave this place," Natalie said as she rested her head on Christian's shoulder. "I would never want to leave either," Christian said, "but it seems the worst things happen without our permission. My heart belongs to you." The memory only served to cause Natalie further anguish as the tears flowed down her face. She wanted to return to that moment and to escape the dominion. But there was also the constant echo of Shipwrecked Soul's words, which persuaded against taking action. Bard Prophet and Shipwrecked Soul continued their search through the library. Bard Prophet confessed to Shipwrecked Soul something he had been hiding. "I must confess, my friend, I may have misled you earlier. You will never find a book on the topic of the War of the Consuming Fire. Not in this library, and not anywhere." Shipwrecked Soul seemed confused and raised an eyebrow. "Why is that? Who would have destroyed the information we are looking for?" Bard Prophet smiled. "You see, I did. I cast the spell that caused the destruction of the knowledge. All knowledge of the war has been destroyed because of my doing." Shipwrecked Soul appeared to have a realization. "Then that's how you know so much about the topic." Bard Prophet responded with a smile again. "I am the walking tome on the topic, the only one." His statement surprised Shipwrecked Soul greatly, but he knew that Bard Prophet was sincere. Bard Prophet had experienced intense suffering and was perhaps the most knowledgeable man in the world. Shipwrecked Soul knew that he could use him to his advantage. They continued to walk through the library, perusing more books as Shipwrecked Soul, as question after question about the war and Bard Prophet's trust for Shipwrecked Soul grew. Chapter 29. The Wayward Prince Sets Out. Wayward Prince was wandering the streets where he witnessed the utter destruction that was being wrought by the cultists. He could not believe what he was seeing. He would never have imagined it. A cultist approached Wayward Prince, and the prince began to ask the cultist questions. "Why would you follow a man from hell?" The fanatic looked at Wayward Prince, and his eyes were wild. "Lost soul, the king of hell offers us knowledge, and knowledge is power. And there will be a new and better world, and we will reign as lords." Wayward Prince was shocked at the answer. "You realize hell is the bad place, and demons are the bad guys. Are you blind to the pain and suffering around you?" The fanatic grinned and responded, saying, "Pain and suffering are temporary, a small step in our path to glory." Wayward Prince felt anger and frustration burning up inside him as he listened to the man's answers. Finally, Wayward Prince gave up and said, "You will never see the error of your ways, not until the day of judgment. It is not I who am the lost soul. The cultist scoffed at Wayward Prince and ran off into the chaos. Wayward Prince clenched his fist but restrained himself from all forms of violence. He walked away and instead began to investigate them further. He heard that they were meeting to worship, so he went off to find the place where the cultists were gathering and celebrating their victory. He approached the entrance to an underground chamber and heard the sounds of song and burning incense. On the walls were the symbols of the dreadful king and other demonic sigils. There were a large group of cultists gathered. The person who led the ceremony was in the middle of a long speech about future glory and the power that they would wield over the world. At the end, they all bowed down in worship and service of the dreadful king of hell. The sight sickened Wayward Prince and filled his heart with disbelief. Wayward Prince studied the rituals of the ceremony. In the middle of the ceremony, a single cultist got up and began to sing a song that resonated throughout the chamber. The darkness of the world swallows all. It fills us all with a new desire, a way to reach out and touch the sky. But somewhere there is a secret breath. The call in the shadows rings out and pulls us closer, inch by inch. We come to where we exist, at night alone, but there is anger burning, and wrath will consume the world. As the cultist finished singing, a single tear slid down her cheek, a reflection of the feelings within her. She stood paralyzed, unable to move or resist the force that compelled her. The other cultists were simply enraptured by the melody. Wayward Prince, still clenching his fists in anger, left the room, seeing more than he wanted to see. Chapter 30. The Message of Father Cobby. Father Cobby, sensing that his parish was disheartened by the news of the cultists' destruction all over the nation, was about to give a new homily, hoping to impart some hope and wisdom to the congregation. Brothers and sisters, the devil thrives in deceit, but you must always be wary. What matters is Christ and our spiritual family. That is what the gospel is about. Father Cobby's voice grew stronger. We must be mindful that no matter how bad the storm gets, God is always here to protect us in our greatest needs. Do not worry about your life is a true saying even now. Cling instead to Christ who has overcome the world. The congregation listened closely to the words of Father Cobby. Father Cobby began to describe the biblical scene of the Garden of Eden and said, "Do not take the apple. This temptation is not just warning for past figures, but also for us. In our lives, there are many apples that we must resist." Meanwhile, in the late medieval library, Bard Prophet and Shipwrecked Soul continued to talk about the war of the consuming fire. While they were speaking, Shipwrecked Soul pulled an apple from his bag, as if offering a mysterious and magical gift. "I came across this magical artifact recently," he said, holding the apple and offering it to Bard Prophet. "It is my understanding that consuming it can provide hidden knowledge and can help us find even the amulet. I've been looking for a wise man like yourself to offer it to, because I know I cannot handle this power myself." Bard Prophet looked closely at the apple and thought carefully. Shipwrecked Soul continued speaking. "I do believe that this is our only choice, our only way to defeat you know who." He stopped himself from saying the name for speaking the name as if its very mention threatened to unleash a terrible demonic power. Bard Prophet considered what Shipwrecked Soul was offering him, and there was a terrible weight of responsibility that he felt. It was his duty to fight the Dark Lord and to protect the world. He had gained so much wisdom studying the books, and he knew that ultimately he had to rely on providence. But was this the true royal path? The temptation to gain this knowledge and power was indeed very strong. As he considered his options, memories of Christian, Natalie, and Wayward Prince flashed through his mind. He had no idea where they were since they were separated from him, but he knew that they were the real key to defeating the King of Hell. He knew they were probably in danger. Bard Prophet took a deep breath and reached for the apple. His hand hovered over it. Suddenly, the shadows in the room began to deepen, and he whispered to himself, asking if he should take it. Shipwrecked Soul watched closely, and he was bursting with anticipation. The moment seemed to go on for a painful amount of time, as Bard Prophet considered taking the apple. The fates of worlds hanging in the balance. Suddenly, Bard Prophet made the decision. He grasped the apple and took a decisive bite as he consumed it. Shipwrecked Soul watched with a serious look on his face, perfectly masking his glee. Bard Prophet swallowed and waited for the surge of knowledge and power until he said, "It's so strange. I don't feel any wiser." What he did not realize was that even though the apple had not granted him any wisdom or knowledge, it clouded his judgment and deepened his trust in Shipwrecked Soul. He had fallen under his influence. Shipwrecked Soul tried to hide his glee. Maybe it just takes some time for the spell to take effect. Maybe we should try to learn more in the meantime. Bard Prophet said, "You're right. We should not waste time and continue to learn more." They delved deeper into the library, and Bard Prophet began to read books in a frenzy, hoping to find anything that would lead him closer to the amulet or to the crown. Long after Shipwrecked Soul had left, Bard Prophet remained in the library. He was searching for any piece of knowledge he could find. It seemed eating the apple had only made him more confused and put him deeper into a frenzied search for knowledge. It was driving him deep into madness. He scoured thousands of ancient tomes and scrolls, and his eyes were now bloodshot. His spirits were crushed, but he would not stop searching for what he was looking for. The night had passed, and the morning had come. The dawn was now flooding the room. Bard Prophet realized now that he had spent all day and all night searching in vain for knowledge. He was exhausted, and his legs gave out from underneath him, and he fell to sit on the floor, surrounded by the pages he was reading. He felt tears come to him, understanding suddenly what had happened to him. He had been deceived and manipulated by Shipwrecked Soul. The apple had only maddened and confused him. Bard Prophet's heart ached, but he had a small hope remaining. But the exhaustion was now overwhelming. As he sat on the floor, his frustration became anger, and he began to throw books to the floor and began frantically reading. He tore through the library and caused a massive bookshelf to collapse with a thunderous crash. His mind had been poisoned by the influence of the apple. He was now, as it seemed, incapable of reaching out for help. Chapter 31. The Blessing of the Sparrow. Bard Prophet wept in the wreckage of the library as he spotted a small sparrow perched on the windowsill just outside the library. It cocked its head around, looking into Bard Prophet's eyes and observing the room. It then sung a sweet and gentle song, a melody which calmed Bard Prophet's tormented soul. The song of the sparrow seemed to echo in his heart like light, chasing away the darkness. Bard Prophet seized the opportunity to stand up and get himself together, looking across the room. He decided to continue searching through the library for anything that might aid him on his quest. The sparrow landed on the page of an already opened book that was on the floor and pecked at it as if trying to send him a message. When Bard Prophet realized that the sparrow was magical and what it was doing, he praised God and approached and gazed at the passage the bird had opened to. Bard Prophet held his breath as he read over the message. The sacred sparrow flew off, leaving a single feather behind as Bard Prophet read the message. It described a ritual that Bard Prophet could perform to get rid of evil curses. He knew that ever since he ate the apple, he had felt worse, and that this ritual might be the only way to stave off its effects and to strengthen his spirits. Bard Prophet then studied the passage, learning every detail about how to perform the ritual. After completing the intense ritual, freeing his spirit and mind, Bard Prophet performed another ritual and opened a portal to Barbelo. He walked past the magical tree and gazed at its branches in awe once more before opening the creaky castle doors and entering the library which had been burned down in his previous encounter. He was unaware of just how much damage had been done. It seemed that half the library had been destroyed. He searched the library and found the spot with the book overlooking the pool where Natalie had her previous vision. He realized it was a magical book and could talk back to him through rearranging letters, so he asked, "Who are you?" The words rearranged themselves and to his shock spelt out the words, "Jesus Christ." He then knew what had to ask. "How can I defeat the dreadful king of hell, Lord?" The words reformed and one final time and replied, "There is only one way." The words continued and outlined in exact detail what was required to defeat the dreadful king of hell permanently. Bard Prophet felt a mix of horror and shock as he read the words and realized the insane sacrifice that was needed. He also felt a sense of overwhelming gratefulness that he was allowed to have this knowledge. Finally, the words again rearranged themselves to say, "What you see, write down and give to the sparrow." Bard Prophet meticulously transcribed everything in exact detail, instructions on how to defeat the dreadful king, and made sure not to miss any detail. He then gave the letter to the sacred sparrow who appeared perched on a nearby bookshelf. Bard Prophet handed the sparrow the letter, who gripped it tightly and flew off, disappearing through the opening in the ceiling and into the sky, never to be seen again by Bard Prophet in this world. He now had a purpose. Everything he was looking for all this time now suddenly became clear. There was now a clear and direct hope. Wayward Prince laid on the couch in his small apartment, which provided solace from the chaos outside. The lights were dim, and there were only shadows on the walls. The television was on, showing images of chaos in North America. Flames engulfed churches and other buildings, the fanatical followers of the Dark Lord, marching through the streets, chanting and motivated by their dark beliefs. He felt helpless thinking of Bard Prophet, Natalie and Christian, and wondered if they were safe or even alive. He wanted to do something, to play a part in the battle against the darkness. He got up and paced across the room, with hands clenched in anger. As he looked at the television, he had made his choice. He would do all in his power to fight the dreadful king. He would go back to the United Kingdom and take up his father's sword once more. Bard Prophet ran propelled by magic through the library in Barbelo as his heart paced rapidly. He was desperate to escape and tell anyone who could spread the message about the way to defeat the Dark Lord. He could not waste time because he knew that his enemies would not be far behind him, for rifts between universes do not go unnoticed. He turned a corner and suddenly saw that his path was blocked by 5 mysterious robed figures dressed all in black. They were tall and their faces were hidden by their hoods. Bard Prophet suddenly stopped himself as he realized that they would kill him. "What is it that you want?" Bard Prophet asked in a firm voice. Despite his fear, one of the robed figures immediately stepped forward with a drawn sword. His voice was cold. "We serve the King of Hell. We are well aware of what you found, and you cannot be allowed to share it." Bard Prophet drew his sword and prepared himself for the greatest battle of his life. Chapter 32. The Duel in the Library. As the robed figures approached with swords drawn and moved towards the Bard Prophet, he realized that he was of no match for their strength, but regardless, he knew that he would have to fight to the bitter end. As the figures approached him with swords drawn, Bard Prophet called on the magic within him and drew his own sword. Bard Prophet took a deep breath, and he himself charged at them, unleashing vicious magic like bolts of lightning and balls of fire in rapid succession. He struck them one after another, and as he landed a final sword thrust at the final figure, the hood fell back, revealing the face of Shipwreck's soul. Bard Prophet almost dropped his sword in shock. "We had a deal," Bard Prophet shouted. His voice was filled with anger and disbelief that he had been portrayed. Shipwrecked Soul simply smiled a familiar smile and said, "You shouldn't trust just anyone you know that walks into a library demanding to know secrets that only you know. All of this wisdom, and it didn't tell you that." Bard Prophet fell back, plunged one more at Shipwrecked Soul. His magic surged throughout. As he lunged at him, the two of them then clashed in an epic battle, and the very foundations of the library shook. Books were flying everywhere. and the shelves fell from the pure force of the battle. Sparks of energy exploded around them, and they fought each other to the death. But neither side you get the upper hand, the air was thick with the smell of burnt wood and books. Suddenly, Bored Prophet unleashed a final wave of magic that sent Shipwreck Soul flying into the wreckage of the library. Shipwreck Soul's voice was heard in the distance, echoing laughter. Despite this victory, Bored Prophet was overwhelmed with fatigue and was losing his strength. His energy had been completely drained, and his magical powers were gone. Bored Prophet fell to the floor, having lost all strength and shipwrecked soul, and his comrades used this as an opportunity to seize him. As they carried him off, Bored Prophet lost consciousness, but shipwrecked soul muttered that he would never have the chance to share his message with anyone. His hands and feet were bound, and they dragged him far away from the ruins of the library, through a portal to another world. Chapter 33. The Courage of the Bored Prophet. Bored Prophet regained his consciousness and realized that his body was aching with weakness, and then he found that he was in a dimly lit chamber, a torture chamber. On the other side of the room a figure approached, and then grew closer, but Bored Prophet was visibly confused. The man before him was Peter, a person he had never met. But in his eyes he could see the same spirit that Thomas had after his possession by the demon. "You have the eyes and spirit that possessed Thomas, but you're not Thomas." Bored Prophet uttered the words with a strain of pain in his voice. The demon controlling Peter replied and grinned. "Thomas was weak, and I had no more use for him. As for you, there will be no hope for you now." Bored Prophet remained silent as he observed the minions and terrible creatures that surrounded Peter, creatures of nightmares that hissed at him. Some of them approached Bored Prophet, carrying instruments of torture. He closed his eyes and echoed a silent prayer, preparing himself for whatever he would suffer. They began to torture him with magic, and despite the pain, Bored Prophet found the strength to taunt Peter, and he screamed out, "And he will come again in glory to judge the living and the dead." Over and over again, he repeated this, knowing it would cause the demon to react violently. Every time Bored Prophet repeated the words, the tension in the atmosphere grew. Bored Prophet noticed that even the demon's control of the man, Peter, began to falter, shaken by Bored Prophet's unwavering faith and resilience in the face of such pain. Peter's face, which had been calm and blank, previously contorted in anger and rage. Peter stopped the torture and turned back towards Bored Prophet. Bored Prophet, well aware that he had struck a nerve, prepared himself mentally for what would happen next. Peter was now facing him, but enraged. "You think he has any power here? This is my domain. Lucifer's will be done. Nothing in this world escapes my witnessing it." Bored Prophet laughed in response, knowing that what was revealed to him was the doom of the dreadful king of hell. Peter approached and he grabbed Bored Prophet by the throat. "Let me make this easy for you. You will join my side or you will be destroyed." Bored Prophet was unfazed and continued laughing, which caused the demon to tighten his grip. But Bored Prophet still managed to speak through a choked voice. "Your arrogance blinds you. Even in the dark, the divine light pierces through." The dreadful king's fury was now visible in his eyes as he said, "Pathetic faith won't save you from my wrath." Bored Prophet tried to speak, but was physically unable to due to being choked. "We shall see how long it will take before you break." Bored Prophet tried to speak, but was still unable to. Peter thrust Bored Prophet down, who gasped for air. Bored Prophet took something from his pocket, a magical device he kept for times like this hidden. Suddenly, the dreadful king of hell thrust his blade and struck Bored Prophet through the chest, blood splattering on the chamber walls, a fatal wound. At the same time, Bored Prophet clicked the seal in his hand, and then by the power of the magic, vanished to another universe. Peter knew he had escaped, but was satisfied because he knew that no human could survive the blow. He would be dead in 5 minutes. "No one can withstand the might of the King of Hell," he muttered as he walked out of the room, followed by his minions. As the monsters left the chamber, they whispered to themselves, "What was this name Lucifer he spoke of?" One monster had questioned. "I do not know," said another, "but I am glad that Bard Prophet is gone." As the monsters re-entered the throne room, their footsteps echoed through the dark halls. Peter ascended to his throne, saying, "My word is not complete. There are still others who stand in our way. I will not rest until they are defeated." Peter smiled and leaned back in his throne, his thoughts calculating all of his moves and his path to a triumphant victory. The air crackled around, and a bolt of lighting struck, illuminating the darkness with a light, ominous glow. The dreadful king lifted his voice in pride, saying, "All have been sifted like wheat under my grasp, yet one remains. Our final enemy, the esteemed wayward prince, remains out of reach. He is in a universe we cannot enter, but we shall watch him and his doom." The monsters bowed as their corrupted forms shivered with fear and excitement before their lord. The dreadful king had no tolerance of failure. "Come," Peter commanded, and his minions followed him, scurrying behind him to the pool of the mother, seeing the black and inky surface of the pool, shimmering with its magic. The dreadful king gazed into the depths of the pool as they watched the experiences of the wayward prince. The chamber was completely silent, save for the low echoes of thunder outside. He then said, "Though we cannot reach him, we will be patient, and when the time is right, we will strike at him." The storm outside raged on, and the lightning lit up the dark sky. Peter knew that soon all would tremble before his power. Chapter 34. The Sword of the Father. Wayward Prince was about to board his flight to the United Kingdom to collect his father's sword, a powerful and magical weapon that he hoped would sway the tide of the battle against evil. His father had died in 1005 AD, but had left the sword behind and hid it for future generations. The flight was turbulent. The plane shook as it bounced against the storm outside. When the plane landed, he rented a car and drove to the ancient castle, where he knew the sword was hidden. The castle was tall and stood against the backdrop of a storm-filled sky. Wayward Prince remembered it well, its dark hallways and empty chambers which echoed only the past. His footsteps echoed the chambers as he descended a stone flight of stairs, venturing deeper into the castle. He saw the sword resting on a pedestal of stone. Its blade was sharp still, as if it was just forged. Its magic preserved it. Its hilt had a precious gem that sparkled in the light. As Wayward Prince picked up the weapon, he could feel its magic pulsating throughout. His fingers were wrapped around the hilt, but as he touched the sword, he felt a surge of power that coursed through his soul. He knew he now had the power he needed to fight. Wayward Prince stood in the chamber, his father's sword grasped in his hand. He closed his eyes and saw in a vision Saint Michael himself descending from the heavens, wrapping the Wayward Prince in a comforting embrace. In this vision, Wayward Prince also was horrified by the scenes he saw. He saw the man Peter, a puppet of the dreadful king of hell, in the world ruled by his dominion, smirking as he had just defeated and seemingly killed the Bard Prophet. Next, Wayward Prince saw Christian breaking under the weight of temptation and taking the apple. Sadness gripped his heart as he watched Christian, guided by darkness, walking into the shadows, and despair into the heart of the dominion. Next he saw Natalie, succumbing to the same temptation as well, and taking the apple. Her eyes were filled with tears as she had forgotten her quest and given up all hope. Wayward Prince's heart ached as he saw the downfall of his friends. St. Michael's presence kept him from collapsing and losing hope. As the vision ended, Wayward Prince opened his eyes once more and found himself again in the ancient chamber. He felt the weight of his father's sword in his hand, and he knew that he would need any power he could find to defeat his enemy. Wayward Prince said a silent prayer in his mind for his fallen friends, promising to do all in his power to defeat the Dark Lord. He left the chamber, and he replayed in his mind echoes of the past. His thoughts turned to his daughter Ruth. He was fighting for the future of the world. He also thought of the Orthodox faith professed by his ancestors and how it had been preserved and in others shaken over the course of 1,000 years. He recalled even the war of the consuming fire, the fight to the death against the dreadful king of hell. Somehow at the end of that war, they had emerged victorious, and he wondered if the same could ever happen again. This question was fixed in his mind and would not stop bothering him. Wayward Prince echoed a final silent prayer in his mind, begging for protection and guidance against the darkness in his fight against the dreadful king of hell, and he remembered many saints throughout history who had emerged victorious over evil, including Saint Anastasia Romanoff, Saint George, Saint Nicholas, Saint Mary of Egypt, Saint Seraphim of Sarov, Saint Catherine, Saint John Chrysostom, and he prayed to all saints known and unknown to intercede for him. As he finished his prayer, he saw before him Michael the Archangel, clothed in light before him, with power. "Bright Prince," Michael said, his voice echoing with strength, "put on the full armor of thy God." At this command, a host of angels surrounded him, each holding a glimmering piece of armor. One by one, they approached Wayward Prince. The first angel placed a helmet on his head, which would shield his thoughts from deception. The second angel placed a breastplate around his chest, protecting his heart from thoughts of despair. The third angel wrapped a belt around his waist, which enabled him to stand firm amidst trials and pain. The fourth angel fitted his feet with iron magical shoes, which would allow him to walk through the world while staying on the correct path. The fifth and final angel gave him a shield which would protect him from darts that would be hurled at him. The angels stepped back, and Michael spoke, saying, "Go forth, bright Prince, with the full armor of thy God. May he be a light to your path." The heavenly host vanished, leaving Wayward Prince alone in the ancient castle, armed and fully armored, and ready for a great battle, ready to reclaim the world. Natalie tossed and turned in her dreams, and her mind was filled with fragmented images of Wayward Prince and his experiences in the United Kingdom, putting on armor and a sword and preparing for war. After she woke up, she continued to lay in bed, trying to piece together what had happened. She thought about getting out of bed to think about the dream, but was too exhausted to move. She went back to sleep and drifted off into haunting dreams. She echoed a prayer to God, asking for guidance. Now she stood in the midst of the storm of the worlds, and her eyes searched the waves as she stood on the magical ship, but there was no sign of shipwrecked soul. She approached him after seeing him appear, looking out into the waves. "What is it, Natalie? What is troubling you?" he asked. I had a vision." She began, but hesitated at first. "I saw the Wayward Prince taking up his father's sword and preparing for war." Shipwrecked Soul nodded, saying, "What do you think of this vision, Natalie?" "I don't know," Natalie admitted as her voice shook. "I feel like he's about to face an important battle. But that's all I know." Shipwrecked Soul stepped closer to Natalie, and his voice soothed her. "Natalie, listen very carefully. Wayward Prince is not what he seems. He has been led far astray by dark forces, and he is dangerous. He is consumed by it." Natalie's heart was consumed with despair as she fought in her mind to understand and fought back tears. "What can we do then?" she asked, her voice a bitter whisper. "We must gather our strength together and join with those who stand against him. We have to find a way to save the Wayward Prince from his own wrath and the path of destruction he will make." Natalie nodded, agreeing. "I'll do anything I can. We cannot let Wayward Prince destroy what we've fought to protect." As Natalie and Shipwrecked Soul prepared to face the future together, Natalie was oblivious to the true nature of the deception that had blinded her. The danger she actually faced was far greater than she could have imagined. The real battle was just about to begin. Chapter 35. A New Day for Natalie. Natalie awoke from her dream suddenly as her heart pounded. She was just dreaming of the field she had been told to go to, but refused. As she continued to lay in her bed, an ancient memory appeared of Jesus, the teacher, when he was walking the earth among us. Jesus was teaching a parable of 2 sons. The teacher spoke to the crowd, which was gathered around him. There was a father who had 2 sons. He asked the first son to go work in the vineyard. The son replied, "I will not," but later changed his mind and went to work. The father then asked the second son to go work in the vineyard. This son replied, "I will, sir," but did not go. I ask you, which of the 2 did the will of the father? The crowd murmured amongst themselves until a young man named Matthias stepped forward and he said, "The first son." Jesus nodded in agreement, and his eyes met Matthias's. "That's correct. In my kingdom, there will be a young woman you will need to guide to do what is right. Although she will arrive late, I am the only true joy. She will not end up gazing in the eyes of a stranger, but rather the eyes of God." Natalie sat up in her bed, enamored by the memory of Jesus' words which echoed in her mind. She felt an urge to go to the field immediately. She knew it was not too late to change her path. Suddenly, Natalie made a decision to go to the field. She stepped out her door and ignored the preaching of the magisterium priests. In the vision, Matthias had asked, "Teacher, how will I recognize this young woman, and how will I know when the time is right to guide her?" Jesus looked into Matthias's eyes with compassion and spoke. "You will recognize her because she will struggle to make a choice, but her heart will seek truth. The Spirit will guide you." Matthias then asked with anxiety in his eyes, "Master, what if I fail to guide her, and what if she does not want my counsel?" "Fear not," said the teacher, "I will be with you." Natalie continued to walk towards the field, driven by the urge in her soul. She stood there waiting, but nothing happened. Hours passed and she began to feel the despair swelling in her heart. Despite being disappointed, Natalie determined to find the answer, returned to the field each day for a week, completely forsaking her duties at the labor camp. She waited there, hoping but nothing changed. The final day she went to the field, she could no longer hold back tears. She returned to her living quarters and her bed and sobbed. She felt like she had lost something she was always meant to have, the key to salvation and victory. She wondered about what she had truly been promised in the field. As the days passed, Natalie's continued absence from the labor camp was noticed. As she prepared to go back to the field and wait there, she saw a guard of Dominion guards approaching her dwelling from a distance. There was fear in her heart as she realized they had come to question why she had neglected her duties. As they approached and she thought about what she would do, she noticed the sparrow now perched again on her windowsill. Suddenly the sparrow, as if beckoning her to follow, and she followed to the field without a second thought, after grabbing her loathern and rushing out the door, leaving the guards behind her. She followed the sparrow as it flew, and her heart was pounding with excitement, leading her across the desolate landscape until they arrived at the field again. She stood at the edge of the field, catching her breath, when the sparrow perched on a nearby tree branch. The sparrow fluttered down and landed gracefully on the grace in front of Natalie. She was amazed as once again it transformed into the shape of a man, Saint Matthias. Matthias smiled at her, saying, "Natalie, I've been waiting for you. I need to know something. Have you met any mysterious figures in the storm of the worlds?" Natalie was unable to lie and said with tears in her eyes, "Yes, I have." Matthias's expression became stern and serious. "You must not trust him, Natalie. He seeks to control you, and his path can only lead to your death." Natalie realized the grave nature of her error. Her voice was filled with regret, and she said, "I am so sorry. I didn't know." Matthias nodded and understood she was sincere. Matthias gazed at Natalie and said, "There is one more thing you must do to break the curse that has befallen you." Natalie was shaken from the realization and listened closely. "What is it, Matthias? I'll do anything." Matthias breathed in deeply and then said, You must renounce the lies and deception of shipwrecked soul and the dreadful king of hell. Confess your sins and ask for forgiveness, and pledge your life to light and truth." Natalie gave a determined nod as the tears continued to stream down her face. "I do renounce them. I renounce the lies and deception of shipwrecked soul, as well as the dreadful king of hell. I confess these mistakes and ask for God's forgiveness. I will serve the truth." As Natalie spoke these words, she felt peace, as if the burdens were being slowly lifted. Matthias smiled, saying, "You have been given a chance to start again and arise anew. The path ahead, though, will not be easy. There will be trials ahead of you." Natalie wiped away her tears and said, "Thank you. I must do all in my power to help Wayward Prince and my friends to fight this evil." Natalie suddenly was thrust to the ground by an unseen force and began writhing in pain. "Matthias," she screamed out, "what's happening to me?" Matthias's expression was now serious, and he said, "Natalie, the king of hell has a death grip on you." "What can I do to end this?" she asked. "Nothing," said Matthias blankly. Natalie was horrified that Matthias seemed to be offering no help, believing she would be left to her torment, continuing to writhe in the pain until Matthias said, "That is, God can only save you. But come to think of it, there is one thing you can do." Matthias dragged Natalie by the arm to a tree stump and took out a needle. He reassured her, saying that he was not going to harm her. "I just need a few drops, not a bucketful." "Write what I say," Matthias said. "I believe in one God, Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and of all things visible and invisible," etc. As Natalie painfully wrote the final words of the last sentence of the creed, the pain stopped, and she rolled onto her back. With the pain gone and the demonic influence lifted, she could now breathe and feel the world again, the wind a pleasant breath against her body, which comforted her as all things would now in the created world, all things created for good, in their own time and place. Natalie gazed at the tree stump. The words were now burned permanently into the stump. The blood vanished and replaced with scars in the wood. The sun began to set, and Natalie and Matthias stood together near a pond, and its calm waters reflected the sky. Matthias stood at the water's edge with a serious look on his face. He motioned for Natalie to join him. "Natalie, are you ready to be baptized in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit?" Natalie nodded, and her eyes were fearless. "I am," she said. He took her by the hand and led her further into the waters, their legs and feet submerged. "O Lord our God, who by your own choice have granted us forgiveness of sins through water, and the Spirit bless the waters." And he continued saying, "Natalie, are you ready to renounce Satan and all his works, and to be united to Christ?" Natalie's voice was steady as she said, "I am ready." Natalie smiled as Matthias baptized her, reciting ancient prayers passed down through generations. "In the name of the Father," he said as he slowly immersed Natalie a first time. She held her breath as the water surrounded her. "In the name of the Son," he continued, immersing her once more. Natalie felt immersed in love as she arose. Finally, as Matthias immersed her a third time, he said, "And of the Holy Spirit." As Natalie rose, the sun's light was fading and the day was ending. Matthias smiled at her and said, "This is the real beginning of the adventure." The next day, when Natalie returned to the labor camp, she was guided by the newfound faith that burned within her. She tried to keep her conversion a secret, but even her supervisors noticed subtle changes in her behavior. Natalie patiently endured the grueling labor with what strength she had. Although the day was long and exhausting, she found strength only through prayer. As the night came and Natalie returned home, her eyes gazed out at the darkness throughout the city, and she saw the monuments and towering statues dedicated to the dreadful king, symbols that now horrified her. Cruel faces etched into the stone, which seemed to mock her faith, and she realized it now. She felt anger and sadness as she gazed at the monuments. As she walked, she knew she had to keep her faith, It was the only way she would have strength, because the battle was just beginning. Chapter 36. What night was like in London. As Wayward Prince walked through the streets of London, stricken now also by the riots caused the cultists, who ransacked the city, bystanders were horrified and fled for their lives. He had been to this city many times before, although thousands of years in the past, and he found it hard to believe that this was the city he was once so familiar with, once again falling victim to the same havoc. Although 1,000 years in the future, Wayward Prince navigated through the chaos, firmly grasping his father's sword, the ancient weapon. He would have to use it to sway the tide of the battle towards victory and to save the city from the cultists. Wayward Prince marched on through the city. As he continued, he noticed the one of the cultist raising his hands as dark and destructive magic swirled from tips of fingers. The deadly force was unleashed onto the crowd of bystanders, police and civilians alike, who stood no chance against the magical onslaught. With no hesitation, Wayward Prince raised his father's sword and held it in front of him like a shield. The weapon hummed with power as it met the dark magic and deflected the magic, causing an ethereal light to fill the room. Wayward Prince was amazed when he realized that the deadly magic backfired, spiraling back to the cultist who was its source, and it exploded in his face. The cultist fell to ground, consumed by the same dark magic he had tried to use on others. Disbelief rippled through the crowd as they gazed at Wayward Prince, and they began to see him as a brave warrior and as their hero. With the defeat of the cultist, Wayward Prince turned his attention to other threats throughout the city. The battle had just begun. The survivors of the initial onslaught, upon witnessing the power of the Wayward Prince, flocked around him with a sense of hope. He led the crowd of people, now away from the cultists, towards a safer place. As the cultists pursued them, they fired waves of dark magic, and Wayward Prince parried each shot, using his sword as a shield. Through the carnage, they navigated the streets of London and dodged the debris in front of them toward a place of temporary safety. Wayward Prince was now clearly seen by them as a leader. Every other part of the city had become a battlefield between the cultists and those who resisted them. Fire consumed buildings and homes, leaving entire blocks desolate. Wayward Prince gazed out at the city through the window, seeing the turmoil and destruction. They would rampage throughout the city until victory was achieved. There were screams of innocent people through the city as they fell victim to what was quickly becoming a war. Wayward Prince breathed deeply and opened his eyes, contemplating what course of action to take. He gazed at his father's sword and saw the shimmering hilt. He took out his old diary and began to write, hoping it would clear his mind and help him make a decision. He wrote of his experiences, of his journey through the storm of the worlds, and his travel through time to the modern world. He wrote of his friends, Christian and Natalie, and of the danger they faced. He described how he had adjusted to the modern world, learning to drive a car and use a cell phone. He thought about how all his past experiences had led to this current crisis. He paused for a moment and then was interrupted by what sounded like a massive bomb going off nearby, as the entire building shook violently as it would in an earthquake. He was undeterred and continued writing, and began writing a letter to his daughter, which he knew she would never see. Wayward Prince gazed up after writing the letter and noticed that there was seemingly a tear in reality itself. The room around him seemed to blur and warp, flickering in and out of different universes. He noticed he was suddenly standing on the deck of the shipwrecked soul's magical ship, amidst the tumultuous waves of the storm of the worlds. Shipwrecked soul stood in front of him, a wild grin on his face. "Welcome back, Prince. I would love to cross swords with you." Wayward Prince gripped his father's sword, and they fought on the deck of the ship. The blades clashed, and the sound of metal against metal filled the air. The boundaries between the two worlds began to fracture, and they fought in the office space, as water poured in from the storm of the worlds, pouring through the cracks in reality. Sword slashes demolished office furniture, They darted back and forth against each other as the movements of dance, as the two realms flitted back and forth, and Wayward Prince was not sure which world he was in at moments. Wayward Prince prayed for strength as they fought, the rift between the two worlds weakening. The fight raged on, primarily taking place in the business office in London, thought occasionally spilling back into the storm of the worlds. As the boundary between the two worlds continued to tear, Wayward Prince wondered why the bridge in reality was collapsing. The office was becoming more destroyed. Wayward Prince suddenly realized that because the bridge between the storm of the worlds was collapsing, once it closed, they would be stuck in one of the worlds. Shipwrecked soul leaped at Wayward Prince, but he parried each blow. The epic sword fight continued with each warrior using all their strength in the fight. Finally, Shipwrecked Soul managed to disarm Wayward Prince, sending his sword flying. Shipwrecked Soul relished in the victory and mocked him, saying, "You, Prince, are nothing but an old relic of the past, of beliefs that are dying. The world will be plunged into hell, and there's nothing you can do." As Shipwrecked Soul raised his sword to kill Wayward Prince, the prince remained calm and leaned backward, thrusting Shipwrecked Soul over his back, who fell over into a newly opened portal to the Storm of the Worlds. The portal closed behind him, and the flitting between worlds stopped, and Wayward Prince was left alone in the office space. It was as if some unseen force had sealed the bridge between the two worlds permanently. "Next time, watch your step," Wayward Prince said in a mocking voice. Wayward Prince found a television and flipped it on, each channel showing the military battles against the cultists. Tanks rolled through streets and helicopters took flight, and soldiers marched in formation, preparing for battle. He felt a sense of dread knowing that what was beginning was a second war of the consuming fire, and he knew that human armies stood no chance. He felt responsible since he was the only one who had experienced this kind of war before. He gripped his father's sword tightly and turned off the television. Chapter 37. Put not your trust in earthly armies. Meanwhile, far away, General Harrison stood on top of a small hill overlooking a battle. The vast Utah desert stretched out before him, with a clear blue sky. The United States Army, once the most powerful fighting force in the world, was now against an enemy that was far out of its league. They had no training or preparation for this kind of battle. Magic-wielding cultists entered the fray and clashed with the general's troops as the soldiers were cut down rapidly. The most advanced weaponry they had was useless. As General Harrison saw the battle, he felt knots of hopelessness fill his heart. The soldiers had no power, not against forces from a world they did not understand. The cultists raised their arms and muttered rapid incantations, drenching the battlefield in an inferno of fire. General Harrison observed the mayhem, and his heart sank as he watched the blazing fires consume the battlefield and all the soldiers that he led. He grieved their loss, but never heard the screams of his men, for the majority of them had been killed instantly. The darkness now covered the battlefield, and the flames subsided, leaving nothing but ash, no sign of his soldiers, and no sign of any enemies or cultists. Suddenly, the cultists emerged from the darkness unscathed, as they calmly approached his fortress on the hill in their robes, wielding powerful magic. General Harrison lowered his binoculars, and his hands shook with fear, and now rage, and then frustration. The battle was lost, and there would be more to come, but he knew if all the battles ended like this, there would be no hope. The forces of the dreadful king grew stronger each day. The cultists looked at him, and those who stood with him in the fortress from a distance gazed him, issued mocking glances, and turned away. General Harrison wondered what called them off elsewhere, but he was glad that his life was preserved at least temporarily. Meanwhile, Wayward Prince had dreams, memories. He was back in the throne room in the medieval world in his father's kingdom, surrounded by the destruction and by carnage caused during the War of the Consuming Fire, as the servants of the dreadful king, servants of the demon that possessed Thomas, had all been finally slain. The room was in ruins, the walls were cracked, and there was blood all over the walls, marking where the fallen once stood. In the midst of the destruction, Wayward Prince spotted his father, the King of Scotland, lying on the ground, wounded mortally. His appearance, which once was proud and strong, was now weak and marred with wounds. Disaster had befallen their world, unlike anything they had expected would befall their lands, unimaginable suffering. Wayward Prince rushed towards his father and clenched his hands after Wayward Prince dropped to his knees. Wayward Prince had tears in his eyes as he gazed into the eyes of his father. "Father, please forgive me," he said, his voice thick with emotion. He couldn't help but feel responsible for the disasters that had befallen the kingdom. Somehow Wayward Prince thought to himself it had to be his own fault. Tears filled the king's eyes as well as he reached out with a trembling hand for his son's face. "My son, it is I who must ask forgiveness," said King Malcolm II of Scotland, Wayward Prince's father. "I was blinded by fear and distrust, and I allowed the dreadful king to control this kingdom. I exiled you instead of trusting you, my beloved son." Wayward Prince shook his head as more tears fell down his face. "There is nothing to forgive, father. All that matters is that you were there for me, and I love you." He refused to let guilt take hold in his father's heart. Especially now, Malcolm II closed his eyes and said, "Promise me, my son, that you will fight this darkness and never lose the faith." Wayward Prince was silent, too stricken with tears to speak, but the light faded from his father's eyes, and Wayward Prince was left alone. His father was gone, but he held his corpse tightly stricken by grief and swore an oath to defeat the Dark Lord. This memory consumed Wayward Prince's soul, the memory of his father's last moments. Suddenly, another memory took hold, and he was now in the familiar halls of the castle, a place he had not seen in eternity. The castle was vibrant and filled with life and festivities, as if untouched by the ravages of any kind of war. He heard a sound of laughter in the distance, and his heart leapt up, recognizing the voice. He heard his daughter, Ruth, the princess he had lost during the first ward of the consuming fire. Wayward Prince's eyes swelled with tears again as he saw her wearing a golden crown and golden hair which flowed behind her as she walked through the castle, playfully. "Father, come with me," she called him with a spark of joy in her eyes. Wayward Prince was unable to resist her call and followed her through the halls as his heart ached with love and the desire to see the child he had lost again. As he walked behind her, he wondered at the detail he saw and how untouched it seemed by the torments of time. She led him to a great chamber filled with warmth, as if it was a place where family would gather, where loved ones who had been torn away from you could reside and thrive. The princess turned to face him. Her eyes were filled with understanding. She looked at him, saying, "Father, I know your heart is heavy from all you've experienced in this bitter world." Her voice was gentle, and she continued saying, "But remember, you are not alone in your fight against that devil. Look, your family is here with you, to guide your every movement and to light your path." Wayward Prince wiped a tear from his eye and said, "I cannot imagine what you are experiencing now, but I hope you have found peace. All I can ever do is fight for us and for our people." The vision suddenly faded to nothingness, and Wayward Prince succumbed again the nature of his bleak reality. London was quiet suddenly, but it was a forced and shattered silence where there was constant fear that reigned over the streets. In the streets, the cultists set up new barricades and moved swiftly to establish a new government and order over the city, having claimed that they had conquered it. Fear filled the hearts of all in the city. The cultists set up government and religious offices. They gathered all the citizens they could find into the center of town, the town square, where they begged for mercy. One of the cultists spoke up and addressed the crowd. "From this day forth, your old order shall be no more. You shall now obey the commands of the dreadful king of hell. You shall comply with all his commands or meet a merciless punishment." The people of London were completely horrified by what they had already witnessed. The man continued saying, "Your previous government and religious institutions are no more. You will now follow our teachings and submit to our rule." The people of London shivered at the words that they were hearing. The cultists continued to outline the new rules and detailed how every aspect of their lives would proceed from now on. The magistrate, a cruel man, stood up amongst the crowd and asked, saying, "If there is anyone who refuses to serve the 8th king of hell, please, I implore you, stand forward and make your presence known." Most in the crowd were fearful and completely silent, but then a small figure emerged from the people, a young boy, about 12 years old, with long, fluttering hair. "I am not afraid of you," the boy declared, as his voice was steady and strong. The crowd watched as he approached, the magistrate without fear, despite the terrifying power he stood against. The magistrate's face now had a grin on it. "Very well then. You shall undergo healing." The followers of the dreadful king seized the boy, who did not cry out or struggle. He was still unafraid to the very end. They took him away, and the crowd watched in horror as he was executed for his defiance. There were tears, but no one dared stand up against the menacing force of the cultists. They were even now totally broken by their fear, unable to resist in any way. Those who still carried weapons threw them down at their feet. As the crowd stood there motionless, a lone priest came forward. His face was contorting with anger and grief. "How can you commit such an atrocity against an innocent child?" he shouted the words. One of the cultists raised his weapon to silence the priest, but the magistrate held his hand to him, saying, "No, let us hear what this mad fool has to say." The priest now began quoting passages from the Bible in rapid succession. His voice was undeterred and strong. The crowd listened closely to the priest's words. When the priest began to recite the words, "And he will judge the living and the dead," the magistrate had heard enough, and he became enraged. He raised a hand and hissed a spell, and a fireball engulfed the priest in a blaze. The flames consumed the priest, and he was reduced to ashes in seconds. The crowd was horrified to see the man destroyed in such a gruesome fashion. The people of London had now lost all hope, and they were defeated. This was what that night was like in London. A darkness descended on the city that could only be lifted by, as it seemed, a miracle. Wayward Prince stood from a safe distance, watching, with his father's sword clutched tightly in his hand, and his heart surged with anger. He ached for his people and for justice. He knew that demons acted more like computer programs than humans. They always followed their programmed path. Wayward Prince knew that this was their undoing. He already knew what the dreadful king would do next in his plight to control the world, having lived through the first war of the consuming fire. He could now anticipate his next move. The final battle for London would be fought not in London, but at Stonehenge. With new motivation, Wayward Prince made his way to a train station where he boarded a train, still not controlled by the cultists, but all trains were leaving the city. He stared at London as it vanished in the distance, as the train sped through the countryside, carrying him to his next destination, Stonehenge. Chapter 38. Natalie's Prayer. Natalie suddenly awoke, heart panicking in a fever of motion. Her thoughts immediately turned to Wayward Prince, who she felt a need to pray for. She clasped her hands together and prayed silently. "God, watch over and protect my friend. May he be preserved from darkness in the hour of need. Save your people. Grant him strength." As Natalie finished her prayer, she felt an incredible power emanating from her words, as if the very air around her was stirring, and a breeze entered the room, carrying the echoes of her prayer far away, as if the winds themselves could somehow deliver the message to heaven. She felt heavy from exhaustion after her fervent prayer and found herself back in dreams. When she lost consciousness, she seemed to be in a vision. She could see London, where Wayward Prince was in explicit detail. Natalie saw the streets of London, completely ravaged by the destruction. Buildings were corrupted by smoke which filled the air, making it impossible to breathe. She saw the cultists, the loyal servants of the King of Hell, controlling the population of the city and inflicting their misery, torment, and death. Her heart broke as she witnessed the young boy and the priest walk to their deaths, martyred for their unwavering faith. She saw Wayward Prince, high above the city, turning around and getting on the train to head to Stonehenge. The vision faded, and Natalie found herself alone again, with her thoughts and racing heart. The images still flooded her mind from the dream, and her eyes flooded with tears for what had happened to the brave people. Then suddenly a voice echoed in Natalie's mind, half in a vision, and she pondered the meaning of the message. If there is a God, then we shouldn't doubt. If you have a light, don't let it go out. The words echoed in her mind and filled her with a sudden hope. As the voice went away, she saw the Lothan, which, although she had not activated it, emitted a soft glow. She wanted to use the Lothan somehow to reach Wayward Prince and help him. It was such an impossible thought, but Natalie could not resist obsessing over it, knowing there had to be truth to her desire. The light of the Lothan was powerful and pure, and she knew that its power was all she needed to save her friend. She knew she could not force herself to travel between worlds, so all she had inside her was a prayer. Natalie dropped to her knees and prayed urgently and out loud. Her words filled with passion. She asked for the wisdom and strength to use her Lothan's light to help Wayward Prince and fight the dreadful King of Hell. She felt a comforting grace envelop her as she prayed, unseen but powerful. Suddenly she knew that her prayer had been heard and would somehow help Wayward Prince. Natalie rose to her feet, gazing at the Lothan, and she clutched it, vowing to use its power to save her friend. The moment Natalie touched the Lothan, however, she found herself whisked far away to a different place, the place from her dreams. It was Stonehenge in England. It was night, and she immediately hid behind a boulder to prevent herself from being seen, knowing that her Lothan was in her hand. She decided not to use it, knowing that it would play a role in her fight. But something told her it was not yet time to use it. Wayward Prince approached as well, and Natalie saw him brandishing his father's sword. A sudden feeling of joy came over Natalie, as she saw her friend holding the power in his hand, fighting against the tides of darkness that would otherwise swarm her. Chapter 39. The Plan of the Prince. All the while, Wayward Prince knew what the dreadful king was trying to do. He was trying to do a magical ritual that would further escalate his control over the minds of all people in the world. Wayward Prince would not let this happen, and in his anger, as he saw the ritual was beginning, he raised up his sword and lunged out toward his enemies. But as he was about to strike out at Peter, he tripped and fell to the ground, face first in the dirt. "We have a welcome guest," said Peter with a blank expression. The host of enemies of the Wayward Prince drew their swords and other weapons. Their hearts deep inside were hungry for blood, looking to claim Wayward Prince as their victim. Peter raised a hand bidding them to stay their hand. Two monstrous creatures grabbed Wayward Prince and took him, closer to a stone table where they tied his hands behind his back, the demonic forces truly believing that their ultimate victory was almost complete. Wayward Prince, weary from his adventure and the blows that were struck at him, his head hung low, unable to be lifted. The enemies of the cross struck Wayward Prince in the face and took turns, blow after blow. Natalie felt a passion in her heart, a desire to help his friend the Wayward Prince, so she suddenly burst from the rocks, revealing herself. Peter was amused, saying, "We have a dreamer, a sleeper traveling between the worlds. But not even you can stop me, Natalie." "How do you know my name?" Natalie said, fear coming into her heart. "I know more than you know," shouted the demon within Peter. The fates of the worlds hung in the balance, two ultimate forces standing each other. "Seize her!" Peter shouted with thunder in his voice. Two guards approached Natalie and tried to seize her, but Natalie had not forgotten the power in her hand, the Lothan held behind her back. As the servants of the dark spirit approached, Natalie squeezed the loathen behind her back, and it clicked. In that moment, the loathen fell to the ground, and Natalie had completely vanished, the loathen lighting up the area, and the demonic forces with Peter and his servants writhed in agony, unable to move or operate, while its force and emanating light shone through the hearts of men and women, revealing truth and forcing the powers of hell to flee instantly. Wayward Prince rose up and took up his father's sword once more, smashing the icon of darkness that Peter was using to use for the ritual with his father's sword, the same and only weapon with the power to destroy it, sealing the fate of Peter to never gain full control over the world. "You've lost!" shouted Wayward Prince as the forces of darkness began to surround him. The sword which had vanished reappeared in Wayward Prince's hand. When the demons realized what sword it was, they fled away into the woods, and Peter was alone and afraid, the power of the loathen releasing the magical hold it had on the young man. Wayward Prince now left with only Peter, and no one else extended his hand to Peter, who was now visibly confused. Wayward Prince advised Peter to take the crown from his head and crush it on the ground. But then, when he realized the power of the loathen was failing, Wayward Prince ran back to the train and took it back to a place of safety where he could tell his story to friends who would minister to him, for no human person can face such evils unchanged. Wayward Prince from that day forth would never be the same jovial character again. He had seen things that made him forget about the simple joys of life. Chapter 40. The End of All Innocence. Natalie awoke again, but instead of a soft cot and even stable ground, she found herself on the rocky wooden surface of the magical ship, in the storm of the worlds, with water covering her face. She got her bearings and stood up. She gazed out at the tempestuous sea of the storm of the worlds, which swirled around her. She knew that she had to escape. She would not be safe near shipwrecked Soul. She was convinced that he would kill her on sight. She gathered her courage and walked around the ship. The storm tore at her, threatening to knock her down, but she held firm. As she moved forward, she finally noticed his presence, that of shipwrecked Soul, whom she detested now, familiar yet no utterly terrifying. She despised him and dreaded seeing him. He would not easily let her leave. He wanted her to know who he really was. She raised her magical hands as magic emanated from her hands, ready to destroy him utterly. The air cracked with magic and storm water as he approached. "You cannot enter my domain again, my lady. You are no longer welcome here." He snarled, and his voice echoed among the thunder. His once innocent facade was now lifted, and he no longer pretended to be kind. He was changed. "You must now learn the truth, Natalie." As the words left his lips, the storm kicked up in its intensity. Lighting crashed around them. His form now shifted and contorted as the darkness and fire in his eyes consumed him. With literal thunder in his voice, he roared, "I am Paimon, the dreadful king of hell." To be continued in The Banner of the Broken Cross and the Dreadful King of Hell. To be continued in The Banner of the Broken Cross and the Dreadful King of Hell. Joseph Hickey lives in Virginia and is the author of many poetry books, including Harmony and American Poet, Elegy for the Light. This is his first novel. He is the founder of Melodium House,